Chapter 620. When Minho heard Lin Xian's words, he sneered in his heart. Did he really think that his winning streak was due to luck? Luck was also dependent on probability. You couldn't win tens of millions with this kind of luck. It turned out that they were a pair of idiots. Then it would be too easy to trick them. Can I play? Ling Long Shui asked Lin Xian. Of course. Tonight is all your luck. You'll definitely play. Good luck. Then, Ling Long Shui took her 30 million chips and sat across from Minho. A beautiful dealer walked over with a smile. Because of Ling Long Shui's appearance and temperament, many people couldn't help but rush over to watch their bet. How should I address you, brother? My surname is Lin. So it's young Master Lin. Then I have something to tell young Master Lin. For the bets on the third floor of the basement, solo bets like ours can't be less than 5 million. And Minho said. Lin Xian said casually, 10 million. And Minho was slightly stunned, then laughed in his heart. He was the one who wanted to lose so quickly. Then it wasn't his fault. But since we're guessing big or small, then 10 million per round. Young Master Lin, you can choose first in the first round. If you choose big, then I'll choose small. It'll be my turn for the second round and you for the third round. It'll be fair like this. What do you think? Lin Xian nodded. Sure, but tell my wife that she's the one who's betting with you. And Minho looked at Ling Long Shui. She was obviously a newbie. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Sure, it's just guessing big or small. It's purely a gamble of luck. Then let's begin. Lin Xian said to Ling Long Shui, play as you wish. Ling Long Shui nodded and pushed 10 million chips onto the table. Big. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Why did this girl like to bet on big? Could it be that he liked big ones? More and more people gathered around them. To be honest, there were almost no solo guessing games on the third basement floor. There was simply no skill involved. There was no psychological aspect to it. Only a group of people would guess who was big or small. But since they were on the third basement floor, they rarely played this game. But because of Ling Long Shui, many people gathered around. Ling Longyue and Bing Lingyue also came over. As they were in the crowd, they were not easily noticed. Then I'll be little. And Minho placed 10 million chips on the table, and the beautiful dealer opened the sieve. 456, big. Ling Long Shui's beautiful eyes lit up. He won just like that? Young Masterin, it seems like your luck isn't too good tonight. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at Minho. And Minho said, don't be in such a hurry. It's gambling. The first to win is paper, and the last to win is money. That makes sense. Wife, let's win more paper back. Lin Xian smiled at Ling Long Shui. When Ling Longyue and Bing Lingyue heard how Lin Xian addressed Ling Long Shui, both of them were stunned. He already addressed her that way? Sister Bing, did you hear that? Did you hear that? This big bad guy is already calling my sister that way. Ling Longyue was anxious. Could it be that the two of them had really confirmed their relationship? Bing Lingyue was also stunned. It seemed a little strange. And Ling Long Shui didn't seem to have much of a reaction. Was she used to it? Or did she accept it? No, or was she ignoring it? Both were possible. Don't be anxious. Everything you see may not be true. After all, she was an empress. She was very calm and had seen through many things. Now, to Bing Lingyue, nothing was important. Simplicity was the best. There was a memory in the bottom of her heart. It seemed like she had lost her memory, but it seemed like it had always been there. She could always dream of something, but when she woke up, she would forget everything. Sometimes she would wake up with tears. Sometimes she would wake up with a happy smile. She wanted to know too. She really wanted to know, but she didn't know. Oh. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. She was just angry. Firstly, she thought that her sister was so outstanding and noble. If that bad guy Lin Xian took advantage of her, she would die of anger. Secondly, seeing their relationship getting better and better, to the point where they even addressed each other intimately, she didn't feel good. Anyway, she was very conflicted. And Minho smiled and said, it's my turn to choose this round. Of course. Then I'll choose big too. And Minho pushed in 10 million chips. Ling Long Shui could only choose small. This round was worth 10 million. This was simply too awesome. If this round did not include chatting, it would probably end in less than a minute. If this round was played for an hour, and if he was unlucky, how much would he lose? The final result was 111. Small. And Mingho pretended to frown and seemed to be deep in thought. Lin Xian also pretended to be smug. Young master, and do you still want to play? Your luck seems to be bad tonight. Yes. Let's continue. And Mingho said. Then, Ling Long Shui pushed 10 million chips into her big again. The result was 633 big. Another 10 million entered her account. Ling Long Shui didn't have much concept of money, but seeing more and more chips in front of her, she felt quite satisfied. What's going on, young masterin? How can you lose 3 rounds in a row? Lin Xian pretended to be sarcastic, giving In Mingho a smug look as if he, Lin Xian, was very smug. And that was exactly what In Mingho wanted. He had lost on purpose. Don't worry, it's just the beginning. In Mingho then placed 10 million chips into small. This time he finally won 10 million. However, in the next 8 rounds, he lost another 8 rounds in a row. His expression became ugly. Young Master Lin, you're not cheating, are you? And Mingho frowned and looked at Lin Xian, pretending to be so. Many people felt that it seemed to be the case. Even if his luck was bad, it couldn't be so bad that he lost 10 out of 11 rounds, right? This was a game of luck, not a game of skill. Wasn't this 1:2 abnormal? Lin Xian laughed. Young master, and I already said that my luck today was really too good. My wife is the chosen one. Also, how could young master and say something like cheating? From the beginning to the end, my wife and I sat here without moving at all. We didn't touch the sieve at all. It was the beautiful dealer in this casino who shook it. How could we cheat? Lin Xian pretended to be very arrogant after winning money. This was also what In Mingho wanted to see. This was also the reason why he deliberately lost 10 rounds to let them become arrogant first. Whether it was cheating or the serious and worried look on his face, it was all done on purpose for the later plan. It had to be said that these people's hearts were very dirty. Logically speaking, if he won 10 million, how could the other party win back all his money if they didn't have the upper hand? Then he could only use this method. Chapter 621. And Mingho had a serious look on his face. What's wrong? Young master, and you're not playing anymore? That's right, you've already lost 100 million. Forget it, I'll find someone else to play with. Young Master N's luck doesn't seem to be too good today. Lin Xian smiled. Zhang Tian and the rest had also come over early to watch. They felt that it was indeed amazing. This luck was something. Of course, if he left, how could he enjoy himself to the fullest? It's only been 20 minutes. Young Master Lin, what do you think? Of course, as long as young Master N wants to play, we'll play with you to the end tonight. Lin Xian said this on purpose. And Mingho said, alright, how about this? How about 100 million each round? Gasped. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't that too much? Wasn't that too crazy? Lin Xian fell into deep thought. Of course, he did it on purpose. 100 million? Young Master, and isn't that a little too much? Lin Xian said. And Mingho shrugged and said, I've already lost 100 million. If we play 10 million each round, I feel like I won't be able to break even with my luck tonight, let alone win against you guys. Then let's gamble. Either I lose more, or I win back. What's wrong? Is young Master Lin not confident in your luck? Lin Xian was secretly impressed by In Mingho's words. This In Mingho seemed to be more capable than that Liao Jian. Lin Xian looked like he was hooked. He patted Ling Long Shui's shoulder and said, let's continue. Ling Long Shui nodded. And Mingho laughed in his heart. He had lost on purpose. He wanted them to keep winning so that they would become arrogant. Then he would have the chance to increase the bet by 10 times, which was 100 million each round. To be honest, if they played 10 million each round, they would probably quit after losing 100 million. But 100 million each round? Losing 100 million in one round was different from losing 100 million in 10 rounds. Things would continue as normal. After all, he was the owner of a casino. He had a good understanding of gamblers, No, normal people's psychology. There were more and more people around them. 100 million each round. In all these years in this casino, there hadn't been many bets like this. 10 million should be the limit. After all, this wasn't a top city like Tiandu. And Mingho saw that they took the bait. The money was his. The women had to be his too. When he lost all his money, would the woman still follow him? Then I'll bet this round. And Mingho said, sure. Where's the chips? Lin Xian asked with a smile, looking extremely arrogant. And Mingho handed him a card. Give me 300 million in chips. Then he looked at Lin Xian and asked, young Master Lin, are you not exchanging? Don't worry, I've won 100 million from you. We'll talk about it after we lose, but I don't think we'll lose. And Mingho snorted coldly, then pushed the 100 million chips into the large prize pool. Linglong Shui also put hers into the small prize pool. And Mingho was pretending to change the dealer. He thought that they were cheating, so he changed the dealer. If he wanted to put on a show, he had to put on a show to make them lower their guard and let them think that he cared. That would be enough. Clearly, in Mingho's eyes, his plan had succeeded. The main reason was that Lin Xian had cooperated well with his act. The show had just begun. And Mingho laughed. Gambling, there are winners and losers. But I don't think we can always lose. Then let's wait and see. I have a feeling that my wife can win. Wife, your head. Linglong Yu heard how Lin Xian addressed Linglong Shui and grumbled unhappily. Meanwhile, the system notifications in Lin Xian's mind were exploding. He knew that Linglong Yu was beside him, but he pretended not to know. Otherwise, wouldn't all these Adonis points go to waste? Open it. And Mingho rubbed his chin and stared at the gambling table with a look of concern. Then, the beautiful dealer slowly opened the sieve tube, and Linglong Shui's beautiful eyes stared at it with concern. 134, small. Gasp. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They lost 100 million just like that. More importantly, why did they still win? This was also in Mingho's arrangement. This was the first 100 million bet in this round. He didn't want to let himself win and let the other party win again. He wanted them to think that they could still win 100 million and let their guard down again. Only then would he be able to take them all down. Young Master, and are you still playing? You've lost 100 million this round. You've lost quite a lot. Lin Xian laughed. Of course, I'm playing. I don't believe in this. Let's continue. And Mingho pretended to be in a state of qi deviation. All right, let's continue. Wife, you're in charge. Lin Xian laughed. Linglong Shui then pushed the 100 million chips into the large prize pool. And Mingho then placed his chips in the small prize pool. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sieve cylinder. The sieve cylinder opened. 133, small. Looks like your luck won't last long. And Mingho laughed as he pulled the chips in front of him. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'm still winning anyway. There's no need to worry. Let's continue. In the next round, Lin Xian lost again. I think I've won back everything I lost in these 2 rounds. And Mingho laughed. Lin Xian pretended to be serious. Go, help me exchange 500 million chips. Gasp, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Were they crazy? 500 million? Is this all of young Master Lin's money? And Mingho laughed. Don't worry, take it slow. With the 500 million chips in his account, the gambling began again. 10 minutes later, in front of Lin Xian, he had lost all 500 million yuan. And Mingho had a good grasp of the rhythm. He didn't let Lin Xian and Linglong Shui keep losing. There were wins and losses, but there were more losses. As they played, they lost all their money. Linglong Shui frowned slightly, but Lin Xian was going with the flow and playing a bigger game. Young Master Lin, what goes around comes around. Do you still want to play? And Mingho laughed. He had already won 500 million. Let's continue. Lin Xian shouted angrily, then said, help me exchange another 1 billion. And Mingho raised his eyebrows. Lin Xian then stared at Mingho and said, the next round is 500 million. Do you want to play? Everyone? Crazy. He's crazy. What a fucking wastrel. Come on, you allowed me to increase the stakes from 10 million to 100 million. How can I not allow you to increase the stakes from 100 million to 500 million? Looks like young Master Lin wants to win it all back. Then I'll play with you to the end. Lin Xian said, 1 billion. My entire fortune. I don't believe I can't win with that. Wife, I'm counting on you. Ling Long Shui roughly understood what Lin Xian meant. Then she placed the 1 billion chips in front of Lin Xian. Big. Ling Long Shui directly placed 500 million in the bet. Then I'll be small. And Ming Ho chuckled. If he won this 1 billion, his plan would be a success. Chapter 622. The beautiful dealer quickly shook the sieve cylinder, and the crisp sound of the sieve could be heard. Some people were so powerful that they didn't even need to release any special powers. They could simply shake the sieve to the size they wanted. In any case, the people in the Menao casino were definitely capable of this. Since the bet had reached 500 million, and Ming Ho naturally wouldn't allow himself to lose. Therefore, the number of points in the sieve tube was definitely small. That's right, when he picked up the cylinder, it was indeed small. He lost 500 million in one go. Young Master Lin, what goes around comes around. Do you still want to play? There was only 500 million left. If he continued playing, he would be completely bankrupt. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. 1 billion. Do you still want to play? Everyone? What was going on? And Ming Ho was also taken aback. 1 billion? Was he crazy? Of course I don't mind. But young Master Lin just said that this 1 billion is all your assets. Now that you've lost 500 million, you only have 500 million left. How are you going to play this 1 billion bet with me? It's simple. Give me 1 minute. I'll go get a loan. I want to win back all my losses in one round, and at the same time win young Master An's money. Lin Xian then walked away with his phone. Although Ling Long Shui didn't quite understand what Lin Xian wanted to do, she knew that Lin Xian definitely wouldn't let her lose money. He must be plotting something. It didn't matter if she lost money now, she wasn't worried. Lin Xian went out to make a call just to put on an act. Soon, he came back with 500 million in chips. And Ming Ho wanted to play big so that he could win more money from Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian wanted to play bigger so that he could win more money. 1 billion. Begin. Lin Xian placed the 500 million in chips in front of Ling Long Shui. And Ming Ho's lips curled. Okay, then it's my turn to choose first. And Ming Ho pushed in 1 billion in chips. He wasn't worried anyway. You choose. And Ming Ho said, 1 billion big. Ling Long Shui pushed her way in as well. Small. Following which, the beautiful dealer quickly shook the sieve cylinder. And Ming Ho's lips curled into a smile. This round was over. Everyone held their breaths. What the fuck? 2 billion for one round? This kind of huge gamble had never happened before in the history of Menao Casino. And Ming Ho exchanged a glance with the beautiful dealer. Young Master Lin, this round adds up to 2 billion. If you lose, you'll lose everything. And Ming Ho mocked. At this point, there was no need for him to hide his expression. In this round, everything was over. I'm guessing that I'll definitely win this round. After all, we've lost a lot in a row. It's time for us to win, isn't it, wife? Lin Xian asked Ling Long Shui with a smile. And Ming Ho frowned. Something wasn't right. Logically speaking, he had already lost more than 500 million. This was a life and death gamble. He should be very nervous. However, he looked so relaxed and was even joking with his wife. This shouldn't be happening. Did he really think that he would win? How was that possible? However, he didn't panic. This was his territory. He could easily control the situation perfectly. Did he need to worry? If young Master Lin bet everything on luck, then it's really hard to say. Lin Xian looked at him with a smile and said, didn't young Master Lin bet on luck just now? Wasn't it luck? And Ming Ho coughed dryly and nodded. Of course, but luck is something that no one can say for sure. The spectators were even more nervous than Lin Xian and the rest. This gamble was too satisfying. No, it was mainly because this Lin Xian was too reckless. He still dared to bet 1 billion? What a pity. Although these people admired him, they felt that he shouldn't have done so. They felt that he was done for. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. Open it. And Mingho didn't want to drag it out any longer. It was time to end it. Then, the beautiful dealer opened the sieve tube. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sieve tube. 111, small. What? When Mingho saw the number, he stood up in disbelief. Small? How could it be small? He had clearly bet on big. His person should have gotten big. How could it be small? This was impossible. This was impossible. Looks like I made the right bet. My wife, you're amazing. Lin Xian wanted to kiss Ling Longshue's little face, but he didn't have the courage. Ling Longshue's expression was calm. It was as if she hadn't done anything. She was very, very calm. Young master, and in this round, I seem to have won back everything I lost. I even won close to 500 million more than you. That's why sometimes, you have to believe in things like luck. What do you think? You also made a comeback after losing hundreds of millions. It's a pity that the bet this time was too big, and I won it back in one round. Lin Xian looked at Mingho with a smile. Impossible. Impossible. And Mingho was still in disbelief. What's impossible? Isn't it normal to win or lose in a game of luck? Why would young master think that it's impossible? Could it be that you were certain that you would win? But being certain that you would win can only be done by cheating. Could it be that young master? Lin Xian looked at him mockingly. And Mingho came back to his senses and coughed dryly. It's nothing. I just thought that my luck was quite good. It wasn't right for me to lose. But as young Master Lin said, in a game of luck, victory or defeat depends on the heavens. It's normal to win or lose. After Mingho finished speaking, he glanced at the beautiful dealer. The dealer trembled. And Mingho could tell that it was definitely not his people's fault. It had to be one of the two people in front of him. But was he afraid? Of course not. Again. Lin Xian smirked. Of course. Again 1 billion. And Mingho said with a gloomy expression. Everyone felt like they were about to flip the sky. Lin Xian was also overjoyed. In the previous round, it was naturally big, but Ling Longshue could easily make it small. If she, a great void stage martial artist, could not do it, then it would be a joke. Moreover, no one would be able to discover it. Ling Longshue directly pushed 1 billion into the small prize pool. Small. Ling Longshue said calmly. Big. And Mingho said in a low voice. Then, the beautiful dealer quickly shook the dice and turned it into 456. And Mingho used his divine sense to check it. It was indeed big. Then he looked at Lin Xian. Open it. Lin Xian said casually. And Mingho used his divine sense to check the number in the dice cylinder again. It was still 456, but at this time, it turned into 233. And Mingho smirked. He knew it was his opponent's doing. Then he tried to use his power to increase the number of points again, but he revealed a shocked expression. It was useless. Chapter 623. Logically speaking, with his strength, he should be able to easily change the 3 dice into any number he wanted. This was the unspoken rule of the casino. As long as the dealer wanted to win, they had many ways. The dealer was the dealer, and the casino's strongest expert was the dealer. But why was he unable to change the dice into the number he wanted? It was simple. How could his divine sense compare to Ling Longshue's? Ling Longshue could casually envelop him with her divine sense, and he was unable to do anything. Wait. And Mingho hurriedly said as the dice were about to be opened. If he lost this round, he would lose more than 5 billion. That was half a year's profit for the entire casino. His company didn't rely on the casino to make a profit, but he couldn't lose this round, right? Oh, is something the matter, young masterin? Lin Xian asked teasingly. Lin Xian obviously knew that Mingho was aware that they were also manipulating the dice, so they had to compete to see who was better. With so many people watching, he couldn't act shamelessly unless the casino didn't want to continue operating. Open it quickly, someone said impatiently. And Mingho coughed dryly and said, this young master needs to pee, so I'll go to the toilet first. After that, I'll open it. Then I'll drink a glass of red wine and wait for young masterin, Lin Xian said confidently. With Ling Longshue around, Lin Xian didn't have to worry about anything. Previously, winning or losing didn't matter as it depended on the other party. But now, Lin Xian and company had a chance to make a comeback. Unless what? Unless they could produce an existence stronger than Linglong Shui. But what would it take to be stronger than Linglong Shui? Heavenly Dao Realm. That's right, it was the Heavenly Dao Realm. However, it was impossible for them to produce a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. And Mingho knew that the other party didn't know if the man or the beauty was manipulating the dice, but he knew that he couldn't beat them, so he had to invite an expert. Lin Xian sat at the side with his legs crossed, eating desserts and drinking red wine leisurely. Ling Longyue was still hiding at the side, not wanting them to see her. Lin Xian knew, but Ling Longshui didn't. She also didn't like to look around, so she just sat there quietly. And Mingho naturally didn't go to the toilet. He returned after making a phone call, but before he returned, an old man wearing relatively ordinary clothes silently walked into the crowd to watch. His appearance didn't attract anyone's attention, of course, other than Lin Xian and Ling Longshui. Both of them were well aware of why Mingho had disappeared. Unfortunately, they didn't panic. And Mingho walked over while wiping his hands. "Sorry to keep you waiting." And Mingho's expression relaxed because he was no longer panicking. He went to the casino, and he was also an expert from the clan. He was a domain realm existence. He was one of the most powerful Grand Dominion realm cultivators on the continent. How could a Grand Dominion realm cultivator lose to two young men who looked to be in their 20s? Of course, he could win. "Can we open it now?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. And Mingho casually glanced at the expert from the clan, but he saw that the old man's brows were tightly furrowed. What was going on? The first thing that the old man did was to change the number in the sieve to big, but he realized that he couldn't do it. How was this possible? He shook his head slightly at Mingho. And Mingho also understood what he meant, and the indifferent expression on his face turned ashen once again. Even a Grand Dominion realm expert couldn't do it? How was this possible? And Mingho gritted his teeth and didn't answer. At this moment, he realized something. He had fallen into a trap. From the beginning to the end, he had always thought that he was tricking them, but now he realized that wasn't the case. He had fallen into their trap step by step. What could he do? Stop gambling? That's impossible. There are so many people around. Lin Xian saw that Mingho was conflicted, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Then he looked at the beautiful dealer and said, "Open it." The beautiful dealer looked at Mingho. She didn't dare to open it without his order. "Open it." "What are you waiting for? Open it and see the result." "You haven't opened it yet, what are you hesitating for? Are you a sore loser?" The surrounding people all agreed. "It's fine if you go to the toilet, but why aren't you opening it? What are you doing?" And Mingho nodded with a dark expression. There was still a way. If he lost, he lost. But he could send out experts to stop them. He might be alive to win the money, but would he be alive to take it away? To be honest, no one believed that there was an expert surpassing the Grand Dominion realm here, but why was the Grand Dominion realm's divine sense weaker than the other parties? There were many ways to change the number in the sieve, and it didn't necessarily mean that the strong could do whatever they wanted. Could there be other ways? In any case, Mingho saw the age of these experts. These experts, Grand Dominion realm, Heavenly Venerable realm, and geniuses were all middle-aged, but there weren't any, so he didn't panic. There was still a backup plan. Then, the beautiful dealer opened the sieve. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sieve. 123, small. Seeing the result, the crowd actually cheered for some reason. And Mingho and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Xian directly put away all the chips. "Young master, you've lost one. 5 billion, that's more than that. Do you still want to play?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. It was heart-wrenching. Not to mention one. 5 billion, even 10 million was not a small number. From the beginning to the end, Mingho felt that he was a fool. He had set a trap from the second floor and deliberately lost money to lure them to the third floor, then lost again. He thought that everything was going according to plan, but he didn't expect that the other party would beat him at his own game and make him lose one. 5 billion. Damn it. I'm not playing anymore. And Mingho snorted coldly and walked away angrily. How could he play at this time? To him, this man had to be killed. This woman could only be snatched away by force and then snatched back the money. Naturally, he couldn't do it in the casino, but he could do it outside. As long as they walked out of the casino, his men would follow and snatch the money back. Ling Longshui stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Her meaning was clear. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. You won, I'll give it to you. Lin Xian smiled and gave all the chips to Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui thought for a moment, then gave half of it to Lin Xian and said, "You're part of the reason too. I'll give you half." Half of it was 7 or 8 billion. She didn't care about the amount of money anyway, so Lin Xian didn't hold back. "Do you still want to play? If not, let's go." Lin Xian said to Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui was almost done playing. She nodded and walked out with Lin Xian. Ling Longyue hurriedly dodged and pulled Bing Lingyue along as they followed behind. "Where do we play next?" Ling Longshui asked expectantly. Chapter 624. Previously she rejected it, but after coming out with Lin Xian, she realized that it was quite interesting. She could even win money. Lin Xian asked, "What do you want to play?" Ling Longshui shook her head. "Then let's go watch a movie." Ling Longshui frowned. "Watch a movie? What's so fun about watching a movie?" Ling Longshui didn't understand. She had watched a movie before. She had watched it a few times. The first 2 times were quite interesting. But now, she didn't feel that watching a movie was particularly fun. She preferred those things that she had never played before. Of course, there was nothing fun about watching a movie. But that kind of environment was suitable for Lin Xian to use his hands. Lin Xian and Ling Longshui came out for a date. Of course, he had to make her happy. But Lin Xian didn't forget his main goal: to win Ling Longshui's heart. Lin Xian obviously didn't think that watching a movie would win him over. But bringing her to watch a romantic movie, a touching movie, would help stimulate Ling Longshui's female hormones. As the two of them walked out of the casino, Lin Xian said to Ling Longshui, "There seems to be a very popular teen drama released recently. Previously, it was the first teen drama that grossed over 2 billion at the box office. This is the second one. I think you will like it." Ling Longshui came out with Lin Xian tonight anyway. She naturally listened to Lin Xian. Since it was Lin Xian's suggestion, she felt that it shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Ling Longyu and Bing Lingyue were following them from afar. "Sister Bing, why do you think Lin Xian can hug my sister's waist?" Ling Longyu was still thinking about it. She was especially unhappy. "They must be acting. Look, they haven't even held hands yet, have they?" Bing Lingyue smiled. "Oh, but my sister has never been touched by any man before. Even touching her hand is impossible." Ling Longyu bit her lips. "Are you jealous? How is this possible? Why would I be jealous? I'm just worried that bad guy will take advantage of you." Ling Longyue quickly stuttered. Bing Lingyue could see the situation more clearly than the two of them. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. This saying was very reasonable. "Then you don't like it at all?" Bing Lingyue smiled and asked. "Like Lin Xian? How is that possible?" Ling Longyue quickly shook her head and avoided his gaze. She didn't like it? She did not know. Perhaps she did not understand the feeling of liking someone. However, favorability could explain a lot of things. If the favorability was close to 50, it meant that he liked her, but it hadn't reached the level of love. If you like her, you don't have to worry about anything. Just say it out loud. Even if you don't like her or hate her, you can say it out loud. Do you have any scruples? Ling Longyue shook her head. No. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly said, "I didn't like him in the first place, so I don't have to worry about anything. I won't like that big bad guy. You're so bad. Whoever likes him is an idiot." Bing Lingyue was speechless. This girl was still arrogant. "Someone is following us." Bing Lingyue frowned and turned her head. A few figures happened to pass by. "Are they looking for us?" Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes and asked. "They should be looking for Lin Xian. Although I don't know much, they won so much money from them. How could they let them go so easily?" Isn't that courting death? Ling Longyue said. Bing Lingyue smiled. They are courting death, but they don't know it. At this moment, Lin Xian and Ling Longshui were walking on the road. At this time, there were quite a lot of people. Hence, the people who followed them were looking at them from afar, waiting for an opportunity. Although Ling Longshui did not release her divine sense, she faintly felt that something was wrong. This was the intuition of a top expert. Then, she tried to release her divine sense and found Ling Longyue and the others. At the same time, she also found the people who followed them from the casino. Someone is following us, Ling Longshui said lightly. Lin Xian smiled and said, Of course, I don't need you to tell me. How do you know? Ling Longshui was slightly surprised and asked, Was his divine sense stronger than hers? It was impossible. You don't understand. Let me explain to you some things about our human world. Then Lin Xian said with an unfathomable look, For example, when we win in the casino, it doesn't matter if we win a little. It doesn't matter if we win from others. However, the people we win from are from the casino. In other words, we won from the casino. In this case, how could they let us take the money away so easily? Moreover, it's such a large sum of money. They definitely can't do anything in the casino. Because once others know, it means that no one will go to the casino. So, without thinking, they will definitely send someone to kill me and take the money away. Then why didn't they kill me? Lin Xian smiled and said, Are you stupid? Why do you think they deliberately lost money to me in the beginning? It was to lure us to the third floor to lose more money. Their goal was not to earn money from me, but for you, my beautiful wife. Ling Longshui frowned and whispered, In a place with many people, I can indulge you. But in a place with no one, if you say it again, I will kill you. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. She was fierce, but he was not afraid. Because the current Ling Longshui could not kill him. At the same time, she was smart enough not to ask any more. Because she had almost guessed everything. Ling Yu and Yu Er are following behind. Ling Longshui then said faintly, Really? What are they doing here? Then let's get rid of them. We can't let them disturb our date. Lin Xian pretended not to know. Let's go. The people behind us are waiting for us to go to a secluded place. Then let's do as they wish. Then, the two of them went to a secluded road, surrounded by green belts. However, there were very few people in this place, and there were also very few houses. It was a newly built urban area. Some people bought houses here, but they didn't live here because it was too secluded. Only some cars would pass by, but the greenery was really done well. The two of them bought a little bit of food on the way and sat on the lawn, looking very sweet. In the distance, Bing Lingyue was very helpless. Ling Longyu had dragged her all the way here and then she looked at them from afar. Sister Bing, do you think they will kiss in such a secluded place? Bing Lingyue was speechless. What was this girl thinking in her head? They are waiting for someone. Chapter 625. Bing Lingyue knew that since they were waiting for someone, the two of them must have been discovered by Ling Longshui. However, she did not tell Ling Longshui. Since Ling Longshui and the others did not expose her, she would let the girl continue to think that she was secretly following them. In any case, she quite liked it this way. Moreover, if she was exposed, she would probably be embarrassed. Anyway, Bing Lingyue followed the girl here. If she felt something else, it seemed quite interesting. At this moment, Mingho led a group of 5 people and followed Lin Xian to this side. Among the 5 people, one was the old man just now, and the other 4 were the family's law realm experts. To be honest, for a city like this to be able to produce a domain realm expert and a few law realm experts, it was really something. Young master, these two might not be simple. My divine sense power did not change the sieve in the sieve cylinder at that time. This means that one of them has a stronger divine sense than me. I think we should discuss it another day. The old man looked at Mingho worriedly. Uncle Fu, how old do you think they are? Mingho looked at him and asked. They should be around 25 years old, said Uncle Fu. Then, do you think that 25 years old people can reach your realm stronger than 10 stars of your domain realm? Uncle Fu fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, it's impossible because that's the heavenly venerate realm. Even if they don't farm by themselves, they would need a lot of manpower and resources to catch demonic beasts for them to level up. Before the heavenly venerate realm, no, before the domain realm, this is quite easy to achieve. However, after reaching the domain realm, it's almost impossible to achieve this through this method, said Uncle Fu. Isn't that right? They can't be at that realm. Then what are we afraid of? Moreover, changing the sieve cylinder's sieve points can not only be done by using mental power. There are other aspects. What if they are just using other aspects and Uncle Fu happens to be weaker than you? This is very likely. We have a domain realm expert and 4 law realm experts. Are we afraid of 2 people in their 20s? To be honest, normal people would think this way. But some families in Tiandu have people who can reach the domain realm and even the law realm before the age of 30. Do you think they are from Tiandu? And Mingho smiled disdainfully. Although I don't know the full name of that surnamed Lin, is there a Lin family among the 8 great families of Tiandu? Moreover, he looked like a country bumpkin. His clothes were all branded and worthless. He also said that his family only had a few hundred million. Later on, the 500 million he borrowed was from a phone loan. I saw all of this with my own eyes, so why is he from Tiandu? After hearing in Mingho's words, they really didn't have any worries. And Mingho looked into the distance and saw the 2 of them sitting together sweetly. Viciousness flickered in his eyes. Young master, what do you think we should do? Someone asked. It's simple. Kill the man and take the money. As for the woman, don't hurt a single hair on her head. I won't allow anything to happen to her. Bring her back for me. I want to train her personally and turn her into a cheap plaything. And Mingho couldn't help but smile, as if he could already see the blissful life ahead of him. Are you sure you want to kill him? What's the point of keeping them alive if you don't kill them? Keep him alive for him to tell the trial union? Just kill him. I can guarantee that this woman will become mine in the future. I won't say a word. And Mingho sneered. But why do I feel that this man looks a little familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Why are you wasting your breath? Just do it. The few of them looked at each other and nodded. After hearing in Mingho's words, they no longer panicked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, figures rushed toward Lin Xian and the others at an extremely fast speed. After all, the lowest realm among them was in the law realm. In an instant, Lin Xian and Ling Long Shui were surrounded. And Mingho was also an extremely cautious person. No matter how confident he was, he didn't show himself. All minutes we met at the casino. When Lin Xian saw the old man, his lips curled into a smile. The 5 of them furrowed their brows. They had come aggressively. Was this kid a fool? Was he still talking and laughing here? The more he was like this, the more panicked they became. Needless to say, Lin Xian had to thank them. Because it gave him a reason to sit here alone with Ling Long Shui and admire the beautiful scenery of the starry sky. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Ling Long Shui was curious. Since they were sure that they had followed them here, why did they wait for them to make a move? Wouldn't it be better to take the initiative and chase them away? They wouldn't waste time. Lin Xian wanted to be alone with Ling Long Shui in this kind of environment. To be honest, this kind of environment was really very quiet. It was very easy to stimulate a girl's hormones. Although Lin Xian didn't know if it was useful to Ling Long Shui, he quite liked it. Therefore, he found an excuse to let Ling Long Shui sit here with him to seduce her. Since you've recognized us, you should have guessed what we're here for. Uncle Fu snorted coldly. Of course. Because I've won too much money from your Menneo casino, you're here to kill me and take the money back, right? You know what you're doing. Why aren't you panicking? Uncle Fu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why wasn't he panicking? Lin Xian said, I'm panicking. I'm panicking to death because I know that I won't be able to escape even if I run. So, I might as well wait for you guys. Maybe you guys will spare my life if you see that I'm sensible. Give me the money. Uncle Fu stretched out his hand. Lin Xian said, I can give the money to your Menneo casino, but you have to promise not to kill me. Lin Xian then stood up and took out a card from his pocket. Just as he was about to take the card, Lin Xian directly slapped Uncle Fu's face. "Old fart, you still want money? I'm just messing with you." "Ha, this slap is really strong. You're courting death." Uncle Fu felt that something was amiss. He didn't expect that this kid would dare to slap him. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. "Originally, I could have spared your life. But since you don't want to live, then don't blame this old man. Go die." Terrifying flames surged towards Lin Xian. However, the oncoming flames were all blocked by a force, and they were all shocked. Ling Long Shui, who was sitting on the ground, also stood up. "We could have won if we took the initiative. Why did we have to waste time here?" Ling Long Shui said indifferently. She was somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Xian. Chapter 626. Lin Xian shrugged and said, "Isn't it to earn more money for you? Don't you want more money?" After Ling Long Shui finished speaking, her aura exploded slightly. Then, the 5 figures flew out at the same time and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Lin Xian didn't want these people to die because it would be very troublesome, very troublesome. Lin Xian didn't want them to die because it would be very troublesome. Although they might even bring a lot of trouble if they were alive, and if they died, Lin Xian could still kill them and gain a lot of experience. Lin Xian really didn't think it was necessary. The 4 law boundary experts on the ground immediately fainted. As for the domain boundary expert, Fu Ba, who was still conscious, he was flabbergasted. He guessed right. Out of these 2, one of them was really stronger than him. And it was an existence that could crush him. In the distance, and Mingho was originally thinking that victory was in his hands. Suddenly, he saw the scene in the distance and was completely stunned. What the hell? Why did all his people, all his experts, fly out? Of course, he wasn't an idiot. When he saw this scene, although he felt that it was inconceivable, he also thought of something. What the fuck? "Young master, and stop hiding. Come out." A teasing voice suddenly came from that place. And Mingho's entire body trembled. Had they discovered him a long time ago? No, maybe they were just tricking him. However, just as Mingho was still thinking, he suddenly realized that his figure had disappeared. Then he saw Lin Xian standing in front of him. He had mysteriously appeared in front of them. "Yo, young master, and you don't look so good." Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked at Mingho with a smile. And Mingho's gaze swept over the people on the ground. He clearly saw the blood at the corner of Uncle Fu's mouth. Uncle Fu, who was at the peak of the domain realm, was injured. He revealed a shocked expression. "Young Master Lin, what do you mean by this?" And Mingho stared at Lin Xian with an ugly expression. "What do I mean? It should be young master. What do you mean by this? I won the money, but you don't want me to leave alive, right? There's no such thing." And Mingho said stubbornly. Lin Xian took out his phone. "I've recorded everything I said to you, the old man from the casino. Do you want me to play it for you?" And Mingho's face instantly paled. "I also know that this is some of the unspoken rules of the casinos opened by big families like yours. It's not a strange thing. I can understand." Lin Xian slowly walked forward and stepped on Uncle Fu's body. "In your eyes, I'm using violence to curb violence, so don't I have to do the same to you? But this person is old, and I don't have the nerve to make a move against him." Lin Xian released Uncle Fu and walked towards Mingho. With a backhand, he slapped Mingho to the ground. 2 of his teeth flew out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Lin Xian stepped on his arm. "Don't move, I might break your arm if I use too much force." Lin Xian's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Although Uncle Fu was in the domain realm, he didn't dare act rashly because he knew that the beautiful woman beside him was someone who could kill them all with a wave of her hand. If he didn't make a move, he might live, but if he did, he would definitely die. "What on earth do you want?" And Mingho glared at Lin Xian. Crack! Lin Xian exerted force without hesitation. With a shattering sound, and Mingho screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His arm had been broken by Lin Xian. "Young master and oh young master and I realize that you don't seem to understand your situation very well. You don't seem to have much respect for me. Even at a time like this, You're still looking at me with anger. Shouldn't you be looking at me with pleading and pity? Yes, 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 that's the look in your eyes right now. Lin Xian's lips curled. At this moment, in his eyes, this Lin Xian was like a demon. Lin Xian released his foot, and Mingho breathed a sigh of relief. Then his pupils constricted again because Lin Xian's foot stepped on his ankle again. He trembled all over and didn't dare to move. It was a completely involuntary reaction. What are you doing? What do you think I can do to a group of people who want to kill me? Lin Xian smiled. I didn't want to kill you. And Mingho tried to defend himself in fear. Is that so? All right, I believe you. Tell me, if I spread this recording, your Menao casino shouldn't be able to operate, right? The losses should be more than a few billion, right? No, your casino's annual turnover is a few billion. If it can't operate, the losses will be incalculable. What on earth do you want? Lin Xian smiled and said, It's very simple. Didn't you want to take the money from me? Then spit it out now. 10 billion shouldn't be difficult for you, right? 10 billion? Wishful thinking. Just as he finished speaking, his ankle was broken by Lin Xian again. Another scream was heard. Ling Long Shui looked at it calmly. I'll give you 3 more seconds to consider. 10 billion. After 3 seconds, tell me if you've made up your mind. If you don't, then you can disappear from the face of the earth. Lin Xian smiled devilishly. 10 billion? That's too much. And Mingho's face was covered in sweat. The pain caused his sweat to soak through his clothes in an instant. Crack! Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xian broke his other ankle without hesitation. He was crippled, but with the current technology and treatment methods, as long as he was treated in time, he could recover. Of course, he couldn't return to normal, but no one would be able to tell that he was crippled. However, if it dragged on for too long, he would be completely crippled. He knew that. I'll give. And Mingho couldn't take it anymore. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he gasped and said in horror, Uncle Fu didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid of the consequences if he made a sound. 10 billion was a lot, but for an existence like in Mingho, it was still considered acceptable. After all, the casino's annual profit was a few billion. Without adding in other things, 10 billion wasn't too much of a problem. With trembling hands he used Lin Xian's hand, which was not crippled, to transfer 10 billion to Lin Xian. Lin Xian saw that the money had been transferred and released his foot in satisfaction. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Lin Xian smiled, then said, Hurry up and get treatment. Maybe there's still hope. Then he and Ling Long Shui left. I want you dead. I want you dead. And Mingho's eyes were bloodshot and vicious. He couldn't win, but that didn't mean that he didn't know heavenly venerables. Chapter 627. At this moment, Lin Xian was humming happily. It's so easy to earn money. Lin Xian smiled at Ling Long Shui and transferred half of the money to her. They had a few billion now. They wouldn't spend it all so quickly, right? Probably not. It's okay, Ling Long Shui said calmly. Actually, there are many ways to earn money. But do you know what's the most profitable way? Lin Xian asked with a smile. What? It's written in Sky Blue Planet's laws. I've told you how to get rich. If you need money in the future, you can look it up. Ling Long Shui, I'm hungry. She didn't continue the topic and said softly. I'm not letting you eat. Ling Long Shui, let's watch a movie first. You can eat more after the movie. Why can I eat more after the movie? In the past, Ling Long Shui and Lin Xian didn't have a good relationship. She couldn't be bothered with Lin Xian. But now, she could reply to Lin Xian with one sentence and ask all sorts of questions. This was a qualitative breakthrough. Because you'll be hungrier after the movie. Ling Long Shui. Haha, Lin Xian saw Ling Long Shui roll her eyes at him and couldn't help but laugh. Let's go. I'll buy you something to eat on the way. We'll have a big meal after the movie. It's my treat. Then, won't it be too late? Ling Long Shui frowned and looked at the watch on her wrist. It was already 10 at night. Wouldn't it be midnight after the movie? Big sister, are you going to school? Ling Long Shui shook her head. Are you going to work? She still shook her head. Then what are you worried about? Ling Long Shui. That made sense. Let's go. Lin Xian held Ling Long Shui's hand and walked forward. Ling Long Shui. She wanted to shake off Lin Xian's hand, but Lin Xian held it tightly. It was as if he was dragging her along. Ling Long Shui was furious when she saw this scene. Bing Lingyue held back her laughter. This girl said that she didn't care. It was so obvious. It seemed like she was unhappy because Ling Long Shui was being held by Lin Xian. However, in Bing Lingyue's opinion, this was only half the reason. The other half was because of Lin Xian. Lin Xian did it on purpose. Firstly, he could be intimate with Ling Long Shui and take advantage of her. Lin Xian holding her hand and hugging her waist would no longer make her feel disgusted. It might even have a very good effect, such as making her shy. However, he couldn't be too direct when he held her hand and hugged her waist. He had to make it seem like he was holding her hand inadvertently. He had to make it feel like he was holding her hand inadvertently. Lin Xian now realized that his way of dealing with all kinds of girls and all kinds of relationships was really amazing. Here, Ling Long Shui was held by him all the way. Lin Xian didn't stop. She didn't even shake off Lin Xian's hand. This was the effect. As for the favorability, 48. That's right. This was Ling Long Shui's favorability towards Lin Xian. This already made Lin Xian very, very satisfied. The favorability between the two sisters was almost at the same level. Of course, Lin Xian didn't expect to win over Ling Long Shui tonight. He gave himself at least a month's time. Lin Xian had 1.5 months' time. However, Bing Lingyue seemed to only have a month's time left. However, he didn't make any moves on Bing Lingyue. This was something that Lin Xian couldn't say for sure. After all, she was Her Majesty, the Queen. Easy to woo? Of course, it wasn't easy. However, Lin Xian inexplicably felt that it would be easier for her to woo than Ling Long Shui. On the way, they bought some snacks. As they ate, they entered the cinema. Needless to say, a girl like Ling Long Shui would attract a lot of attention no matter the occasion. Just now, because a guy was looking at Ling Long Shui and was seen by his girlfriend fell out with him on the spot. This kind of thing didn't seem to be the first time. This wasn't the first time Ling Long Shui came to the cinema. Hence, she wasn't too curious. She was just a little curious about what movie Lin Xian wanted to take her to. The movie was called Youth Passerby. It was a youth drama. In short, it was touching and talked about feelings. It could also stimulate a girl's hormones. If a girl cried after watching it, then sorry, you did it. As for whether Ling Long Shui would cry after watching it, Lin Xian felt that it was quite possible. Although this girl was very cold, there was a period of time when she was super obsessed with TV dramas. Lin Xian also noticed that she would immerse herself in the plot of a TV drama because it was novel and interesting. Hence, it was effective. Is it good? Ling Long Shui really felt like a little girlfriend now. She would move closer to Lin Xian to take a look and then ask him a question. It's very good. Usually, this kind of movie won't be bad. Ling Long Shui nodded. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings and saw Ling Long Yu hiding behind the crowd. However, she didn't expose her. Yu Er is here too. Ling Long Shui said to Lin Xian. I saw them. They were following us the whole time. Why do you think they were following us? Ling Long Shui shook her head. Stupid. She was worried that I would take advantage of you. Ling Long Shui said calmly, that's impossible. However, she didn't realize that tonight, Lin Xian had already hugged her waist and held her hands several times. Then, would you be angry if I took advantage of you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Yes. Why would I? We're dating now. It's normal for us to be dating. But I'm not your girlfriend. So you can't. Ling Long Shui said seriously. That's why I'm trying my best to make you my girlfriend. Impossible. Lin Xian, hey, you're wrong. You said that you would give me a chance to pursue you. Now, you're saying that it's impossible. Are you trying to cheat? I've helped you so much. Lin Xian had a pained look on his face. I'll take it back. She was really embarrassed to reject Lin Xian so forcefully. She was conflicted. Why couldn't she be with Lin Xian? But why did she subconsciously reject him? What was the reason? Identity? Strength? That didn't seem right? She wasn't sure either. That's right. Let's go in. After the two of them walked in, Ling Long Shui appeared and ran to the front desk. Sister, what movie did that beautiful sister buy? Youth passerby? I want that too. I want too. Sister, can you remember which 2 seats they bought? Because Ling Long Shui was too beautiful, she paid special attention to her and naturally remembered. Then, the 2 girls bought the seats behind them. What? Chapter 628. In the movie theater, Lin Xian and Ling Long Shui sat in the middle. They bought some popcorn for her. Ling Long Shui ate it to her heart's content. In the second row behind them, Lin Xian held a bucket of popcorn in each hand. Bing Lingyue also held a bucket of popcorn and sat behind them. If their attention wasn't on the movie, they would be able to see what Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue were doing. For example, if Lin Xian took advantage of Ling Long Shui, they wouldn't be able to see it. Bing Lingyue didn't care about this. If they were fated to be together, why not? She came here with Ling Longyu. She was bored and came out to have some fun. Sister Bing, we have to be your last safeguard. We can't let Lin Xian take advantage of you. Ling Longyu said to Bing Lingyue with a serious expression. Bing Lingyue smiled and nodded. The movie started. Ling Long Shui's attention was on the movie. In this movie, most people's attention was on the female companion. Most of the female companion's attention was on whether he was going to take advantage of her. Hurry up and take advantage of her. The rest of the people were watching the movie. For example, Ling Long Shui was focused on the movie. Lin Xian obviously wanted to take advantage of her, but he didn't dare to. Xiao Ling Long. Halfway through the movie, Lin Xian suddenly called out to Ling Long Shui. Ling Long Shui was completely immersed in the movie. For example, when the female lead was sad, her heart would also ache. When she heard Lin Xian's voice, she turned to look at Lin Xian. Do you want a broad and comfortable shoulder to lean on? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulder at Ling Long Shui. No, thank you. Ling Long Shui rejected him decisively. Come on, it's more comfortable to watch the movie like this. If you really like this movie, it'll be a pity to miss out on this comfortable feeling. Liar. Ling Long Shui said lightly. He wanted to take advantage of her. Ling Long Shui wasn't stupid. She could definitely tell. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. You just want to take advantage of me. Her tone became slightly cold. Cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then tell me you're leaning your head on my shoulder. I'm not touching you or doing anything. How am I taking advantage of you? Ling Long Shui faintly frowned. And we're on a date, right? Then, Lin Xian continued, look at the other girls around you. Aren't many of them like this? She's always leaning into my arms. That's the guy taking advantage. I didn't ask you to lean into my arms, right? That's not necessary. Ling Long Shui said indifferently. But I need it. You agreed to go on a date with me. I'm not taking advantage of you. Just lean on me. Ling Long Shui. Was this person a pervert? That's not necessary. Ling Long Shui's tone became a little more forceful. What kind of date is this? You're lying to me. Lin Xian said in an aggrieved tone. Ling Long Shui. She turned her head and glanced at Lin Xian. What was this bastard trying to do? Look at other dates. The girls are all in the arms of the guys. I didn't ask you to be in my arms. I just asked you to lean on my shoulder. It's more comfortable for you to watch. How dare you yell at me? Lin Xian sniffled. Ling Long Shui looked at the people around her. Those who came to watch romantic dramas were indeed men and women. They were basically all like this. Especially when Ling Long Shui saw Lin Xian like this, she didn't know if he was acting or not. Alright. She still couldn't bear it. The main thing was that Lin Xian had really helped her a lot. How could she not agree to this? Moreover, it was a date with him. She felt a little embarrassed. Hearing Ling Long Shui's words, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Success. Lin Xian didn't expect to do anything else. However, gradually becoming closer was good news. Come on. Lin Xian leaned his body towards Ling Long Shui. Then she slowly leaned in. She was very nervous. Ling Long Shui was also very nervous. After leaning in, Lin Xian didn't do anything else. She calmed down a little and then focused on the good movie. Ling Longyue, who was behind them, suddenly saw this scene. Sister Bing, look at them. Ling Longyue pointed to the front. When Bing Lingyue saw Ling Longshui leaning on Lin Xian's shoulder, she was slightly surprised. Bastard! 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 Ling Longyue was going crazy. Sensing Ling Longyue's displeasure, Adonis points plus 1 million. Ding! When Ling Longyue saw this scene, she crazily increased Lin Xian's Adonis points, causing Lin Xian to feel a little satisfied. On the other side, Ling Longshui had already forgotten to lean on Lin Xian. Anyway, her attention was no longer on it because the plot was very good. Her eyes were slightly red. Although she had never experienced love before, the plot and acting skills were simply too good. As expected of such a good reputation, it made her want to cry. After all, she was a woman. Ling Longyue, who was behind, also quickly focused on the plot. The entire theater was very quiet, but the sound of girls sobbing could be heard. It was really touching. Coupled with the interlude, these emotional girls could not take it. Anyway, this type of movie was to earn tears. Although it was filmed well, there was a common problem. The ending was always a tragedy. Near the end, Ling Longshui, an expert close to the heavenly Dao realm, cried in the background music. Although she was an expert, she was still a kind woman. In the entire theater, some of the girls were even crying. Some of them were hitting their boyfriends' chests. Lin Xian was waiting for this moment. Then he hurriedly passed a piece of paper over. Wipe it? Ling Longshui took it and wiped it gently. Her beautiful eyes were still staring at the screen. Then, Lin Xian took the opportunity to hug her. Ling Longshui did not react. She went with the flow and leaned into Lin Xian's embrace. Firstly, her attention was really on the plot. Secondly, it was quite good for her to be like this. Hence, she did not pay much attention. As a result, she was taken advantage of by Lin Xian. Lin Xian revealed a lecherous smile. He did it. He did it. He was the champion. The movie ended, but these people did not leave the theater. You humans are really bad. Why does the ending of a movie have to be so tragic? Why can't two people be together despite liking each other so much? Ling Longshui said softly. Lin Xian hugged her and said softly, perhaps many love will lose to reality. One does not admit defeat, the other does not admit defeat. There are so many unknowns in reality. They can leave the deepest love for each other, but they can't walk to the end. Chapter 629. Ling Longshui wiped her tears and suddenly realized something. She suddenly sat up from Lin Xian's embrace. You. Ling Longshui gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. When did he hug her? And when did she end up in his arms? No. This can't be true. How could she be in a man's embrace for so long without any reaction? How is this possible? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. You snuggled in my embrace, I didn't do it. Ling Longshui frowned. Did she take the initiative? She didn't hate it? That's a man. Feeling Ling Longshui's anger, Adonis points plus 1 million. Forget it. She didn't blame Lin Xian and didn't continue this topic. I won't watch movies anymore. Ling Longshui got up and left, Lin Xian followed her. Why? Because watching movies will make you feel bad. Lin Xian smiled. You're not in a bad mood, you're just thinking about it. That's someone else's story, don't think too much about it. Ling Longshui nodded. I'm hungry. Let's go and have a big meal. Let's call those two along. At this point, Lin Xian was already extremely satisfied. Ling Longshui was nestled in his embrace, and he was hugging her. Was this not enough? As for the rest, they could take it slow. Ling Longshui nodded and the two looked behind them. Ling Longyu, who had just stood up, quickly squatted down and hid. But, Sister Bing, quickly hide. Ling Longyu pulled Bing Lingyue's hand. Why are you hiding? Lin Xian's voice suddenly came from beside her. Ling Longyu swallowed her saliva and turned her head. Lin Xian was already standing beside her. What a coincidence, you're here too. Ling Longyue laughed foolishly before standing up awkwardly. Yeah, what a coincidence. How can it not be a coincidence that you're following me? Lin Xian said with a smile. I didn't. Ling Longyue averted her gaze. Alright, let's go. You've been following me for the whole night. You must be hungry, right? You didn't eat much at the casino, did you? I'll take you to eat something delicious. Ling Longyue did not think that she would be discovered so early, and her face fell. Then, she suddenly thought of something and grabbed Lin Xian. I haven't even talked about you yet. How much have you taken advantage of me? Bastard. Your sister didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious? Lin Xian said with a smile. Bing Lingyue held Ling Longyue's hand and said to Lin Xian, the movie was pretty good. Of course. I'll bring you here when I'm free. Just the two of us. Lin Xian smiled at Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue was slightly taken aback. Bastard. Ling Longyue stomped on Lin Xian's foot. Lin Xian, Bing Lingyue smiled and said, anything is fine. Then she walked away and walked towards Ling Longshui. Slapped. As soon as she left, Lin Xian slapped Ling Longyue's butt. The sound was quite crisp. Prince Charming points plus 1 million. Ling Longyue was stunned. Then, she gritted her teeth and pointed at Lin Xian angrily. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Little brats should be obedient. Lin Xian said and walked away. In the past, he did not dare to do such a thing. But now he did. He had reached the favorability level, and it might even have a good effect. Ling Longyue covered her butt. Her face was filled with anger and grievance, but also shyness. She stomped her little feet and chased after him. Tonight, these girls increased Lin Xian's Prince Charming points by more than 20 million. Most of it came from Ling Longyue's unhappiness. The four of them came to a hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot. The weather was a bit cold, but it was still very comfortable to eat hot pot in such weather. Lin Xian planned to bring Ling Ying and the rest to eat hot pot tomorrow. After all, he could not forget about them and Lin Ya. But Lin Ya was probably very satisfied now. She liked to help Lin Xian manage his company. She should be very happy. Lin Xian knew that she would be tired, but Lin Xian would definitely take note of that. There are no more private rooms? Lin Xian scratched his head. One had to know that it was almost midnight, and there were no more private rooms. Lin Xian glanced at the hall. There were so many people even in the hall. The boss said, millions of people from Tianhua City have flooded in. It's not just our hot pot restaurant. Many shops have increased their business hours and traffic. Today is also the weekend. A few movies have just ended. Even though it's midnight, there are still so many people. Basically, most shops are in this situation now. Lin Xian also expressed his understanding. As he said, the main reason was because millions of people from Tianhua City had flooded into Lin City. Then let's eat in that corner. Why did they need a private room? This was because Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue would definitely attract a lot of attention if they were to eat here. It would also cause some unnecessary trouble. It was the simplest to eat in a private room. For example, Lin Xian, Han Chushui, and Ling Ying also booked a private room when they ate together. The four of them then sat in the corner. After ordering, the dishes were quickly served. Brother Leopard, look over there. They just came down from upstairs and their gazes fell on the corner. It was too easy for them to attract other people's attention. When they looked over, just the side of their faces would attract the attention of men. Brother Leopard looked over, and then his eyes lit up. Although it's only the side of their faces, they look like two beautiful girls. Also, they have good temperaments. For men like them, women were sometimes more important than money. Let's go. Golden Leopard had a sloppy expression on his face. He tidied his hair and walked over with his 3 lackeys. Jean Leopard, one of the right-hand men of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hallmaster, was in existence at the same level as Li Tianheng. He was an existence that even Liao Jian and Mingho had to respect. After all, he represented the Azura Palace, and the Azura Palace had heavenly venerables. Otherwise, the Azura Palace wouldn't be so famous. Jean Leopard looked young and even a little thin, but he was very strong. As one of the right-hand men of the White Tiger Hallmaster, Li Tianheng was in charge of the civil side, while he was in charge of the martial side. Many things that needed to be solved by force were handled by him. For example, when he ate in Lin'an City, there were basically no restaurants that would charge him. He was similar to a hooligan, but he was one of the top hooligans. Jean Leopard slammed his phone and wallet on the table in front of Lin Xian and the others. Then he tidied his coat, and one of his followers brought a chair for him. Then he sat there. Lin Xian and the others looked at him. Jean Leopard's gaze finally landed on Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. Then he was stunned. Chapter 630. Previously, he could only see the side of her face from afar. He felt that she had a good temperament and looks. But now, he was completely attracted to her. She's not bad? He had never seen a fairy like her before. Hey, what are you doing? Ling Longyue stared at him angrily. Golden Leopard looked at Ling Longyue. Oh my, even a little girl is so beautiful? Fuck. How can you talk to Brother Leopard like that? One of the underlings heard Ling Longyue's tone and scolded. Slap! The Golden Leopard slapped him in the face, and the little brother was a little stunned from the slap. How can you talk like that? Apologize to me. Golden Leopard said angrily. The underling quickly apologized. Under normal circumstances, he would do that. But these girls were too beautiful. He didn't want to use violence. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Sigh, men are all pigs. Of course, he was not one of them. Golden Leopard then revealed a gentlemanly smile and said, I have never seen such beautiful fairies in my life. Let me introduce myself. I am Golden Leopard, one of the right-hand men of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hallmaster. You should have heard of me, right? Golden Leopard showed a proud expression as if he had heard their exclamation. We want to eat. Please go away. Thank you. Bing Lingyue said softly. Since they came to the human world, they had adapted to a peaceful life. They would not fight if they could. Golden Leopard frowned. What kind of attitude is this? She knows my identity and still has such an attitude? Yes, reserved. A woman's reserve. Then he looked at Lin Xian. This man is interesting. A man coming out to eat with 3 beautiful girls. Of course, it will be him in the future. Hey, you get lost. Golden Leopard casually pointed at Lin Xian and said in a domineering manner. Lin Xian looked like an honest man. He pointed at himself and said, Me? Nonsense, get lost. I'm here to eat with these beauties. Lin Xian then said, Oh, then go ahead and eat. It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. Besides, I'm not familiar with them. If you want to pick up girls, you don't have to care about me. But as long as I don't exist, it's fine. I'm a little hungry, I have to eat. Golden Leopard? What kind of operation was that? Shouldn't men be showing off in front of women at this time? Then he would have a reason to make a move on him and show off. Why was he acting like a gigolo instead? Lin Xian, are you even a man? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Longyue angrily glared at Lin Xian. He is a man. But even if he is a man, why must he protect you women? Is this what a man should do? I don't think so. Ling Longyue. Tisk, who needs your protection? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. On the other hand, Ling Long Shui and Bing Lingyue only wanted to have a meal. They were uncomfortable with a stranger sitting next to them and being so arrogant. Get lost. At this time, Ling Long Shui coldly said. Golden Leopard was stunned, then the corner of his mouth curled up. Interesting. I like this kind of cold and temperamental beauty. Then he reached out his hand to Ling Long Shui, wanting to touch her cheek. A blood-curdling scream was heard, and everyone in the hall heard it, and they all looked over. There was a chopstick in Golden Leopard's hand. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers. Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was just going to watch the show. If he brought Lu Yufan and Yi and they needed protection, then Lin Xian would definitely protect them and stand up for them. But these 3 girls, which one of them wasn't stronger than him? Which one of them needed his protection? He just had to eat his food obediently and be a gigolo. Golden Leopard was shocked. He didn't even know what was going on. Then, there was a chopstick in his hand. It was an expert. He finally reacted. At least stronger than him. He was in the law realm. Those who were stronger than him were either in the high-level law realm or the domain realm. He couldn't afford to offend them for the time being. "You're courting death." Seeing their boss being beaten up, his lackeys wanted to stand up for him. "Stop." Golden Leopard took the initiative to stop them. Although he was very angry, he also knew that his lackeys would be beaten up if they stood up for him. "I'll say it again. Get lost." Ling Longshui said coldly. He had encountered a tough nut to crack. But why would such a tough nut eat in a small hot pot restaurant? "If you have the guts, leave your name. The Azura Palace won't let this go." Golden Leopard saw some people pointing at him. Even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't foolishly try. That would only cause him to be more seriously injured. But he still had to fight for his face. At this time, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Isn't the Azura Palace a big faction? I even heard that in the past, the Azura Palace would get rid of the evil and protect the good. If something happened to humans, they would take the initiative to send experts to deal with it. Why does it seem to me that the Azura Palace is like a mafia? Is this the style of the left and right hands of the Azura Palace's hall master? He's like a hooligan." Lin Xian's words and his current tone made Golden Leopard realize that he didn't seem to be a gigolo. To be able to sit in this position, he was definitely not an ordinary person. He still had a way of judging people. He had misjudged him previously, mainly because he didn't expect it. But now, something was wrong. This man was not a kind person. "It's not your turn to point fingers at the Azura Palace. If you have the guts, leave your name. I'll definitely come and ask for advice in the future." Lin Xian looked at him with a teasing smile. "Go ask your other partner. What's his name? Oh right, Li Tianheng, right? Go ask him and you'll know." Golden Leopard was stunned. Li Tianheng was also a ruthless person. In some aspects, he even had more authority than Golden Leopard. However, Golden Leopard knew about his broken arm and went to see him. It even made the Hall Master of the White Tiger Hall furious. The Hall Master of the White Tiger Hall even suspected that he was the one who did it. Could it be him? "You're Lin Xian?" Golden Leopard covered his hand and frowned. "Oh, am I that famous?" Lin Xian smirked. Lin Xian's name was still quite famous in Linen City. After all, the press conference made this name slightly famous. Of course, Linya was more famous because she was the host. Lin Xian only showed his face and said a few words. Most people didn't know that Lin Xian was actually the boss behind the Art Pavilion Corporation. "Let's go." Golden Leopard's face darkened. Then he left with his men. This matter would definitely not end well. However, he still needed to go back and discuss the details. This matter might involve a lot of things. He's not a man. Ling Longyue had a particular opinion about Lin Xian tonight. After they left, she grumbled unhappily. "Whether I'm a man or not, you'll know once you try." Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked at her and smiled. Chapter 631. Ling Longyue glared at Lin Xian. She couldn't do anything to him anymore. "Sister, look at him. He's flirting with me. Help me hit him." Ling Longyue actually acted coquettishly in front of Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui wanted to hit him too, but she couldn't. She wanted to find someone to hit him too. "Okay, let's go back and rest." Ling Longshui didn't know what to say and could only say so. "Oh." Ling Longyue lowered her head and turned her anger into appetite. She ate in big mouthfuls. I don't have anywhere to sleep tonight. Why don't I sleep at your place?" Lin Xian suddenly said. "The three girls, if you want to sleep on the sofa, you're welcome. If you have other thoughts." Bing Lingyue looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "What a joke. How can I have other thoughts? Forget it. The three of you are heartless. You won't even give me a bed. I'll think of a way myself. Love, I've been thinking of taking you out to play every day. What to play, what to eat in the end, you can't even let me sleep well." Lin Xian said with a sigh. If it was someone else, they might have been fooled by Lin Xian. If you can't go home for some reason and you want to sleep on a bed, aren't there many rooms in the hotel? Ling Long Shui suddenly said. Lin Xian, awkward. After the meal, it was almost over. They went back to their homes. All in all, it was a very successful night. Lin Xian was satisfied. His relationship with Ling Long Shui had indeed improved. It was just a matter of how it developed. If Ling Long Shui looked forward to Lin Xian going out with her again, then Lin Xian was even more successful. When Lin Xian returned home, it was already 1 o'clock in the evening. At this time, there were quite a lot of people on the road. After all, it was the weekend and millions of people in Tianhua City were here. However, when Lin Xian went downstairs, he saw that the lights in the house were still on. Could it be that little fairy is still awake? Lin Xian scratched his head and went in to open the door. Lin Ye was wearing her pajamas and sitting on the sofa with her laptop. Her exquisite feet made people's imagination run wild. Why aren't you asleep? Lin Xian frowned and sat beside her. Lin Ye should have been very tired during the day. It was already late at night, but she was still not asleep. Lin Xian's heart ached. If she was a little more tired, she would feel fulfilled and happy. However, she should at least rest and work time should be proportionate. Although Lin Ye was now at the arcane body realm, she was able to withstand fatigue. She was different from before. In the past, she had a mortal body. Although she still had a mortal body now, she was much stronger. However, Lin Xian was still worried. It's okay. I'm different from before. In the past, I would be tired. Now that I'm at a high level, I'm not that tired. Lin Ye tucked her hair behind her ear and looked at Lin Xian. That won't do. You still need to rest. Lin Xian took the laptop down and hugged her delicate body. Lin Ye's body suddenly trembled. Or is it because I'm not by your side that you can't sleep? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he asked with a smile. Lin Ye's face flushed red. Xiao Xian, you have to be more serious. Hee, let's go to sleep. Lin Xian grinned and carried Lin Ye's delicate body in his arms. Then he walked towards her room. Of course, nothing major happened that night. Lin Xian did not push Lin Ye down. Of course, if he wanted to, he could do it. However, he could not bear to do it. It was not the right time. However, he could still satisfy other small matters. This was also beneficial. After all, Lin Ye was not Lin Xian's girlfriend. If they did it a few more times, he would earn tens of millions of Adonis points. The next morning, Lin Xian yawned and sat up. Lin Ye was no longer by his side. He walked out. Lin Ye was in the kitchen making breakfast. Xiao Xian, you're awake. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready after you wash up. Lin Ye looked at Lin Xian and said softly, It's been hard on you, little fairy. Lin Xian smiled and walked over to her and kissed her on the cheek. Lin Ye blushed and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee. Then, Lin Xian happily went to wash up. He had a group of beauties outside and a little fairy at home. His life was really worth a mountain of gold and silver. At the dining table, Lin Ye was eating breakfast while looking at something on her laptop. Xiao Xian, guess what the total turnover of our shops in Lin City was yesterday? Lin Ye asked Lin Xian excitedly. Lin Xian smiled. It won't be too low. Take a guess. Lin Ye actually had a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, 1 physique modification fluid is $1,000, and 1 mental cultivation fluid is $10,000. If we sell 10,000 of them, we'll get $10 million, and 10,000 mental cultivation fluid will be $100 million. These two things are definitely in high demand. It should be easy to sell 10,000 of them in Lin City. So, yesterday's turnover should be around $200 million, right? Lin Ye shook her head with a smile on her face. $1 billion. Lin Xian. This exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. One had to know that a few shops in Lin City had a turnover of $1 billion. This was something that no other company could do. Then we can expand now. We can quickly open a large number of branches in the other cities. Lin Ye nodded. Of course, I can go and give the orders today. You can let the trustworthy veterans from your previous company do this. You don't have to do it yourself. I know. How much do you think we should expand? Lin Xian thought about it. In fact, they couldn't expand too much for the time being. This was because it wouldn't be long before they ran out of stock. Although Lin Xian's Adonis points were in the tens of millions, and Ling Longyue, Linya, and the others had a total of $50 million last night, they couldn't guarantee that they would have enough every day. So, it wouldn't be good if the supply couldn't keep up. So, at least for now, they had to maintain a sufficient supply. What do you think? Lin Xian asked. Linya pondered for a moment. I want to ask, can these two medicines be supplied indefinitely? Lin Xian shook his head. Oh. Is it the materials? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, the other materials are easy to buy and there are a lot of them. But the chalcedony fluid can't guarantee a large supply. If there's a shortage, it will have a big impact on the company. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, the daily sales are already very exaggerated. Chapter 632. In the end, they decided to expand and set up branches in the surrounding 5 cities. This was probably the fastest company in history, expanding on the second day after it was officially sold. Lin Xian didn't have to worry about the company anymore. As long as there was enough chalcedony liquid, Lin Xian had to interact more with these girls. It wasn't for his own selfish desires, it was for the sake of Adonis points and chalcedony liquid. That's right, that's it. It was troublesome to have too many girls. Look, there were Miao Xiao Miao, Wang Xintong Yi, Lu Yufan, Ling Ying, Han Chu Xue, and maybe even Xiao Runing. Who could handle so many girls? Linya went to work while Lin Xian gave Ling Ying a call. Little Ying, what are you doing? Lin Xian chuckled. On the other side, Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Playing. What's the matter, Boss Lin? Let's play together. What's the point of playing alone? I'll play with you. No need. I have something to do during the day. If you want to play, do it at night. Ling Ying said. At night? You seem to be hinting at something. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Ling Ying, go, you pervert. Okay, this is the chance you gave me. I'm going to find other girls. Don't regret it. Go. Then Lin Xian hung up. You have sensed Ling Ying's displeasure. Adonis points plus 100,000. Lin Xuanjue's Adonis points had increased by a lot. Usually he would only gain 10 to 20,000 Adonis points, but this time, it had increased by 100,000. Ling Longyue and Ling Longshue's Adonis points had also increased by a lot compared to last night. Ling Longyue's and Ling Longshue's Adonis points had also increased a lot. After that, Lin Xian and Lin Xian went to the St. Brilliance Academy. The St. Brilliance Academy was one of the most famous academies in Lin'an City, similar to the Tianhua Academy in Tianhua City. However, the St. Brilliance Academy was more impressive than the Tianhua Academy, the Tianyang Academy, and the Starry Academy in that it had more honors and a larger scale. Even though it was just an academy in a border city, the St. Brilliance Academy's reputation was well known throughout the entire Hua nation. There were a few top academies in China, which were places that all warriors dreamed of. Even Thunder Calamity Realm and Law Realm students could be found everywhere. It was enough to see how powerful those few academies were. There were many mysterious Heaven Realm and Thunder Calamity Realm students there. You wouldn't even see any warrior students below the mysterious Heaven Realm. However, those few students were from the top cities, Tiandu City, or the cities next to Tiandu City. Not just anyone could enter, but St. Brilliance Academy was in existence below such top academies. In terms of status, it was much higher than Tianhua Academy. Simply put, it was a famous university. Therefore, the quality of the students in St. Brilliance Academy was definitely much higher than Tianhua Academy. For example, in Tianhua Academy, the mysterious Heaven Realm students were the best. But now, in St. Brilliance Academy, the mysterious Heaven Realm students were as common as dogs and Thunder Calamity Realm students were everywhere. Why did St. Brilliance Academy have such a high status? Actually, it was very simple. It was because St. Brilliance Academy had a huge background, including cultivation resources. With more cultivation resources, it would naturally attract more warriors. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that Xiao Runing's status didn't seem to be low. Lin Xian could understand why she was a teacher in Tianhua Academy. However, St. Brilliant's Academy was a few levels higher than Tianhua Academy. 2 days before she arrived, she had directly entered to become a teacher. Do you think it was possible that she didn't have anything? It was obviously impossible. Would such an academy lack teachers? It didn't exist. Although Lin Xian felt that this academy wasn't of much use to him now, it had to be said that the academy could sometimes provide you with many convenient channels. Now that Lin Xian had advanced to the Sky Martial Arts Competition, the next was the National Sky Martial Arts Competition. After the National Sky Martial Arts Competition, it would be the 5 Big Empires Sky Martial Arts Competition. Only then would the top 10 be able to enter the door of God. However, before Lin Xian came, he had heard that St. Brilliant's Academy had a secret territory. That's right, it was this secret territory that made St. Brilliant's Academy so famous in a border city. It was also the foundation of St. Brilliant's Academy's strength. This was something that Lin Xian cared about. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to become a student at St. Brilliant's Academy, not for learning, but for this secret territory. Lin Xian heard that there were many types of elemental powers in this secret territory, and he needed to absorb elemental powers to unlock other attributes. Therefore, this secret territory might be a very important place for him. Coincidentally, Lu Yufan and Yi were both there. Lin Xian could also go there and see if there was any opportunity to enter St. Brilliant's Academy's secret territory. Lin Xian wasn't very famous in Linnan City. His fame came from Tianhua City. However, the people of Linyan City weren't convinced, didn't care, and didn't want to know. Lin Xian had shown his face at the press conference, but to be honest, not many people paid attention to him. Their attention was on Linya. Even if they knew about him, they didn't think it was important. This was because not many people knew that Lin Xian was actually the boss of the Art Xian group. On Lin Ya's side, Lin Xian was temporarily relieved. Lin Xian had forgotten about Tiandu. She had been developing the Art Xian group with Linya for the past 2 days. It could be said that she had done her best. After that, Lin Xian arrived at the entrance of St. Brilliant's Academy. As expected of an academy that's a few levels higher than Tianhua Academy. The scale is indeed different. Lin Xian looked at St. Brilliant's Academy and secretly praised it. The difference between St. Brilliant's Academy and Tianhua Academy was that there was no such thing as the Academy or the Sky Martial Court. Everyone was an ancient martial art practitioner. There was no such thing as reaching the Qi Building Realm 5 stars in the Academy to enter a place similar to the Sky Martial Court. There was no such thing. The prerequisite to entering St. Brilliant's Academy was that you had to be an ancient martial art practitioner at the Qi Building Realm 5 stars. Lin Xian looked at the situation inside through the entrance. He planned to go in and find Xiao Runing to help him get a student status. Although it wasn't the recruitment season for a teacher, it was just like changing schools. It should be a simple matter. Lin Xian walked in. Stop. The security guard at the entrance of St. Brilliant's Academy stopped Lin Xian. Students who are not from St. Brilliant's Academy are not allowed to enter. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Uncle, look at me. I'm so young. Don't I look like a student? You look like one, but you don't have a student badge. Lin Xian scratched his head. So all the students of St. Brilliant's Academy had to have a badge. Tsk. A cold laugh came from beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned to look at him. Chapter 633. A total of 5 people walked past Lin Xian. 3 men and 2 women, all wearing high-end branded clothes. The men were handsome and the women were pretty, but they looked at Lin Xian with disdain. I say, kid, if you're not a student of St. Brilliant's Academy, don't pretend to be one. Do you think anyone can enter St. Brilliant's Academy? The leader of the group said mockingly. Oh, then I'd like to ask, what kind of people can enter St. Brilliant's Academy? Lin Xian looked at them with a smirk. What kind of people? They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, It's not someone like you. Lin Xian laughed. This is really interesting. This St. Brilliance Academy is indeed quite famous, and I am indeed not a student of St. Brilliance Academy. But don't make yourselves sound so noble. St. Brilliance Academy only allows Qi Building Realm 5 stars to enter as a student. Why does it sound like the students of St. Brilliance Academy are not qualified to enter if they are not in the Thunder Tribulation realm? Why do you feel like you're so cool just because you're a student of St. Brilliance Academy? What do you have more than others? The few people frowned. St. Brilliance Academy's requirements were not high. Compared to Tianhua Academy, it was definitely high. But it was not difficult to enter. They just couldn't help but ridicule Lin Xian when they saw him wanting to enter. However, after hearing Lin Xian's words, their expressions turned ugly. That's right, a Qi Building Realm 5-star cultivator could enter an academy. His words made it sound like it was very, very awesome. Without the profound Heaven Realm, Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivators could not enter. If you're a student of St. Brilliance Academy, can you guarantee that you won't dare to say such words in front of me? Zhang Tianqi stared coldly at Lin Xian, then walked into St. Brilliance Academy with one of the beauties in his arms. Lin Xian's voice came from behind. Then I can guarantee that if I'm a student of St. Brilliance Academy, you won't dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Zhang Tianqi's figure paused, and he sneered. Trash, we'll talk after you enter St. Brilliance Academy. I've made a mistake. I shouldn't have said so much to someone like you. You must be a refugee from Tianhua City. Then he walked away. Lin Xian shook his head secretly. Indeed, there were such people everywhere. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on such people because there were too many of them. If he were to fuss over every little thing, there would be no end to it. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered. However, he still had to enter St. Brilliance Academy. Little brother, you're from Tianhua City? The security guard uncle asked. Lin Xian nodded. Then I have to tell you. That person just now was Zhang Tianqi, the second young master of Zhang family, one of the 4 great families in Lin City. Your Tianhua City must also have a few great families, but Lin City's 4 great families are much more powerful than your Tianhua cities. Most of them have stronger backers. The Zhang family is very powerful, and that young Master Zhang is also a very powerful expert. He took 10th place in the Sky Martial Arts Conference. Of course, he may not be the most powerful, but he has an older brother who is even more powerful. So I advise you not to provoke them. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you, uncle. I'm just casually reminding you. Then Lin Xian asked, Oh right, uncle, it's not the start of school yet. How can I enter St. Brilliance Academy? The security guard uncle was stunned and asked, You already have a conflict with young Master Zhang. Are you sure you want to enter St. Brilliance Academy? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. All right, your uncle won't stop you. It's actually quite difficult to enter St. Brilliance Academy right now. Because St. Brilliance Academy was full a while ago, plus many Tianhua City martial artists entered, there are even fewer spots. If you want to enter St. Brilliance Academy now, there's only one way if it's not the start of school. You have to have someone above you. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He originally didn't want to trouble Xiao Runing, but now he could only trouble her. Then Lin Xian took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Xiao Ningning. Xiao Ruin, fuck. This Lin Xian was becoming more and more presumptuous with the way he addressed her. I say, Big Boss Lin, why are you looking for me when you don't care about your company? Lin Xian smiled. I'm at the entrance of St. Brilliance Academy. I want to continue learning from my dear Ning Ning, so can you pick me up and help me register as a student? Xiao Runing. Are you serious? Lin Xian nodded his head. Of course. All right, 5 minutes. Then Xiao Runing hung up the phone. The security guard uncle revealed a shocked expression. From the meaning of the call, it seemed like there really was someone. Sure enough, he couldn't underestimate anyone. Young man, you know someone from St. Brilliance Academy? Lin Xian smiled and nodded, and it shouldn't be a problem to know a teacher, right? That's for sure. The authority of a teacher in St. Brilliance Academy is much greater than that of many other academies. especially our St. Brilliance Academy's new female teacher with the surname Xiao. Her authority is extraordinarily great. Lin Xian, Miss Xiao? Could it be Xiao Ruan? Could it be that the dean is her father? That's not it. She's just a very ordinary teacher, but because she's really too beautiful, there are many masters, vice deans, and teachers in St. Brilliance Academy who admire her. Don't you think that after admiring her, all the men will try to please her? Then wouldn't the power of these teachers and deans be her power? Lin Xian smiled. Uncle, what you said makes a lot of sense. The security guard uncle was a talkative person. He kept chatting with Lin Xian, and Lin Xian conveniently learned a lot about St. Brilliance Academy from him. St. Brilliance Academy had a total of more than 20,000 students, which meant that 20,000 martial arts practitioners. Like Tianhua Academy, it was divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes. The difference was that Tianhua Academy's Sky Martial Court had less than 1,000 people, but here there were 20,000. There were more than 100 beginner classes, a few dozen intermediate classes, and 20 to 30 advanced classes. The beginner classes consisted of the Qi-building realm and the spirit-congealing realm. The intermediate classes consisted of the arcane body realm and a small number of the arcane heaven realm. The advanced classes consisted of the arcane heaven realm. However, above the advanced classes, there was a backyard, which was similar to the Sky Martial Court in Tianhua Academy. It was filled with martial arts practitioners in the Thunder Calamity realm. That was where the real resources were. It was indeed very exaggerated. Then may I know how to enter the St. Brilliance Academy's secret territory? Lin Xian asked. About that, the beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes will hold a martial arts competition. The top 10 of each class will have a chance to enter the secret territory for a day. The martial arts practitioners in the backyard will also be able to enter. Chapter 634. The top 10 of the 3 classes could all enter the secret territory. It was not difficult. Lin Xian sighed. However, the uncle's next sentence stunned Lin Xian. It's a pity, but it's useless. Lin Xian looked puzzled. Uncle, why do you say that? Lin Xian came to St. Brilliance Academy because he heard about the secret territory. Without it, why would he come to St. Brilliance Academy? Because there's only one day. You have to come back in one day. However, one day is not enough to get anything in the secret territory unless you're extremely lucky. If you want to stay in the secret territory for a longer time, you have to enter the Academy's backyard. However, it seems that after entering the Academy's backyard, you have to do something to be able to stay in the secret territory for a longer time and get more things. I've only heard about this. I don't know if it's true or not. Don't worry about it. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you, uncle. At this time, Xiao Runing hurriedly walked out of the St. Brilliance Academy. It could be seen that there were many students following behind Xiao Runing. Of course, they were all admirers of Xiao Runing. After all, she was indeed very beautiful. When she was in the Tianhua Academy, she already had a great reputation. All the major academies knew her and she was known as the #1 female teacher. Of course, when she came to the St. Brilliance Academy, it was impossible to cover up her glory. Of course, there were some things between students and teachers. However, in a place like Sky Blue Star, relationships between teachers and students were not a big deal. Hence, so many students followed her openly. Of course, they had to keep a certain distance from her. There were even some male teachers who acted as if they were passing by just to follow behind her. It had to be said that they were very good. Lin Xian was a little excited when he thought about how he had kissed Xiao Ningning before. The security uncle was also stunned when he saw Xiao Runing walking over. Let's go. Follow me in. Xiao Runing walked in front of Lin Xian and said softly. The security uncle's jaw dropped. Was this the beautiful teacher that this brat knew? Well, thank you, uncle. I'll chat with you more often in the future. Lin Xian waved his hand and followed Xiao Runing inside. At this moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. Who is this? He actually got Miss Xiao to personally receive him. He doesn't have a student badge on his chest, which proves that he isn't from our St. Brilliance Academy. Who is he? He seems to be the young man who spoke at the press conference before. He's from the Art Xian group. Yes, that's him. I think his name is Lin Xian or something. He seems to be a refugee from Tianhua City, but how is he related to the Xian group? A lot of people in Lin'an City were now looking down on the people of Tianhua City. When Tianhua City was still around, they wouldn't have such an opinion. But now that Tianhua City was gone, the citizens of Tianhua City would look down on them and think that they were just refugees. What was so good about refugees? If things didn't go well, Lin'an City would be like this sooner or later. They would become refugees sooner or later. But many people were like this, so there was nothing they could do. Xiao Runing wasn't wearing professional attire. She was wearing simple casual clothes. The weather was cold, so she was wearing very tight clothes. Otherwise, this group of male animals wouldn't be able to take their eyes off her. Xiao Ningning, you're still so popular. Lin Xian grinned at Xiao Runing. Xiao Ruan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Call me Miss Xiao. So Xiao Ningning is your type. Then you can call me boss, Xiao Runing. You're not serious? Then they went to Xiao Runing's office. This scene made those people full of speculations. Going to Miss Xiao's office alone? There didn't seem to be any male students who were brought in alone by her. Now, many people were curious. Who exactly was Lin Xian to Xiao Runing? Boyfriend? This was basically all denied, but they were still curious. Why did you think of coming here to be a student? According to your level, it's actually not necessary. If you want, you can consider the top schools in Tiandu City. These schools won't be able to improve you much. Xiao Runing asked while pouring water for Lin Xian. Lin Xian crossed his legs on the sofa in her office. I heard that St. Brilliant School has a secret realm. I want to take a look. Xiao Runing put the water in front of Lin Xian and then sat on the single sofa beside him. Secret realms. I haven't been there before, but I have a general understanding of it. There should be some kind of heaven and earth spirit treasure inside. Moreover, it must be a very strong heaven and earth spirit treasure to give birth to such a secret realm. There are many attribute powers inside. If one is lucky, it can increase the attribute purity of a warrior. It can be considered a rare treasure. Don't you have attribute increasing potions? Do you still need to go there? Xiao Runing asked in confusion. You don't understand? Xiao Runing couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Lin has become a big boss. Now it's me who doesn't understand. Lin Xian glanced at Xiao Runing and smiled. What? My dear Xiao Ningning, do you want a kiss? Xiao Runing? Then Lin Xian smiled evilly and walked over while rubbing his hands. I'm telling you, don't mess around. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian with some vigilance. Although they had kissed more than once, and they had even done other intimate things besides kissing, but Lin Xian then moved to Xiao Runing's side. The single sofa was quite big. Lin Xian sat down and then hugged Xiao Runing's delicate body. Xiao Runing frowned slightly. Lin Xian, I'm warning you, don't mess around. She didn't know why she felt this way. She just didn't hate Lin Xian touching her. She even looked forward to it. What was going on? Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. Although he couldn't see Xiao Runing's favorability, she didn't feel anything after being kissed for a few minutes. So, her favorability shouldn't be bad. I won't mess around. Lin Xian hugged her just like that. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at him and sighed helplessly. Lin Xian smiled evilly. This chick was quite cold to outsiders, but she was gentle to Lin Xian. The main reason was probably because Lin Xian had saved her before. No, there was another reason, and that was because they had been intimate before. As the only guy who had been intimate with Xiao Ruan, she definitely treated Lin Xian differently. Just like now, Lin Xian hugged her, she didn't even feel anything. It was much better than kissing. If Lin Xian raped her now, he might even succeed. Xiao Ningning, your figure is really good. Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I'm wearing so much, and you can tell? Hurry up and let go, or I'll slap you. Chapter 635. Lin Xian knew when to stop, so he let go of her hand. The moment he let go and stood up, someone knocked on Xiao Runing's office door and pushed it open. "Miss Xiao didn't disturb you, did I?" A handsome middle-aged man walked in with a smile on his oily face. Then his gaze landed on Lin Xian. After seeing Lin Xian's appearance and approximate age, he wasn't worried about anything. Lin Xian was just a student. Xiao Runing stood up. "Teacher Jean, is there anything I can help you with?" Jean Hui smiled. "It's nothing big. Tonight, there's a teacher gathering at St. Brilliance Academy. All the teachers and outstanding students will be attending. It's quite an important gathering. Let Miss Xiao know. It starts at 10 p.m., so it might be a little late." Xiao Runing nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Jean. Okay, then I'll take my leave." Then he took one last look at Lin Xian and left. "Another one of your admirers?" Lin Xian stood up, walked to the door and locked it. "Xiao Runing? Why did he lock it?" Xiao Runing pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, but what does it have to do with you?" Lin Xian smirked and turned to Xiao Runing. "Xiao Runing, of course it has to do with me. You're my girlfriend. How can I just watch someone else pursue you?" Xiao Runing took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Get lost." "Lin Xian, be careful or I'll tell your sister." Lin Xian smiled. "If you tell little fairy, she'll be overjoyed. Trust me, she might even help me pursue you." Alright. You should go and talk to Fan Fan, Yi, and the others. You can also talk to Ling Ying and Chu Xue. After all, your relationship with them is pretty good. I came here specifically to look for you." Lin Xian smiled. "Forget it. Fan Fan, Yi, Ling Ying and Chu Xue are all at St. Brilliance Academy. Right, Xintong is there too. I think you're here to flirt with them. Why are you looking for me?" Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. There was a hint of jealousy in her voice. "Little Yingying and the others are at St. Brilliance Academy too?" Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. "Didn't they tell you? They're backups." Lin Xian, of course. Lin Xian knew that Xiao Runing was just joking. She didn't know that the two girls were his girlfriends, including Lu Yufan. She thought that Lin Xian was single. Of course, Lin Ye thought so too. The main thing was that they kept it a secret too well. But why did the two girls come to St. Brilliance Academy? Lin Xian was very curious. Lin Xian knew that Wang Xintong was here. Although she could learn more in the Sacred Palace, she could also learn a lot here. In her free time, she could continue to learn from Qin Feng. Why did they come to St. Brilliance Academy? The two of them can't stay idle. If you let them play every day, they won't be used to it. The beast domain is more dangerous now, so they won't go. So they asked me to come to St. Brilliance Academy. But it seems that part of the reason is the St. Brilliance Academy's secret realm. After all, they are very strong. Naturally, they won't give up any opportunity to strengthen themselves. Lin Xian nodded. This was very suitable for them. When did they come? It was only yesterday. Lin Xian wanted to punish them. They didn't even tell him that they came to St. Brilliance Academy. "Then I'll leave my side to you, Xiao Ningning. That's not a problem. But new students have to start from the beginner class. No matter what your level is, you can only be promoted after the class promotion exam every 3 months. But it doesn't matter to you, right?" Lin Xian nodded. "Then, when will the martial arts competition begin?" "Half a month later. Your luck is not bad. You don't have to wait too long." Lin Xian nodded. "Anyway, I don't care about anything else. I just want to follow you." Lin Xian grinned. "But I don't want you." Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "Say that again. If you say it again, I'll kiss you." "Xiao Runing, don't say it again." She didn't dare to say it again. If the two of them didn't have intimate contact before, then she wouldn't be afraid. But if they had intimate contact, she wouldn't even blame Lin Xian. This was the most exaggerated. Seeing Xiao Runing actually admit defeat, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. This was good news. "Then you can go back first. If you want, come to the beginner class 10 before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." "You're leading the beginner class?" Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing nodded. "Yes, the children in the beginner class are easier to interact with." Moreover, they need more training. Then kiss me. Kiss me and I'll leave. Then Lin Xian shamelessly moved closer. Scram. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and scolded. No, I want a kiss. Lin Xian's face was already close to Xiao Runing's mouth. Xiao Runing really wanted to slap this bastard's face. I'm going to class. She couldn't be bothered with Lin Xian. Then she stood up. The moment she stood up, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed her hand. Then he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Oh, Xiao Runing's beautiful eyes widened. She was completely stunned. Ding, forceful little sister, Prince Charming points plus 1 million. Ding, dishonest hands, Prince Charming points plus 1 million. At first, she tried her best to resist. But for some reason she used her body's instinct to resist. However, she didn't release her aura. But her body's instinct was that of a girl. How could she resist Lin Xian? Then, she was raped for more than 5 minutes before Zhong Lin Xian let her go. Xiao Runing's face was completely red. Xiao Runing angrily pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian licked his lips. Not bad, you didn't resist. You deserve praise. Scram. Xiao Runing angrily scolded. Hee, I'm leaving. Then Lin Xian quickly slipped away. After seeing Lin Xian leave, Xiao Runing patted her face with both hands. God, what was wrong with her? Since when could a man take advantage of her like this? Could it be that she also fell in love with Lin Xian? It can't be, right? But if she didn't like him, why would she allow a guy to take advantage of her again and again? To be honest, if it was someone else, he would already be dead. Xiao Runing was really upset. She had never thought of herself as such a woman, but so annoying. This damned Lin Xian. Not only did he kiss her, but his hands were also dishonest. No, I can't do this anymore. I must fight back. Then she collected her emotions and walked out. Lin Xian was feeling very happy in his heart. This Xiao Runing was basically half taken care of. He was just waiting for the right moment to trigger the confession mission. Although he was at St. Brilliant Academy, Lin Xian didn't look for Lu Yufan, Han Chuxue, and the others. He would think about it tomorrow. Then he walked towards the Bounty Hunter Guild. Chapter 636. The Miao family and the Bounty Hunter Guild should be quite close. In Tianhua City, Miao Xiaomiao and the others stayed in the Bounty Hunter Guild. Of course, they stayed in the Bounty Hunter Guild's room. However, Miao Xiaomiao told Lin Xian that other people had to pay to rent the room. They didn't have to pay because her grandfather knew the Bounty Hunter Guild's president. But in Lin'an City, they still stayed in the Bounty Hunter Guild, and the president wasn't the one in Tianhua City. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao's grandfather must not only be related to the president in Tianhua City. At this moment, in the Gale mercenary group, Miao Xiaomiao was holding her chin with both hands, staring at the computer screen in a daze. She would sigh and look at her phone, then put it down silently. They just changed to a new city. Their overall lifestyle didn't change much. It was similar to Tianhua City. What's wrong? Why are you sighing? Wang Qianqian walked over with a smile and sat beside Miao Xiaomiao with a cup of coffee. No, I'm not sighing. Miao Xiaomiao quickly quibbled. This was at Sundra little lowly. Wang Qianqian smiled. Then I'll have to ask Grandpa Miao if that's considered sighing. No, it's not. Miao Xiaomiao pouted. Your phone screen is chatting with Lin Xian. When Wang Qianqian saw this, Miao Xiaomiao quickly turned off the phone screen. I accidentally clicked on it. How could Wang Qianqian not know what Miao Xiaomiao was thinking? She was deliberately teasing her. Wang Qianqian took a sip of coffee and smiled at Miao Xiaomiao. What's wrong? Are you thinking of Lin Xian? Who would think of that bastard? You're so bad. I can't wait to not see him. Miao Xiaomiao said proudly. Wang Qianqian smiled. There's only the two of us here. Why are you hiding it from Sister Qianqian? No. Miao Xiaomiao's face was a little red. Do you like Lin Xian? Wang Qianqian asked with a smile. Miao Xiaomiao lowered her head. Not only did he like her, she was already his little girlfriend. But this was the reason why Miao Xiaomiao was frustrated. Lin Xian hadn't contacted her for a few days. They only chatted occasionally on the phone. Although that big bad guy Lin Xian would bully her, he would never really take advantage of her. This was the first time Miao Xiaomiao really wanted to grow up. She felt that it must be because she was too young. If only she could be as feminine as Sister Ling Ying and the others. But she was really thinking too much. This was the cutest thing about her. He did not take advantage of her. Of course, it was true that she was a little young. For someone who was not a lolicon, she was not very attractive. But was Lin Xian not a lolicon? A little. Anyway, he liked her a lot. Moreover, Miao Xiaomiao was really exquisite and beautiful. The only reason he didn't take advantage of her was because he felt embarrassed. She was still so young. If he were to take advantage of her, oh my God, was he still human? But girls would think too much. It couldn't be helped. Of course, Wang Qianqian had long noticed Miao Xiaomiao's special feelings for Lin Xian. She just didn't know about their relationship. But she didn't think much of it. If she liked him, she liked him. Besides, Lin Xian was really outstanding. She admitted that. Sister Qianqian, do you think that all boys like girls of your age? Miao Xiaomiao looked up at Wang Qianqian and asked softly. Of course not. Every boy has their own type and age. It varies from person to person. But most of them definitely like more feminine girls. Wang Qianqian didn't know what to say. But Lin Xian definitely likes someone like you. At least he likes you. Why? Miao Xiaomiao asked curiously. Because Lin Xian comes to play with you every day. He talks to you and teases you. This is how boys like girls. But he hasn't looked for me for a few days. Miao Xiaomiao looked depressed. See, isn't he here now? Wang Qianqian said. Sister Qianqian, don't lie to me. There's no sound of the door opening. Miao Xiaomiao didn't even turn around. Lin Xian quietly walked behind Miao Xiaomiao and made a gesture to Wang Qianqian. Then, Lin Xian interrupted Miao Xiaomiao from behind. Miao Xiaomiao was so scared that her whole body trembled. Then she angrily turned around and looked at Lin Xian. Bastard! Do you want to die? Lin Xian was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. Miao Xiaomiao was really scared. But now, besides complaining, seeing Lin Xian laughing made Miao Xiaomiao unhappy. In fact, she was more happy because he was here. Lin Xian was outside when the system notified him of Miao Xiaomiao's emotions. Then he deliberately used Shadow Blink to teleport behind her. Of course, it was effective. Wang Qianqian smiled helplessly. Don't scare Xiaomiao. She might throw a fireball at you subconsciously. Then she got up to prepare coffee for Lin Xian. What are you doing here? Although he was very happy in his heart, this girl was just too arrogant. Even when Lin Xian was here, she still had that arrogant look. I heard that someone missed me, so I came. Titi, you're thinking too much. I don't miss you. Oh, is that so? Then you're thinking too much. I heard that Sister Qianqian missed me. Is that right, Sister Qianqian? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wang Qianqian nodded and smiled. Yes, I missed you. Miao Xiaomiao, get lost. Bastard. Miao Xiaomiao angrily glared at Lin Xian and sat there. Lin Xian sat beside her. Why don't you go out and play? We can't go to the beast territory. Won't it be boring here? Where are we going to play? No one wants to play with me. I have to look after the wind mercenary group. Although Miao Xiaomiao was very pretty, she didn't have many friends. It wasn't that she wasn't popular, but she didn't go to places like school. She didn't have many channels to make friends, so she didn't have many friends. However, she had a good relationship with Ling Longyue. They even went out to play a few days ago. Then I'll take you out to play. Lin Xian smiled. I don't want to. Miao Xiaomiao was all smiles when she heard this. She was about to say okay, but then her tsundere self became tsundere again. Let's go change. We can't go out in pajamas. I'll call Ling Longyue out later and bring you guys out to play. Then Miao Xiaomiao ran into the room. It was obvious that she was happy. Wang Qianqian brought the coffee over. Why do you have to bring other girls out to play? Although they're friends, it doesn't seem appropriate. Wang Qianqian teased. Chapter 637. Lin Xian understood what Wang Qianqian meant. It was like taking your girlfriend out to play. Was it really okay to bring your girlfriend's best friend? Even if the girl was your girlfriend's best friend, in most cases, the girlfriend didn't like her boyfriend to have too much contact with her best friend. Moreover, the girlfriend liked to be alone with her boyfriend. Only when she felt insecure would she ask her best friend to come along. Of course, Lin Xian didn't think that Wang Qianqian knew that Miao Xiao Miao was his girlfriend. Miao Xiao Miao would definitely not tell her family. But because she was embarrassed. How could she tell her family that she had a boyfriend at her age? Moreover, she was a proud girl. She was even more embarrassed to say it. It's okay. We're just going out to play. Lin Xian smiled ambiguously. Really? Are you not interested in Xiao Miao? Wang Qianqian smiled and asked. Ahem, this question made Lin Xian blush. If he said that he was interested, she was still so young. If he said that he was a pervert, wouldn't it be too fake? He could tell something from her expression. She's okay, but she's still young. She's not even 15 years old. Lin Xian scratched his head and said awkwardly. Actually, let alone 15 years old, I don't feel anything even if I'm 14 years old. In many schools now, 14-year-old junior high school students are very mature. Because little Miao left school early to participate in the battle, she can be considered to have matured very early. However, she really doesn't know anything about the ways of the world. In ancient times, people got married and had children at the age of 14, right? Wang Qianqian was hinting at something. Ahem, Sister Qianqian, why are you in such a hurry to sell Xiao Miao to me? Lin Xian asked awkwardly. Wang Qianqian smiled and said, You see, Xiao Miao hasn't liked a guy for so many years. She's met a lot of guys. You're the first one she likes, so I think it's very difficult. It'll be a pity if you lose her. How do you know that Xiao Miao likes me? Wang Qianqian said, I've been with her every day. I know her better than Grandpa Miao. Besides, I'm also a girl. Girls know girls best. Lin Xian nodded awkwardly. So, if you think little Miao is not bad, you can try to cultivate your relationship. I think Grandpa Miao is very satisfied with you. Wang Qianqian giggled as she spoke. It seemed like she really wanted to bring Lin Xian and Miao Xiao Miao together. Got it. Thank you, Sister Qianqian. It's okay. Good luck. At this time, Miao Xiao Miao had changed her clothes and walked over. Although she looked as if she didn't care, she still looked a little shy. I'm ready. Let's go. Miao Xiao Miao said playfully. Sister Qianqian, are you going out to play? Lin Xian asked. Wang Qianqian smiled. Of course I'm not going. I still have to look after the Wind mercenary group. You guys go ahead. Remember to have fun. Okay. Then Lin Xian and Miao Xiao Miao walked out. Miao Xiao Miao seemed much more relaxed than when she was inside. After all, Wang Qianqian was looking after her, so she couldn't let loose. Where are we going to play? Miao Xiao Miao jumped up and down and asked. Let's go find Ling Longyue first. Should we find her? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Miao Xiao Miao didn't really care. She also wanted to be alone with Lin Xian, but she also wanted to play with Ling Longyue. Find her. Miao Xiao Miao replied. Finding Ling Longyue couldn't be easier. Lin Xian made a call. Hey, come out and eat something good? On the other side, Ling Longyue jumped up from the sofa. If all girls were foodies, then this girl was a real foodie. Come find me at Rose Paradise. Everyone knew where Rose Paradise was, and it could be considered as their gathering place. Very soon. Do you want to bring Sister and Sister Bing? No need. Xiao Miao is here. You too can play. But right away. Then Ling Longyue hung up. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian and Miao Xiao Miao arrived at Rose Paradise and saw Ling Longyue sitting at the entrance. Bastard Lin Xian, I waited for you for 10 minutes. Can't you call me when you're here? Ling Longyue glared at Lin Xian with disdain. Lin Xian. Logically speaking, the place where they lived should be much further away from Rose Heaven than where she had arrived. How could she have arrived earlier than her? Moreover, it was only 10 minutes since she hung up. She just hung up and she was already here? Oh right, she had the space attribute. Why was this girl so impatient? Who told you to use space to come here? Ling Longyue pouted and held hands with Miao Xiao Miao. The two girls seemed to have a very good relationship. I don't care. You have to bring me and Xiao Miao to eat a lot of good food. Let's eat the most expensive food. Lin Xian smiled. Let's eat the most expensive food. Anyway, this was Rose Paradise. Why would he need to spend money? Although it was a couple hotel, this was a 5-star hotel. There would definitely be a lot of expensive things. The three of them walked in. The lobby manager quickly walked over. He knew Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, 3 people? The lobby manager was really impressed by Lin Xian. He had been here a few times. Anyway, he had seen many beautiful girls. He was really amazing. Moreover, he knew their boss Murong. This was the most amazing thing. Find a room. The lobby manager wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Mr. Lin, due to the large influx of citizens from Tianhua City, the number of citizens has increased greatly after everything has been settled down. Therefore, Rose Paradise has been full these days, especially the private rooms. Right now, the main hall is also full. However, there are a few people in the main hall who are about to leave, so he didn't know the relationship between Lin Xian and Murong Qing. Therefore, he wouldn't let Lin Xian go to the top floor that belonged to Murong Qing. Lin Xian didn't care. If there wasn't a room, then the main hall was fine. Then let's go over there. Please tidy up. Okay, wait a moment. It just so happened that a couple had finished eating, so Lin Xian and the other two sat down. Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat? Give us the most expensive and most delicious food. Also, give us the most expensive drinks. The lobby manager. No, a boy bringing 2 little girls here to eat. How could they eat so well? Are you sure? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Serve the dishes. Okay, wait a moment. Hearing that Lin Xian ordered the most expensive food, Ling Longyue was satisfied. Chapter 638. The dishes were served rather quickly. After all, they were the most expensive dishes. Of course, there would be a special chef to help prepare them. The 2 girls ate with relish. Lin Xian was more interested in watching them eat. At this moment, 2 people, a man and a woman, arrived. When the lobby manager saw them, he hurried over to greet them. They seemed to be of high status. Young Master Zhang, there are still seats over there. There are no private rooms for now. Only the hall is left. The lobby manager said respectfully. Zhang Tianqi looked over and happened to be facing Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian, he showed a disdainful expression. Brother Zhang, isn't that the person who wanted to enter St. Brilliant's Academy? A beautiful lady smiled and said when she saw Lin Xian. Let's go. Let's sit in the hall. Then, Zhang Tianqi led her over. They happened to be sitting next to each other. This could be considered fate. Isn't this the person who wanted to enter St. Brilliant's Academy and was chased out? Zhang Tianqi walked over and said in a mocking tone. Lin Xian raised his head and looked over. Yo, it's fate. Lin Xian said when he saw Zhang Tianqi. Who's fated with you? Don't you know who you are? Who is young Master Zhang? The beautiful girl sneered. Ling Longyue and Miao Xiao Miao turned to look at them. Zhang Tianqi and the girl also saw their faces clearly. He subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. So beautiful? Although they were young, they were too exquisite and beautiful. In 2 years, these 2 girls would definitely be top beauties. How could this brat have such beauties around him? The girl beside Zhang Tianqi was his current girlfriend. She was also one of the campus beauties of St. Brilliant's Academy. She was indeed pretty, but compared to a real beauty, there was a gap. Lin Xian sneered. Who do you think I am? Who is young Master Zhang? Interesting. But no matter who you are Aren't you eating in the hall? There aren't any private rooms either. Zhang Tianqi snorted. That's because this young master didn't force it. Otherwise, what's so difficult about a small private room? Am I right? Zhang Tianqi asked the lobby manager. The lobby manager felt uncomfortable. One was the second young master of the Zhang family, and the other was his boss's friend. How the hell was he supposed to answer this? He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and stood there with a resentful expression, not daring to answer. Young Master Zhang, please order. The lobby manager said awkwardly. Give me all the most expensive ones and a bottle of 1982 Lafittes. All right, please wait a moment. Then the lobby manager hurriedly ran away. I say, kid, if you want to go to St. Brilliant's Academy, you can beg me. I know quite a few people. It's just entering St. Brilliant's Academy. It's such a simple matter. I just need to say the word and it'll be done. Zhang Tianqi sat down, and his voice drifted over. I'm sorry, but there's no need. You don't have as much money as me, your girlfriend isn't as pretty as mine, and I reckon you aren't as strong as me either. Moreover, I've already entered St. Brilliant's Academy, so I really don't need your help. Of course, if you want to curry favor with me and insist on helping me, I don't mind. Lin Xian mocked. Bang. When Jiang Ling heard Lin Xian's words, she angrily slammed the table. What did you say? Do you have the guts to say it again? She pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. He could say anything else, but he said that his girlfriend wasn't as pretty as his girlfriend in front of Zhang Tianqi. This was something that no girl could tolerate. Lin Xian laughed. So what if I say it again? Zhang Tianqi patted Jiang Ling's shoulder and said, forget it, don't lower yourself to the same level as him. He thinks that he has some confidence just because he's here for a meal. In fact, he's just a scum from the bottom, a refugee from Tianhua City. According to common sense, with Zhang Tianqi's character, he would probably hit Lin Xian. However, he suddenly saw two people and didn't want to break his gentlemanly demeanor in front of them. Lin Xian hurriedly lowered his head when he saw the two people who had arrived, as if he had a guilty conscience. Damn. Why did Ling Ying and Han Chuxue come to a couple's hotel for a meal? Ling Ying glanced and said, there are seats in the corner. Then the two went to the other corner, which was the furthest away from them. They couldn't see each other at all. Both Lin Xian and Zhang Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue and Miao Xiaomiao and they knew each other, what if he brought them out for a meal? Why didn't he bring them along? Then Lin Xian would be done for. Zhang Tianqi had never seen such a beautiful girl. Although Jiang Ling was also a school beauty, they were also school beauties. Moreover, they were on a different level. He even felt that Jiang Ling couldn't be compared to them. If he could get a girl like that, he really didn't need to look for other girls outside. It was enough. The two of them had only been in St. Brilliant Academy for a day, but they were already famous in St. Brilliant Academy just based on their looks. Miao Xiaomiao and Ling Longyue had their backs to the door, so they didn't see the two of them. On the other side, Zhang Tianqi also quieted down. He was even thinking about how to pursue them. As for Jiang Ling, she was just a toy for him before he could pursue any of them. It was really just for fun. After about an hour, Lin Xian and Ling Longyue finished eating and stood up to pay the bill. Seeing Lin Xian and Ling Longyue leaving, Zhang Tianqi snorted and said, you'd better be respectful when you see me in the future. You're lucky today. Zhang Tianqi said harshly. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'll say the same to you. Chapter 639. Little Fairy, are you tired? Lin Xian leaned over and hugged her delicate body. Linya was used to Lin Xian's actions. It's okay. I don't have to do anything. I actually feel more relaxed than before. Linya drank a cup of tea and said softly. It wasn't that she was relaxed. It was just that her realm was higher, so she wouldn't get tired so easily. Anyway, don't tire yourself out. Go to sleep. No, it's still early. I don't want to sleep. Lin Xian then threw her laptop on the sofa and picked her up. It's not up to you to sleep or not. But I'm going to sleep. You have to accompany me. Then Lin Xian carried her back to the room. Now that she wasn't living with Ling Ying, Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted. There were benefits to living together, and there were also benefits to not living together. Tonight, he received tens of millions of Adonis points from Linya. The main thing was that Linya wasn't his girlfriend, so there were too many ways to earn Adonis points. Kissing, pinching, and so on. Which of them wasn't worth millions of Adonis points? Then, in one night, Lin Xian found a business opportunity. As long as Linya wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend now, as long as they slept together, he would earn tens of millions of Adonis points in one night. This way, he wouldn't be short of a large amount of chalcedony liquid. How wonderful! The next morning, Linya woke up much earlier than Lin Xian. When Lin Xian woke up, breakfast was already ready. Linya had already washed up. Are you going to St. Brilliant's Academy today? Linya asked. Yes, I'm going to St. Brilliant's Academy. I probably won't be able to go to the Beast Domain for the next few weeks. You're in the Yaxin group, and I can't eat, drink, and play every day. So, I'm going to St. Brilliant's Academy to study. Linya nodded. An hour later, Lin Xian arrived at the gate of St. Brilliant's Academy. It was still school hours, but most of the students had already entered. If you wanted to enter St. Brilliant's Academy, you had to scan the student badge on your chest. In other words, if you didn't wear your badge, even if you were a student of St. Brilliant's Academy, you wouldn't be able to enter. It was equivalent to a student ID. Young man. When the security guard saw Lin Xian, he waved at Lin Xian, and Lin Xian walked over. Miss Xiao gave this to me early in the morning. It's your student badge. Thank you, uncle. Lin Xian wore the badge on his chest and walked in. St. Brilliant's Academy was much bigger than Tianhua Academy. Lin Xian, this bastard, what was he thinking when he came to St. Brilliant's Academy? He was actually thinking that such a big academy, and it was quite famous, there should be some top beauties that could trigger a mission for him. The last beauty to trigger a mission was Murong Qing, and it had been a while. Maybe this was what men were like. If you triggered a mission, you would feel tired and annoyed. If you didn't trigger a mission, you would look forward to other beauties. Beginner Class 10. Lin Xian wandered around St. Brilliant's Academy, looking for the Beginner Class 10 that Xiao Runing had told him about. He wandered around for 20 minutes. It was already 10 minutes past the 8 o'clock that Xiao Runing had told him. Lin Xian finally found the Beginner Class 10. After all, it was really big, and there were more than 200 beginner classes. The beginner class was in the first class on the second floor of a building. At this time, there weren't many people wandering around St. Brilliant's Academy. Most of them had already gone to their classes. Lin Xian went to the entrance of the beginner class 10. He saw Xiao Runing, and at the same time, Xiao Runing also saw Lin Xian. The 50 over students in the class all looked at Lin Xian. Wang Xintong saw Lin Xian and was pleasantly surprised. Why was Lin Xian here? They didn't know that Lin Xian also came to school. She had a good relationship with Xiao Runing, so she continued to be Xiao Runing's student and stayed in Xiao Runing's class. As for Lu Yufan and Yi, they were in another class, which was also Xiao Runing's main class, Class 9. Because they came later, Xiao Runing's Class 9 already had 55 people. This was the maximum number set by the academy, so she couldn't bring Wang Xintong to Class 9. Therefore, Wang Xintong was in Class 10, but it didn't matter. But because of Lu Yufan and the others, Class 9 and Class 10 became more famous because they all knew that there were 3 beautiful girls in these 2 classes. No matter where, beautiful girls were the most dazzling and eye-catching existence. Come in, Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. Then he walked in slowly, embarrassed. Most of these students were 16 or 17 years old, about the same age as Lu Yufan and the others. Xiao Runing then said to everyone, "This is our Class 10's new student. Introduce yourself." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xian. I'm from Tianhua City. My strength is that I'm more handsome, but my weakness is that I'm too handsome." Everyone, someone couldn't help but laugh. Why was there a clown? Wang Xintong also held back her laughter. It was Lin Xian indeed. Xiao Runing also showed a helpless expression. Alright, then go and find a seat first. Lin Xian nodded and walked down. The seats were for 2 people at the same table. Lin Xian naturally chose to sit next to Wang Xintong. There was no one next to Wang Xintong. She had a gentle and quiet personality, but she didn't like to make friends. It was the same in Tianhua City, but it didn't mean that she didn't have good relationships with people. Lin Xian directly sat next to Wang Xintong. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually sat next to Wang Xintong. Isn't he courting death? Who doesn't know that Wang Xintong is young Master Lu's woman? Everyone wants to sit in this seat, but no one dares to. This Lin Xian is probably going to be beaten up. Looks like he's also a pervert. He saw such a beautiful school belle and sat next to her. You men are all pigs. No wonder he's going to be beaten up. After Lin Xian sat next to Wang Xintong, many students started whispering. Of course, Lin Xian also heard it. Wang Xintong was very beautiful. It was normal for some powerful young masters to covet her. Lin Xian was already prepared. Wang Xintong wasn't worried because she knew how powerful Lin Xian was. However, young Master Lu was also a Thunder Tribulation Realm Master. He was also very powerful and had a lot of power. She didn't know much about him, so she hoped that there wouldn't be any big problems. Anyway, she was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Lin Xian sat next to her. Wang Xintong would definitely be willing to let Wang Xintong sit next to her. Okay, class starts now. Xiao Runing exuded her charm as usual. Chapter 640. Lin Xian was not here to attend classes. To be honest, he had already learned all the things that Xiao Runing was talking about. Wang Xintong also knew them. However, they would just treat it as a revision. They were all waiting to enter the advanced class or even the backyard. Basically, all of them were here for the mystic realm. Little Tong Tong, did you miss me? Lin Xian placed his hand on Wang Xintong's desk and squeezed it. Wang Xintong's little face was flushed red. However, this scene was witnessed by a few people. They had an expression of disbelief. What did they see? They actually saw this freshman taking advantage of Wang Xintong. Unforgivable. At this moment, someone behind Lin Xian poked him on the left and passed a small note to Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened the note. You're finished. How dare you touch young Master Lu's woman? You're dead. This was the content of the note. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Wang Xintong was also a campus belle. Lin Xian had expected that she could attract the attention of others. Who is this young Master Lu? Lin Xian's hands started to move around under the desk. He then asked with a smile. Wang Xintong bit her lip and blushed. Don't move. Lin Xian smiled and stopped teasing her. Xiao Runing, who was sitting in front, naturally paid more attention to this bastard Lin Xian. Of course, she also saw Wang Xintong's blushing face. This bastard was definitely taking advantage of this girl again. Regarding this question, Lin Xian, answer it. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian stood up. What was the problem? Lin Xian scratched his head. You don't know? Lin Xian nodded. If you don't know, go stand outside as punishment. Lin Xian, wow. This woman. He still took too little advantage of her. Miss Xiao, I'm a new student. I don't know anything. I haven't even started learning. It's normal that I don't know anything. There's no need for me to stand outside as punishment. Lin Xian said with a dry cough. Xiao Runing secretly glared at Lin Xian, and then said, Okay, you teach me well. Then, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. Little Tong Tong, who the hell is this young Master Lu? Lin Xian asked again. Wang Xintong whispered. He seems to be the son of a big family in Lin City. He looks quite powerful. Is he your suitor? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wang Xintong nodded. I told him that I have a boyfriend, but he didn't believe me. Wang Xintong only said that she had a boyfriend, but she didn't say that it was Lin Xian. She was also thinking for Lin Xian, because she actually knew some of Lin Xian's thoughts. That proves that my little Tong Tong is charming. Lin Xian smiled. Wang Xintong was so shy that she didn't know what to say. Xiao Runing was unhappy. She just watched Lin Xian flirt with Wang Xintong. Although she didn't know what they were talking about, Wang Xintong's blushing face was enough to say something. I'll take you to see him after class. No need. It's too troublesome. You can go do your own thing. Don't worry about me. Wang Xintong was afraid of disturbing Lin Xian. Isn't your business my business? It's fine. Wang Xintong nodded slightly. If it was in the past, Wang Xintong would be very worried about Lin Xian's safety. But now, she didn't have to worry too much. At least in this city, she didn't have to worry too much. Lin Xian was in the Thunder Tribulation realm. The Thunder Tribulation realm might only be a mediocre level in the world, but in an academy, it was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Wang Xintong also knew that Lin Xian's combat strength was strong. Class is over, Xiao Runing said, then hugged her books and walked away. Many students were reluctant to part with her, and even many students outside came out just to see Xiao Runing. As soon as Xiao Runing left, Lin Xian was immediately surrounded by a few people. What's the matter? Lin Xian glanced at them. Do you know who you took advantage of today? That's our young Master Lu's woman. I've already sent a message to young Master Lu. Just wait for your death. Lin Xian shrugged. Why was it that after leaving the academy for a while, he couldn't get used to the idiotic students in the academy? And he felt that every academy was like this? Was there always a group of people who thought they were awesome? Oh, that's great. Lin Xian secretly gave them a thumbs up. Everyone? Great. Was there something wrong with this newcomer's brain? Little Tong Tong, are you hungry? Let's go to the academy to buy some snacks. Wang Xintong nodded slightly. Then, Lin Xian held her hand and walked out. Everyone, what was going on? How could he hold Wang Xintong's hand? Moreover, Wang Xintong really held his hand? The two of them walked out just like that. Many students' eyes fell on them, and then their mouths fell open. Damn! Isn't that the new campus belle Wang Xintong? She's actually holding hands with a guy? What's going on? Is that Wang Xintong's boyfriend? Nonsense, it's not her boyfriend holding hands with a guy openly. That's not right. Didn't Wang Xintong fail to pursue young Master Lu from the advanced class? Then who would be able to pursue her? Moreover, I don't know this guy. He's definitely not a famous powerhouse in our academy, right? What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and incredulous. One by one, they followed them from afar. Hey, it's Lin Xian. Lu Yufan and Yi walked out hand in hand and happened to see this scene. How should they put it? Seeing Lin Xian and Wang Xintong holding hands, Lu Yufan was jealous, but she was not angry. It was as if this was a very normal scene. Moreover, they were good friends. Then Yi and Lu Yufan ran over. Hey Lin Xian. Lu Yufan patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Wang Xintong subconsciously wanted to let go of Lin Xian's hand, but Lin Xian held it very tightly. Lin Xian turned to look at them. Let go, don't take advantage of Xintong. Lu Yufan pouted. At this moment, Lin Xian smiled bitterly, scratched his head, and let go of Wang Xintong. Lin Xian, why are you here? Yi asked curiously. Oh, I'm here to study. I'm in the same class as Xintong. The two girls, Tisk? I think you're here to pick up girls. Lu Yufan's cute little nose wrinkled. Hee, yes, I'm here to pick you guys up. Hooligan. And this scene was witnessed by everyone. The three new campus belles all knew this guy, and they were even fooling around. It looked like they had a good relationship. Oh my God. What's going on? What's wrong with this world? Chapter 641. What you can't get is forever in turmoil. In a short period of time, this news spread like wildfire in Sacred Academy. It was very simple. Spread it in the group, and then the people in the group would spread it in their own group. Then, on Sacred Academy's forum, this post became the hottest topic. Soon, the whole academy knew about it. Lin Xian also became popular. It was so fast and so simple. Everyone knew of this person's existence, but they didn't know his name. Wait for your death. Whether it's Lu Yufan, Yi, or Wang Xintong, there's no lack of big shots chasing after them. This person is actually so close to all three of them. He can only wait for his death. Everyone was looking forward to the scene of Lin Xian being beaten up. To be honest, they were really looking forward to it. They were jealous. Jealousy made them want to see Lin Xian being beaten up. In fact, Lu Yufan and the others liked having Lin Xian come to school. This was because they could basically see each other every day. In the past, when Lin Xian wasn't in school, they couldn't see each other. Sacred Academy originally had 10 campus bells, but because of their addition, the ranking of campus bells was changed. This was normal. Any beautiful person who entered a school, as long as they reached the standard of campus bells, would be ranked. As a matter of fact, Lu Yufan and the others directly squeezed out a few of the original campus bells. Then, they occupied the campus bells ranking. The main reason was because they were beautiful. When they were beautiful, they didn't have to do anything and naturally had people chasing after them. You came at the right time. There are a few people who are annoying us every day. Help us solve them. Lu Yufan said with a grin. Sure, but I need a reason. The three beautiful girls looked at Lin Xian. Think about it. It's their freedom to chase after you, right? They nodded. So, this is their freedom. What right do I have to stop them? Somehow, he felt that it made sense. Then what should we do? Lu Yufan blinked her big eyes and asked. Lin Xian smiled. I have an idea. Speak. Lin Xian then smiled and said, It's simple. You just need to give me a reason to help you. What reason? Lin Xian said, If you are all my girlfriends, then I have a reason. But if I'm not, I don't even have the right to warn them, right? Ugh, for some reason, he felt that it made sense. But, isn't it strange that you have the three of us as your girlfriends? Lu Yufan asked innocently. It's not strange, as long as you don't care about the rumors. Do you care? They shook their heads. Of course I don't. That's good then. Well, from now on, I'm the boyfriend of the three of you. Then, Lin Xian hugged Wang Xintong with one arm and Yi with the other. Lu Yufan, Yi, Wang Xintong, and the people around them who had been paying attention to them were even more dumbfounded. It's not a big deal that you're holding hands with Wang Xintong. It's normal that you're a couple. You're holding hands with Wang Xintong, and you even know Yi and Lu Yufan. You're chatting and laughing with them. That's not a problem. You're on good terms, so you know each other. But, you're fucking hugging two school bells. That's a fucking big problem. What the fuck? What's going on? He's fucking hugging both Yi and Wang Xintong? They can't all be his girlfriends, right? Bullshit. It's impossible even if you use your toes to think about it. But how can their relationship be so good? No, why would the school bells agree to let a guy hug both of them? Aren't they uninterested in guys pursuing them? What's going on? Oh my god. I want to know. Please tell me. This scene had completely refreshed their worldview. And Lin Xian, it felt so good. He's hugging two school bells in front of so many people. Can you understand this feeling? Sorry, you can't because you've never experienced it before. Do we really have to do this? Yi was a little uncomfortable. After all, Wang Xintong and Lu Yufan were both Lin Xian's girlfriends. They might be better off, but she wasn't. At most, she was on good terms with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian and her were just short of a confession. If they confessed, they could basically win her over. However, because Yi hadn't triggered the mission yet, this confession to Lin Xian had to be put aside for now. Lin Xian, of course, I'll be your shield. Don't worry, leave everything to me. But I still have to hug them. Lu Yufan said jealously. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then let go of Yi and hugged Lu Yufan. Everyone? What the fuck? This is crazy. Their worldview had really collapsed. The three of them took turns hugging each other? And the three school bells didn't reject him? What the fuck? Even in school, it was almost impossible for a boy to hug two girls. But it did happen. For example, some rich playboys could hug two girls. It happened in St. Brilliant's Academy too. Girls liked each other for money and didn't care about anything else. If they were willing, then it was fine. But it was different now. Lin Xian was hugging three girls. And three of them were school belles. The meaning, extent, and even the concept were completely different. I keep feeling like I've been tricked and taken advantage of. Lu Yufan pouted. But more than that, she felt that it was quite interesting. They didn't care about the rumors. In any case, it was fine as long as they knew it in their hearts. As for their families, so what if they found out? They could just explain it to them when the time came. How could that be? Wouldn't I be tired too? Think about it. When the time comes, I might have to fight against the suitors of you three beautiful girls. How tired would I be then, right? I'll pay the price. Lin Xian began to speak all kinds of sweet nothings. The naive girls were stunned and felt that this wasn't good. But they were convinced by Lin Xian's nonsense. In front of them, a few people were walking towards them. They happened to meet Lin Xian and the others. Then they were completely stunned. That was normal. Anyone who saw this scene would be stunned. Young Master Lu. Isn't this Wang Xintong? Actually, and there's Lu Yufan and he. One of them said with widened eyes. Did they fucking see a ghost in broad daylight? When Lu Jingyi saw this scene, he was enraged. What was going on? What was going on? Chapter 642. He was one of Wang Xintong's pursuers. Of course, if he were to pursue Lu Yufan or Yi, he would be willing to do so because they were all beautiful. However, he had to choose one to pursue. Thus, he chose Wang Xintong and launched an extremely exaggerated attack on her. Although Wang Xintong rejected him, he believed that this was just a pretty girl's reservedness. Those young masters who pursued Yi and the others were also in the same situation. However, they all believed that this was just a pretty girl's reservedness. One day, as long as he asked them out alone, he would be able to win them over. However, what did he see? The girl he pursued and the other two campus belles were actually being hugged by a boy. Moreover, they were doing it so openly, even in front of the entire school. Was this a fucking ghost? Lu Jingyi really rubbed his eyes. After rubbing his eyes, what he saw was still the same scene. The expressions of the surrounding people were exactly the same as his. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At this moment, Lin Xian was indescribably pleased. Young Master Lu, who is this person? What right does he have? A person beside Lu Jingyi asked in shock. How the fuck would I know? How dare you touch my woman? You're courting death. Lu Jingyi then walked over angrily and stood in front of Lin Xian and the others. Oh, this is interesting. Lu Jingyi actually saw this scene. Then this arrogant brat is done for. Lu Jingyi is a member of the advanced class. His strength is one of the best among his peers in China. His family is also very powerful. Fuck. He's hugging the campus belles left and right. If this isn't a fucking death, then what is? In any case, the surrounding 100 people definitely wanted to see Lin Xian get beaten up. Stop right there. Lu Jingyi pointed at Lin Xian and shouted angrily. More and more people gathered around. After all, the three campus belles were together. After all, such a shocking incident had happened. Lin Xian and the others stopped in their tracks. Then, Lin Xian looked at Lu Jingyi. You are? Lu Jingyi. Lu Jingyi gritted his teeth as he glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smirked. Oh, I don't know you. What's the matter? If there's nothing else, you're blocking the way. I still have to take my 3 girlfriends to eat. Lu Jingyi, 3 girlfriends? Tong, what is the meaning of this? Lu Jingyi looked at Wang Xintong. I told you, I have a boyfriend. Lin Xian is my boyfriend. Wang Xintong said. But he, Lu Jingyi gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter. The 3 of us don't care. Why do you care? Lu Yufan hugged Lin Xian's arm and said sweetly. Lu Jingyi was going crazy. Was this fucking real or fake? However, they were indeed taken advantage of by this Lin Xian. How could they be taken advantage of by a guy who was not their boyfriend? If there's nothing else, move aside. After speaking, Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan, "Let's go to Rose Heaven for dinner tonight." "Sure, let's go together." Yi and the others nodded. Lu Jingyi? Then Lin Xian and the others were about to leave. Wait. Lu Jingyi stopped Lin Xian. "Is there anything else? I want to fight you one-on-one. Only the winner will get Wang Xintong." Lin Xian, "Are you still young?" Lin Xian smiled. "What the fuck? You don't dare." Lu Jingyi smiled disdainfully. Fight, fight, fight. For some reason, the people around them agreed. They really wanted to see Lin Xian get beaten up. Lin Xian shook his head. "You can't beat me." After speaking, he hugged Wang Xintong and Lu Yufan and walked forward. "You're courting death." Lu Jingyi's expression instantly turned ugly. An aura erupted from his body, and then a thunderbolt blasted toward Lin Xian. However, he regretted it the moment he blasted it out. He was a member of the advanced class, and his strength was at the mysterious heaven realm. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was only a new student in the beginner class. He should be very weak. If things went wrong, this thunderbolt might just kill him. Although he was furious, he did not want to kill. Although he was a hedonistic young master, he really did not dare to do this. However, those who were watching the show did not care. So what if he killed Lin Xian? It had nothing to do with them. Anyway, they were jealous when they saw Lin Xian hugging several school beauties. It would be better if he died. However, in the next moment, the thunderbolt that was about to hit Lin Xian's back suddenly disappeared. Boom! The disappeared thunderbolt reappeared in front of Lu Jingyi and blasted toward him. Lu Jingyi was shocked. He quickly blocked it, but was sent flying by his own thunderbolt. He landed on the ground and stabilized himself with difficulty. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why would such a scene happen? Lu Jingyi was also puzzled. But why did the thunderbolt he released turn around and attack him? He didn't believe it, so he released another bolt of lightning and then bombarded him. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Someone must have done it. Was it Lin Xian? Lu Jingyi frowned. This was the only possibility he could think of. Then this Lin Xian, could he be an expert? That's possible. After all, the beginner class was not necessarily trash. Moreover, it was a crucial point. The fact that Lin Xian was able to attract the attention of 3 school beauties all by himself, and even had 3 of them in his arms, proved that he was something. Although Lu Jingyi was a playboy, he still had some brains. "Young Master Lu, what do we do now?" "Don't worry. Let's follow them and take a look." Lu Jingyi then led his men to follow behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian brought them to the store. "Boss, we'll wrap up all these grilled sausages." Everyone, was he fucking crazy? You fucking bought dozens of grilled sausages to show off your wealth? More and more people followed behind Lin Xian and the others because this scene was simply too inconceivable. In the beginning, Yi and Wang Xintong were not used to it. Lu Yufan was fine because of her personality. However, they gradually got used to it. Then, each of them held 2 grilled sausages in each hand and munched on them as they went to buy other delicious food. These were all simple things. However, it depended on who they were with. With Lin Xian, even if it was just a simple walk, it was still interesting. Xiao Runing came to buy a cup of milk tea and saw this scene. She opened her mouth. This Lin Xian, perhaps this sacred academy would be stirred up again because of this Lin Xian's arrival. Because he did not want to keep a low profile. Chapter 643. Lu Jingyi was about to die from jealousy, but what could he do? It seemed like he couldn't beat him, and his woman was in his arms. What could he do? Lin Xian. Xiao Runing called out to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked over, and because they knew each other, Lu Yufan and the rest quickly left Lin Xian's evil clutches in embarrassment. "Miss Xiao, buy some milk tea. Let me treat you," Lin Xian said with a grin. Can you pay attention to your image in the academy? I have a good image. I dress appropriately and speak politely. Am I right, young Master Lu? Lin Xian asked Lu Jingyi, who was pretending to buy something. Yes, Miss Xiao, this Lin Xian is openly hugging girls in the academy. This has seriously affected the atmosphere of Saint Brilliance Academy. I suggest that the academy punish this kind of person. Lu Jingyi said. Xiao Runing pondered for a moment and felt that it was reasonable. So his name is Lin Xian. It's useless even if he calls himself Daddy Lin. But let's not talk about other things. He can really have the school belle level beauties on both sides. Even the people in the backyard can't do that, especially those who tried so hard to woo one of them. But this is something we have to admire. Soon, the name Lin Xian became famous in Saint Brilliance Academy because of this incident. Lin Xian laughed and said, I don't think it's a big deal. Is it illegal for me to hold hands and hug my girlfriend in the academy? Of course, you have one girlfriend and I have 3, but it's not illegal, right? Is it illegal for me to hug 3? They get along well with each other. Is it illegal? For some reason, he felt that Lin Xian's words made sense, but it was so fucking infuriating. After saying that, Lin Xian secretly glared at Xiao Runing as if to say, if you make me unhappy, I'll hug you too. Not to mention, Xiao Runing was a bit scared. Fine, you can do whatever you want if you have the ability. After saying that, Xiao Runing walked away with her milk tea. This kind of thing wasn't easy to deal with, but it couldn't be helped even if others were unhappy. Lin Xian's gaze swept across Lu Jingyi. Lu Jingyi frowned. He was thinking about something. He couldn't get his hands on the woman anymore. He couldn't beat her either. Only someone more powerful could beat her. He didn't want that either. But now, there was a chance for him. Although he thought that Lin Xian was very ordinary, he was able to have 3 beauties on his left and right. He was even able to get them to get along well with each other. For him to be willing to have 3 beauties on his left and right meant that he had something up his sleeves. But what about him? It was easy for him to find a girlfriend because his family had a lot of power, but the girls he found were all ordinary girls, and 99% of them had taken a fancy to his money, so he preferred girls like Wang Xintong because he felt that not only was she beautiful, she wouldn't care about his money, but he couldn't get it. Moreover, he didn't know how to use methods other than money to woo girls. Then, if he could learn a trick or two from Lin Xian, he could also master the art of woo girls. Since he couldn't get the woman, there was no need to be an enemy. Moreover, there were a few more beautiful goddesses in the academy. If he couldn't get them, wouldn't there be more noble ones? He didn't think that Lin Xian could woo girls of their level, but he could. As long as he learned Lin Xian's art of woo girls. Those girls weren't much prettier than them. They were older than them, and most people liked goddesses in their 20s. Of course, they would be as pretty in a few years. But now, it was obvious that girls in their 20s were more charming. Moreover, they were especially charming. Their temperament wasn't just for show. Moreover, none of them had a boyfriend. If he could woo those kinds of goddesses, he would be fucking proud to bring them out. And it was true that they had many more suitors than Lu Yufan and the others. After all, Lu Yufan and the others were the 5th, 6th, and 7th school bells. There were 4 more in front of them. Those 4 TSK. He needed Lin Xian. Boss, how much? Lin Xian brought the 3 girls for a snack and asked. Cough, cough. At this moment, Lu Jingyi coughed and said, well, this meal is on me. Keep the change. He handed over a few red notes. Lin Xian smiled. Oh, young Master Lu, is something the matter? Lu Jingyi smiled. No. I'm just taking care of the new students. In this Saint Brilliance Academy, who doesn't know that I, young Master Lu, am generous and generous? Everyone likes to make friends with me because I, young Master Lu, am generous and generous. You're just a fool with a lot of money, right? Lu Yufan said. Lu Jingyi then said, I attacked young Master Lin just now because I wanted to test the new student's strength. Since Xintong has found her place, I can only give her my blessings. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. This Lu Jingyi was quite interesting. Other hedonistic young masters fought and killed. If they couldn't beat them, they would let others do it. If others couldn't beat them, there would be others behind them. In any case, there were all kinds of plots and tricks. This Lu Jingyi actually paid for him and even said such words. Was this a scheme? Lin Xian wasn't sure. Is something the matter? Lin Xian took a sip of milk tea and said, "Cough cough." Lu Jingyi said, "Young Master Lin, are you going to Rose Heaven for dinner tonight? I'll go too. I'll be a good host, okay? It's my treat." "No need." "I'm going with my 3 little girlfriends." "Why are you going?" This is true. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to say tough words to each other and then fight to the death? If they couldn't win, they would invite someone stronger to fight. Why did it suddenly become like this? It was too strange. Many strange things had happened today. But I appreciate your kindness. You can be a good host. As for the place, don't go. So, if you have the heart, then give me a discount. I'll pay with your money tonight. That's your treat, right? Lin Xian suddenly said. Lu Yufan and the others couldn't help but laugh. What kind of logic was this? This Lin Xian was really shameless. With so many people around and his previous words, this Lu Jingyi really couldn't refuse. However, he didn't think it was too big of a deal. Does that mean young Master Lin wants to be friends with me? A fool with a lot of money? Bah, young Master Lu is so enthusiastic. Of course. Then let's add each other as friends. After that, I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Xian smiled, sure. This fucker, was he really stupid? Chapter 644. Then, in front of the stunned crowd, they added each other as friends. This was fucking completely different from what they had expected. Is young Master Lin free now? After all, young Master Lin just arrived, right? Whether it's Xin Tong or Lu Yufan, they're also new here. They're not very familiar with this place. Why don't I personally lead the way for you to familiarize yourself with this new environment? Lin Xian obviously knew that he had something to say to him. Sure. Then, Lin Xian said to them, I'm going out with young Master Lu. You guys can play by yourselves. Can't we go together? Lu Yufan pouted and asked. This is a topic between men, a topic between men. Lu Jingyi coughed and said. Then Lin Xian and Lu Jingyi left just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded. The two of them walked around the school. Ahem, Lu Jingyi coughed awkwardly and said, I was wrong to attack young Master Lin just now, so I'll apologize to young Master Lin first. Lin Xian smiled. It's okay. Lu Jingyi then asked curiously, young Master Lin, to be honest, are those 3 really your girlfriends? Otherwise? Otherwise, why would I just hug them like that? Then, Lu Jingyi gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. Amazing, amazing. I want to ask you how you were able to pursue them, and even let them know that you're 3-timing and not blame you. I've always thought that this is a kind of knowledge, the most profound knowledge. Unfortunately, I've never been able to understand it. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. So this Lu Jingyi was learning how to pick up girls from him. Lin Xian didn't know how to pick up girls. He was far from it. Lin Xian really felt that he was lucky to be able to pick up so many girls, including Han Chuxue and Ling Ying. These 2 girls were normally impossible for him to touch, but he was able to get them both. Was it strength? No, it was luck. He unintentionally saved Han Chuxue, and because of this, Lin Xian was able to get her. He unintentionally saved Ling Ying, and then raped her while he was unconscious. It was also because of this that he was able to get her. Lin Xian truly felt that he was lucky. However, there was no problem in imparting some experience to him. Lin Xian had a weathered look on his face as he said, Once upon a time, I was just like you. I felt that chasing a girl was very difficult indeed. Lu Jingyi nodded his head excitedly as if he could empathize with him. Yeah, it's really difficult. Those women are only after my money, and to be honest, their looks are just average. The so-called beauties paled in comparison to them. Lin Xian said, That's why I spent 10 years researching this matter. Finally, I made a breakthrough last year. That's really a big step for us men. Lu Jingyi said excitedly. 10 years of research was exactly what he needed. Look at me now. What kind of woman in this world can't I get? Lu Jingyi scratched his head and said, actually, it's not that I want to discourage you, young Master Lin. There are indeed a few goddesses in our Saint Brilliance Academy that are almost impossible to get. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Is the target of this mission about to appear? Then tell me, I'm new here too. Who are the girls in Saint Brilliance Academy that I can't get? Those are the top 4 goddesses in Saint Brilliance Academy. Our Miss Xiao is one of them. Lin Xian. However, because she's a teacher, she's ranked a little lower. She's ranked 4th. The 3rd and 2nd goddesses are really beautiful. They've only been in the academy for a few days, but they're already ranked 2nd and 3rd, just like Lu Yufan and the rest. However, they have even more suitors. The 3rd is Ling Ying, and the 2nd is Han Chushua. Lin Xian, it's really these 2 girls. However, what made Lin Xian curious was that they were only ranked 3rd and 2nd. The 2 of them and Miss Xiao are the real goddesses. It's a pity that strangers can't get close to them. You say, school belles like Wang Xintong and the rest can at least exchange a few words with them, right? As for Han Chushue and the rest, TSK, we don't even dare to talk to them. It makes us feel inferior. To be honest, if you don't have confidence, you'll feel inferior in front of them. Unfortunately, the 2 girls he was talking about had already been won over by Lin Xian. Then what about the 1st place? You've already described the 2nd and 3rd as beautiful. How beautiful must the 1st place be? Lin Xian asked. Actually, the 1st place isn't prettier than them. To be precise, they're equal. Anyway, in my opinion, they're both beautiful. However, why is she the 1st place? Because she's been the number 1 beauty of our Saint Brilliance Academy for 2 years. After all, Ling Ying and Han Chushue are new here, so they can't shake her position. Lin Xian suddenly understood. He knew it. How could she be prettier than Ling Ying and Han Chushue? That's almost impossible. However, since they're both beautiful, then there's something. Do you want to make a bet? Lin Xian laughed. Bet on what? Bet that I can get both Ling Ying and Han Chushue in 3 days and Ling Ying and Han Chushue in a week. Do you want to bet? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Jingyi couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Lin, I admit that you're good at picking up girls, but you still don't understand them. Lu Jingyi indeed felt that Lin Xian was good at picking up girls. This was without a doubt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do what he did before. However, he really felt that Ling Ying and the rest were impossible. Then do you want to bet? Lin Xian asked. Sure, what do you want to bet on? Lu Jingyi felt that he would definitely win. Money. Don't you have a lot of money? Then let's bet on money. If I can get both Ling Ying and Han Chushue in 3 days, you'll give me 1 million. If I can get both of them in a week, you'll give me another 2 million. Otherwise, I'll give you the same amount. Do you want to bet? Bet, of course I want to bet. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Here comes the money. Although it wasn't much, who wouldn't want more money? Lu Jingyi didn't know where Lin Xian's confidence came from. Those 2 girls weren't easy to get. From the day they arrived, those guys in the backyard started to pursue them intensely. Unfortunately, it was completely useless, let alone this Lin Xian. But that's that. I still want to learn how to pick up girls from young Master Lin. He didn't think that he could get a girl like Han Chushue, but if he learned, what if he did? He still felt that he was quite capable. He just lacked the skills to pick up girls. Are you a bootlicker? Lin Xian asked. Lu Jingyi scratched his head. I don't think so. Then will you give red packets to the girls you're chasing? Of course. Isn't that a very normal thing? Bootlicker. Chapter 645. Lu Jingyi was dumbfounded. How was giving a girl a red packet a bootlicker? This was a way to cultivate feelings and favorability in the pursuit of a girl. Lin Xian shook his head. Your method is a typical bootlicker. Is it that every time a girl receives a red packet from you, she will be especially happy, and then you will feel especially satisfied, and the red packets will become bigger and bigger? Lu Jingyi was dumbfounded. How did he know? Then these girls, some of them you caught up with because you were rich, but what if they didn't know your identity? After you confessed to them, they rejected you, and then their attitude towards you became cold? Lu Jingyi? How do you know? He felt more and more that this Lin Xian was something. Not only do I know this, I also know that if you didn't have power, then you would still be a single dog, and would always be a single dog. Lu Jingyi. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that all of his previous girlfriends were aware of his identity. All of them were after his money. None of the girls who didn't know his identity managed to get him. He knew that Lin Xian was fucking right. What a godly person. What else? Lu Jingyi actually had the illusion that he had learned a lot from chatting with Lin Xian for a while. Also, let me think, do you smoke? Lu Jingyi nodded. Of course, a man's romance. Then do all the girls say that they don't like men who smoke and drink, and that they don't like what kind of man, but later on, they find such a man to be their boyfriend? Lu Jingyi's eyes lit up. Damn. That's true, I have a cousin who used to say that, but later on, she found a boyfriend who smoked a pack a day, but he was just a scumbag. Later on, her family repeatedly advised her to break up, but she kept protecting her boyfriend. Brother Xian, why is that? Inexplicably, the way he addressed Lin Xian became Brother Xian. But that was because he was convinced. Because, from the beginning to the end, you have misunderstood the concept of picking up girls. You can pick them up if you have money, but without money, can't you really pick up a goddess? Lu Jingyi shook his head, meaning he didn't know. Let's go. Didn't you say that there are girls called Ling Ying and Han Chuxue in the school who are very beautiful? Are they here? Yes, I saw them this morning. They are also in the advanced class. But didn't they say that no matter how strong a freshman is, they can only be in the beginner class? Why are they in the advanced class? Lin Xian asked. They seem to have a good relationship with Teacher Xiao. Teacher Xiao recommended them, and their own strength is very exaggerated, so they can go. Maybe it won't be long before they can go to the backyard. What's wrong? Lu Jingyi scratched his head and asked. Lin Xian felt that it didn't matter. Whether it was in the advanced class or the beginner class, he would have to wait until then. Therefore, this was also the reason why Xiao Runing didn't directly recommend Lin Xian to the advanced class. She also knew that Lin Xian didn't care about these things, and there was one more thing. Lin Xian in the beginner class may at most have some friction with some spirit condensation realm, but if he was in the advanced class, wouldn't he have friction with a group of mysterious sky realm every day? The degree of friction would be even greater, so Xiao Runing let Lin Xian cause less trouble. It was good to be in the beginner class. Unfortunately, she underestimated Lin Xian. Being in the beginner class would affect him going to the advanced class to cause trouble? Lin Xian smiled and then said to Lu Jingyi, next, I will use practice to tell you that even if they are goddesses, they are not that hard to chase. Lu Jingyi. You're not going to deal with them, are you? I'm not going to deal with them, I'm going to chase them. Lu Jingyi. That was absolutely impossible. Those goddesses were really hard to chase. No matter how good your methods were, it was still hard to chase them. Lu Jingyi admired Lin Xian before, but when he heard what Lin Xian said, he immediately felt that he was being pretentious, and that admiration was directly reduced by more than half. You don't believe me? Lin Xian saw his expression and asked with a smile. Lu Jingyi was more honest and he shook his head. It's not that I want to say this, but as long as they don't like that kind of girl, there is almost no possibility of chasing them. Let alone chasing them, they won't even want to be friends with the opposite sex. They can't even get their WeChat ID. Even people who are much better than me can't get it, and you still want to chase them? Lin Xian smiled and said, of course, I won't be able to woo them today. I told you that it would take 3 days, but I'll be able to get their WeChat ID later. I can even get them to ask me for my WeChat ID. Impossible. Okay, so you still want to gamble? Lin Xian's lips curled. Lu Jingyi said, let's not talk about whether you can catch up with them or not, but if you can get their WeChat ID today, I'll give you 1 million right now. If you can make them take the initiative to ask for your WeChat ID, I'll give you another 1 million. You, Lin Xian, will be my most respected master from now on. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder and said, you're still too young. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson later. The first lesson is to tell you that you can't be a bootlicker when it comes to chasing girls. Let's go. Those who knew that Lin Xian and Ling Ying knew were people from Tianhua City, and how many students from Tianhua City came to St. Brilliant Academy. Only people with backgrounds like Zhang Tian and Qin Qing, but they didn't care. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care about this matter. There was no need to worry about the rest. Next, it was time for Lin Xian to show off and earn money. Not earning a few million for nothing? Wouldn't he be a fool? Moreover, although Lin Xian knew that Ling Ying and the rest wouldn't have anything, to be honest, Lin Xian was not happy to see them being pursued by a group of powerful and influential young masters. They couldn't tell others that they had boyfriends, because this matter was only known to themselves, their families, and Lin Xian. As for Xiao Runing and the rest, they didn't know. If word got out, it would be troublesome. Lin Xian brought Lu Jingyi, who thought he was showing off, to the advanced class. This advanced class was more than 10 times bigger than Tianhua Academy's advanced class. The scale of the academy was indeed different. No wonder St. Brilliant Academy was so famous. Of course, Lu Jingyi didn't believe it. However, Lin Xian's words made a lot of sense. Humans were like that. Even if they didn't believe it, they would still have some hope. If he succeeded, then he would be invincible in the future. Chapter 646. Lin Xian's name became famous in St. Brilliant Academy in a short period of time. Most people knew that there was a person called Lin Xian, who had 3 campus beauties in his arms. However, they didn't know who Lin Xian was. When Lin Xian walked past them, they didn't even know that he was the male lead they were talking about. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Along the way, he had already heard no less than 10 groups of people talking about the incident just now. It was enough to see the campus beauties, and how big of a sensation this incident had caused. This was just the beginning. After a few hours, or even half a day, it would be even more sensational. Of course, Lin Xian definitely had to greet Ling Ying and the others. Although they were smart, how could they cooperate with Lin Xian if they were normal? Along the way, Lin Xian pretended to play with his phone, but he was secretly chatting with Ling Ying. He talked about his plan and asked her to cooperate. In the end, Lin Xian paid the price of feeding them good food whenever he was free, and continued doing this for a week in exchange for their cooperation. Lin Xian thought for a moment. That's not right. Isn't this a win-win situation? He was also doing it for them. He could also be their shield. Why did he have to pay such a price? But it didn't matter. Why should his wife be so conflicted? Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were in class 13 of the advanced class, but they weren't there right now. Lin Xian and Lu Jingyi's arrival didn't attract too much attention. Where are they? Lin Xian pretended not to know and asked Lu Jingyi. That's easy. Then Lu Jingyi randomly pulled over someone from the advanced class and asked, Bro, have you seen Ling Ying and Han Chuxue? Where did they go? Lu Jingyi was originally a member of the advanced class. Coupled with his superior family background, he wasn't afraid of some people from the advanced class. However, even though his family background was superior, when placed in Lin'an City, it was actually only at the middle-class level. However, this middle-class level should be about the same as the top-class level in Tianhua City. After all, Tianhua City was the most border city. Many people would give up on developing there. Therefore, Tianhua City had been going downhill. This was also very normal. After all, not many people would dare to bet their treasures on a border city. They seemed to have gone to the school's karaoke room to sing. Lin Xian, damn. St. Brilliant Academy is so advanced? There's karaoke room? Lu Jingyi explained to Lin Xian, this karaoke room is a type of music class. However, it's very big and there are a lot of them. It's also a place that many girls like to go. Of course, since girls like to go there, it naturally becomes a place that boys like to go to. Originally, Lu Jingyi was Lin Xian's enemy. However, because he wanted to learn from Lin Xian, he and Lin Xian could be considered as half-friends now. Although he felt that Lin Xian was bragging, Lin Xian's hugging 3 school beauties was indeed a fact. He had to admit that Lin Xian was quite something. Then, the two of them walked over. There were many people, not only the advanced class students, but also a large number of St. Brilliant Academy students who were walking in the same direction. They were probably attracted by them. Lin Xian was very clear about the charm of Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. When they were in Tianhua Academy, their appearance would cause a sensation. However, it was a pity that at that time, it wasn't easy for them to appear in Tianhua Academy. They were mostly training or in the advanced class. The advanced class was in the Sky Martial Court of Tianhua Academy. The Sky Martial Court had very few people, but it was different here. The so-called K-Room was a rather special building. It had a total of 3 floors. On the first floor, there were 2 huge rooms. The decorations were very beautiful, and each room was a K-room. However, it was very, very big. It should be more than 500 square meters. It was very comfortable to sing in such a place. The awkward thing was that there should be 6 K-rooms on these 3 floors. The other 5 were empty, and only one was completely full. It was surrounded by people outside, and moving singing could be heard from inside. It was obvious that some people wanted to sing in the other rooms, but unfortunately, because of the presence of this person singing, they were too embarrassed to sing in the other rooms. This was because, if they sang now, no boys would come to watch. They might sing well, but no one would watch. This kind of comparison was very uncomfortable, so the other rooms were empty. Lin Xian was very familiar with this voice. Wasn't this Ling Ying's voice? This girl was now letting herself go. How could he see her like this in the Tianhua Academy? However, this was normal. In the past, she did not have a boyfriend. Now that she had a boyfriend, she wanted to experience life. The fact that she did not have a boyfriend would still have a huge impact on a girl. Han Chuxue was the same. In the past, why would she attend such a place? But now, when she had nothing to do, she would go shopping and watch movies with Ling Ying. In the past, the demonic beast domain was her entertainment. It had changed quite a bit, but this change was good. Ling Ying is singing. Lu Jingyi's face was full of enjoyment. It was as if being able to hear this goddess singing was already a kind of happiness. However, this scene was really a little exaggerated. It felt like a celebrity's extravagance. Moreover, there was an endless stream of people rushing over. Lu Jingyi did not want anything to happen to Lin Xian. After all, he felt that following Lin Xian to learn some ways to pick up girls would be more useful than anyone else. The main thing was that to him now, Lin Xian was still valuable. Therefore, he looked at Lin Xian and reminded him, "I have to remind you, young Master Lin." Because he felt that he was being pretentious and boastful, he changed the way he addressed him from Brother Xian to young Master Lin. What? This Ling Ying and Han Chuxue have 2 biggest suitors. Because of these 2, although they have many admirers, no one dares to openly pursue them. Oh? Are they very powerful? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Of course, my Lu family is just an ant compared to them. Their power is the biggest existence in Lin'an City. The 2 of them are ranked 3rd and 4th in the Tianwu tournament in Lin'an City. They are also strong people in the backyard. One of them is from the Liao family. You should have heard of Liao Jian, right? He is a famous person in Lin'an City. He is Liao Jian's younger brother, Liao Jibeng. He is ranked 4th in the Tianwu tournament. The other one is even more exaggerated. He is ranked 3rd, and his identity is even more powerful. He is the grandson of the Lin'an City magistrate. That's something. However, before this, did they not pursue the number 1 beauty of your St. Brilliance Academy? Lin Xian asked curiously. No, Because this number one beauty was pursued by an even more powerful person, so they did not pursue her. That person is ranked second in the Tianwu tournament. His identity is even more powerful. He is the son of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall Master. Chapter 647. The son of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be quite interested. The son of the Azura Palace's Hall Master was not necessarily more powerful than the son of the Enforcement Union's president, but that was the case in Lin City. The president of the Enforcement Union was only the president of the Enforcement Union in Lin City. Similar to the president of Tianhua City's Enforcement Union, Zhang Nan, he had a certain amount of power. However, that was only in Tianhua City. Moreover, it belonged to the mainland, similar to a national organization. After all, the three major powers should be considered national organizations. Why couldn't they be compared to the Azura Palace? Because here, the Azura Palace was powerful. Moreover, the Azura Palace belonged to individuals. If you belonged to a national organization, you couldn't do too much because there were too many people watching you. However, if you belonged to the Azura Palace, then it didn't matter. As long as you didn't break the law, you could do whatever you wanted. One of the hall masters of the Azura Palace should be one of the top powers in Lin City. What about the number one? Lin Xian asked. The number one is the number one beauty of our Saint Brilliant Academy. Aside from her beauty, her strength is also very heaven-defying. Lin Xian, what was going on? Could it be that the Aqua Blue planet had more females than males? Why were all the girls the strongest? It was the same in Tianhua City and Saint Brilliant Academy. However, Lin Xian was still quite curious. That's why you have to be careful. They are Ling Ying and Han Chushue's number one pursuers. Needless to say, Ling Ying's pursuer, Liao Zhibang, and Han Chushue's pursuer, Wang Haiyang, must be among them. Even if you want to do something, you have to be careful for your own safety. Lu Jingyi didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian right now. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, it's just for fun. Hey, young Master Lin, you can't change the topic. Remember our bet. You have to get Ling Ying and Han Chushue's contact information. Otherwise, you have to pay me. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry. Since you don't believe me, you will have to pay a price. Don't worry, take your time. Later, I will use practice to convince you to put 2 million in my hands. After saying that, Lin Xian leaned over. Excuse me. There were a lot of people surrounding them, and they couldn't squeeze in. However, this Lu Jingyi still had some ability. There were quite a lot of people in the advanced class, but there were still very few people who had power like him. Because of his actions, there were really people who made way for them, and the two of them squeezed into the room. On the contrary, there weren't many people in the room. There were only about 100 people in the room. It wasn't crowded with more than 100 people in a space of 500 to 600 square meters. The others were a bit further away, but there were two boys who were very close to Ling Ying and Han Chushue. They were probably the two people that Lu Jingyi mentioned. At this moment, Ling Ying was singing in a low voice. She was here to entertain herself with Han Chushue, so she didn't care about other people. She didn't care if they looked at her. Han Chushue didn't sing, so she accompanied Ling Ying here, which was already a big change. As for the eyes of the surrounding boys, damn, it was simply an explosion of lust. The most important thing was that these two girls were really beautiful here. After Lin Xian went in, he didn't move. He just stood behind and looked at them. They also saw Lin Xian, but they had already reached a cooperation with Lin Xian. Now, the three of them pretended not to know each other and didn't even make eye contact. Hey, young Master Lin, why aren't you moving? Lu Jingyi poked Lin Xian with his elbow and said. He really wanted to see what method this Lin Xian was going to use. In his heart, he really wanted to see him succeed. If he succeeded, then as long as he learned it, he would be awesome. Unfortunately, he still felt that it was impossible. After Ling Ying finished her song, There was applause and cheering around her. She really looked like a celebrity. Liao Zhibang walked over with a smile. Ling Ying, are you sure you're not a singer? It's really good. Thanks. Ling Ying said symbolically. Look, this is a typical bootlicker. You were like this before, right? Do you think he can get Ling Ying like this? Lu Jingyi shook his head, he didn't know. Give me a cigarette. Lin Xian said lightly. Lu Jingyi was completely confused. What does he want a cigarette for? Then he handed Lin Xian a cigarette. Fire. Then he handed Lin Xian a lighter. Hey, don't smoke here. Ling Ying and Han Chushu are here. Lu Jingyi said nervously. Lin Xian then said, now, let me teach you your first lesson. You can't just suck up to a dog. The number one technique when it comes to picking up a girl is to scare her away. To be precise, you have to make all the girls fall in love with you. You have to stir up her emotions, be it happiness, excitement, sadness, or anger. As long as you can stir up her emotions, then you can proceed. Otherwise, no matter how good you are at sucking up to her, it won't be of any use. Of course, stirring up a girl's negative emotions is a relatively advanced technique. But when dealing with a girl of this level, ordinary techniques are indeed useless. Blow, continue to blow. Pot at the sound of a lighter could be heard, and Lin Xian stood at the back and started smoking. In this room, Lin Xian openly smoked a cigarette, attracting the attention of many people and causing many people to whisper to each other. Ling Ying, sing another song. We all want to hear it. Liao Zhibang continued to cater to Ling Ying. Hey, Ling Ying has finished singing. It should be Chushue's turn, right? Chushue, you sing. Wang Haiyang walked over and said to Han Chushue with a smile. Han Chushue shook her head slightly. Let someone else sing. Ling Ying then said. After saying that, she frowned slightly because there was a smell of smoke in the room. Then she looked at Lin Xian. This bastard, why is he getting worse and worse? He's even learning to smoke. For those who had already won the hearts of girls, of course they didn't want their boyfriends to smoke. But it didn't matter. Although smoking was harmful to one's health, for martial artists with higher realms, this harm was almost non-existent. But she still had to cooperate with Lin Xian's performance, right? That student, can you please put out your cigarette? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with an unhappy expression. Lu Jingyi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and subconsciously stood back. Wang Haiyang and Liao Zhibang also looked at Lin Xian. Perhaps this was the time to perform. At this time, Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said with a smile, I'm smoking my cigarette and you're singing your song. Is it any of your business? What? Everyone was shocked. He actually spoke to Ling Ying like this? Lu Jingyi was really sweating. Picking up girls like this? How is this possible? How can he pick up girls if he makes them feel disgusted? And he even wants them to take the initiative to ask for his contact number? This is absolutely impossible. This student, smoking is not allowed here. Please leave. Liao Zhibang frowned and stared at Lin Xian. His face was filled with anger, but his heart was happy. He could finally stand up for Ling Ying. Chapter 648. That's right. Perhaps out of 10,000 guys, in the face of the girl they liked and wanted to pursue, 9,999 of them would have the same idea as Liao Zhibang. This idea was indeed correct, and it was indeed a way to show off in front of the girl they liked. But, could he really get a girl of this level just like that? Difficult. Although Lin Xian didn't know much about it, he really didn't use any touching methods to woo girls. He used shameless methods to woo them. No matter who it was, Miao Xiao Miao and the others were all like that. So, at least in Lin Xian's mind, one didn't need to care for a girl when wooing her. Then you could only be a spare tire. It was that phrase again. When a guy gets a girl's heart, it's usually not the guy who can make her smile, but the guy who makes her cry. What did this phrase mean? A bootlicker. In many cases, you can't get a girl. A girl doesn't need to care for her before wooing her. Of course, this wasn't all cases but under normal circumstances. Ling Ying was also a drama queen. He felt quite good acting with Lin Xian here. You're really a jerk? Ling Ying muttered. Good. He used this opportunity to scold Lin Xian. So good. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He definitely didn't care. The corner of his mouth curled up as he looked at Liao Zhibang walking over. Let me out? May I ask if there's a rule against smoking in the school? This was not an ordinary school. Smoking was a normal thing. You could even see many people walking around the school with a cigarette in their hand. You could even smoke in the classroom. Of course, you couldn't do it in front of the teachers. No. Then what are you talking about? What does it have to do with you whether I'm here or not, or whether I smoke here? What does it have to do with you whether I smoke in front of a girl? What does it have to do with you whether I make a girl unhappy? This room isn't yours, so what does it have to do with you? I know, it's because you want to show off in front of the girl you like, right? Ling Ying secretly rubbed his forehead. This Lin Xian was still so shameless. However, she wasn't too worried about Lin Xian now. After all, he was a 5-star Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivator. Moreover, it was too easy for him to fight someone above his level. How many students in St. Brilliance Academy could be his opponent? I'll just let him do whatever he wants. Anyway, I'm really bored during this period of time. I'll just play around. You. Liao Zhibang gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Especially in front of so many people, in front of Ling Ying, how could he lose his composure? Who does he think he is? Who is Liao Zhibang? In Lin City, there were not many people that he needed to be afraid of. Everyone was shocked to hear Lin Xian's words. Who is this person? I've never seen it before. How dare he talk to Liao Zhibang like that? Isn't that too valiant? He doesn't put Liao Zhibang in his eyes at all. He doesn't even know how to cater to beautiful girls. Could it be that he likes men? Look at how pretentious he is now. He's still smoking here. Won't he be beaten to a pulp by Liao Zhibang? You're courting death. Do you know who this young master is? Liao Zhibang glared at Lin Xian angrily. Fuck, how many people in City dared to provoke him? He really didn't know what was good for him. His prestige was in St. Brilliance Academy. How dare someone provoke him? Naturally, Wang Haiyang was watching with great interest. They were rivals to begin with. Neither of them were weak and neither of them could do anything to the other. It was really interesting to see Liao Zhibang being provoked in front of others. Lu Jingyi was going crazy. What was he doing? Was he courting death? He didn't know him. Now he was pretending not to know him. Lin Xian smirked. I don't care who you are. It doesn't matter whether you know or not. However, I know your brother Liao Jian. I even had a meal with him some time ago. Liao Zhibang frowned. He could have a meal with his brother Liao Jian? How many people in City had this qualification? How old was he? Bullshit. But, looking at his confident expression, Liao Zhibang was actually unsure. What's your name? Go back and ask your brother if he knows someone called Lin Xian. You'll know. Now, you can't afford to provoke me. Let your brother do it. Lin Xian sneered. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xian? He's Lin Xian? Fuck? He's the one who has 2 beauties in St. Brilliance Academy? He's the one who can even make the beauties get along with each other. That godly Lin Xian? Fuck your mother. Why don't I believe it? Is he handsome? Handsome JBA. He's too arrogant. What did he say? Liao Jian doesn't deserve to provoke him? Who exactly is this Lin Xian? For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. What? Ling Ying heard the discussion around him and was puzzled. Lin Xian has 2 beauties in his arms? And a beauty in the academy? How infuriating! This Lin Xian is too infuriating. Han Chuxue also felt uncomfortable in her heart, but she believed that Lin Xian would explain. Before everything was clear, it was better not to jump to conclusions. However, the anger on Ling Ying's face because Lin Xian had 2 beauties in his arms towards Lin Xian was in the eyes of others because Lin Xian smoked and didn't put her in his eyes. Who do you think you are? You think you're qualified to grumble in front of me? Although he felt that this Lin Xian might be something, How could Liao Jian not be angry when he openly said that he wasn't worthy in front of him? Behind the crowd, a figure walked over and revealed a smile. Interesting. The people in the backyard were only in the Thunder Tribulation realm. How powerful could they be? Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight saw that Liao Zhibang was only a 4-star Thunder Tribulation realm. Although a 4-star Thunder Tribulation realm was very powerful at this age, in Lin Xian's eyes, it was nothing. You're not worthy. Lin Xian shook his head in disappointment. You're courting death. Liao Zhibang roared angrily, and a burst of power erupted from his body. Fixed image. Dark attribute. It was also a powerful attribute. However, if they were in the same realm, Lin Xian would have to put in some effort. However, Lin Xian's realm was 1 star higher than his. This fixed image wasn't something that Lin Xian could break in an instant. Then he angrily threw a punch at Lin Xian. Everyone sighed inwardly. Being pretentious, one had to pay the price for it. Liao Jian wasn't afraid of anything. Losing an arm or a leg was the lightest punishment. They could already see Lin Xian's miserable state. Shua. However, Lin Xian's figures suddenly disappeared. What? It wasn't just the people around. Liao Jian, Wang Haiyang, and even the man who passed by to watch the show were all shocked. He disappeared. Chapter 649. Their first reaction was that Lin Xian was also of the dark attribute. But on second thought, that was not right. The dark attribute could only disappear and hide in dark places. But this was not the case. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared behind Liao Zhibang. At the same time, he punched the air. But Lin Xian kicked him in the butt. Then, he fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. There was no mocking laughter. They were all extremely shocked. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue shook their heads secretly. It was still the pretentious Lin Xian. Lu Jingyi's mouth was wide open. Was he really that strong? Space attribute. You actually have the space attribute. Liao Zhibang got up and pointed at Lin Xian in shock. Space was still a very rare attribute. In the entire Tianhua Academy, there was only one Lin Xian. In the entire Sacred Academy, there was no one with the time attribute. It was enough to show how rare space was. It was normal for them to be shocked. There were so many people in the mysterious heaven realm who had never seen a space attribute ancient martial art practitioner. How could he appear in the Sacred Academy? This Lin Xian guy seems to be something. I remember now. Previously, there was a press conference by the Yaxian Corporation. I think someone spoke. It seemed to be him. Impossible. Could he be from the Yaxian Corporation? I'm not sure. But I heard that there was a person called Lin Xian in Tianhua City. He seemed to have made some contributions to Tianhua City. His name is also Lin Xian and he just came to Sacred Academy. Could he be the Lin Xian from Tianhua City? Pan Lin Xian snapped his fingers. Then, Liao Zhibang disappeared in front of Lin Xian. He appeared in the air outside and fell to the ground. How terrifying! Space attribute is so terrifying. The dark attribute is completely at a disadvantage in front of the space attribute. And this is still daytime. Wait. Lin Xian easily controlled Liao Zhibang, and Liao Zhibang didn't even have time to break free from the space. Could it be that Lin Xian's cultivation level is even higher than Liao Zhibang's? The passers-by didn't understand, but the protagonist, Liao Zhibang, understood very well. He was indeed stronger than him. He was being controlled by the power of space, and he had no ability to resist at all. His expression was extremely ugly. Lin Xian, Liao Zhibang, will remember what happened today. I hope you'll be well. Liao Zhibang didn't seem like a stupid person. If he knew that he couldn't win, he would still fight with all his might. Wasn't that just courting death? If it was nighttime, he would have given it a try because nighttime was the dark attribute's heaven. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Of course I can. Lin Xian chuckled. Humph. Liao Zhibang snorted coldly and walked away. He was a smart person. He knew that he had lost a lot of face. However, he would only lose more face if he stayed here. There would be plenty of opportunities for him to get back at Lin Xian. What he needed to do now was to contact his brother and find out who Lin Xian was. The surrounding people were really shocked. Although Liao Zhibang wasn't the most powerful person in the entire St. Brilliance Academy, he was still one of the best. Now, he had actually suffered a loss at the hands of an unknown brat. Moreover, he didn't even dare to retaliate on the spot. This was really unexpected. Lu Jingyi didn't say anything. Of course, he was shocked, but he felt that Lin Xian wouldn't have a good time in the future. He didn't think that Lin Xian could compete with Liao Zhibang. Let's go. Ling Ying pulled Han Chuxue, and his beautiful little face had a huff and puff look. It seemed that he was angered by Lin Xian, and then he pulled Han Chuxue out of the room. Of course, Lu Jingyi didn't forget what they were supposed to do, and that was to pick up girls. Ling Ying was already so angry, and her anger was already showing on her face. How could this Lin Xian ask for her contact information? And even let her take the initiative to ask for it? This was already impossible. It seemed that this Lin Xian was just talking and didn't have any real talent in picking up girls. As for Lu Yufan and the others, they had to admit that he had some skills, but when it came to Ling Ying and the others, he was useless. Young Master Lin, let's not talk about Liao Zhibang for now. Now, about picking up girls, you can pay up now. Lu Jingyi patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said. He was learning the art of picking up girls from Lin Xian, and he was still making money. No one else could do it. Lin Xian revealed a smile. You think you won? Of course. Didn't you see how angry Ling Ying was? She left because of you, so how could you get her contact information? How about this? If you can still get her contact information, I'll give you 2 million. If you can get her to give you her WeChat, I'll give you 5 million. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Let's go. The practice has just begun. Do you think I'm lying? I'll let you experience the true realm of picking up girls. The first realm is called the compliment picking up technique. The second realm is what I call the negative compliment technique. There are even more profound ones that you won't be able to experience right now. Lin Xian walked over after he finished speaking. TSK, pretentious. Lu Jingyi's face was full of disdain. He planned to earn Lin Xian's money and ignore him in the future. He didn't want to learn the art of picking up girls from him. He estimated that Lin Xian was only slightly better than him. He probably only knew how to use flowery words to deceive inexperienced girls like Lu Yufan. Many people's eyes were on Lin Xian and Lu Jingyi. They didn't know what they were going to do, but they chose to follow Ling Ying and Lu Jingyi. Then, they saw Lin Xian and Lu Jingyi walking over to the 2 goddess-level school beauties and hitting on them. Weren't they looking for trouble? Hey, beautiful. Lin Xian called out to Ling Ying and Han Chuxue from behind. The 2 girls also stopped in their tracks. Ling Ying turned to look at Lin Xian with a face full of displeasure. What? Weren't you too lazy to talk to me? Sorry, I don't want to talk to you either. Lu Jingyi laughed disdainfully in his heart. The girls are already like this. It's over. I'm going to make money. Lin Xian scratched his head. Well, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. I'm a stubborn person, regardless of whether it's a man or a woman. No matter who it is, I'm like this. You saw it too. Even if it's Liao Zhibang, I didn't give him any face. But now that I think about it, what I did just now was indeed wrong. You're right to scold me. Whether it's smoking in front of girls or in public, it's actually not right behavior. Lu Jingyi laughed disdainfully in his heart. Apologize? Was an apology useful? Even if it was useful, his favorability level was 0 before. He had angered them and his favorability level had become negative. Even if this apology was useful, it would still return to 0. It was meaningless. When the people around them heard Lin Xian's apology, they couldn't help but laugh like a clown. Chapter 650. The anger on Ling Ying's face did not dissipate. Got it? She turned around and was about to leave. You're angry? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. Oh. You're just angry. Ling Ying looked impatient. Seeing this, Lu Jingyi and the others were even more disdainful. She was obviously angry. She couldn't take it back, right? Who told you to be pretentious? If you're not angry, smile. Lin Xian grinned. I'm really not angry. Ling Ying's tone softened. Everyone revealed a surprised expression. Why did her tone soften? Lin Xian took out his phone. Well, I'm sincerely apologizing to you. Really, you're prettier than any girl I've ever seen. Let me add you on WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. Ling Ying and Han Chushua stopped. No need for WeChat. I'm really not angry. Ling Ying's tone really softened. Okay, if you don't want to add me, then don't. Otherwise, you'll think that I'm cheating you. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled. Then you guys go and have fun. I won't disturb you. I'm really sorry. Ling Ying nodded and walked forward with Han Chushua. Lu Jingyi was relieved. He was really surprised to see Ling Ying's attitude soften. So were the others. But they still couldn't get her contact number. And she even asked for it? Nonsense. At this time, Ling Ying stopped and turned around. Well, actually, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have said that to you. We're even. Everyone, what the fuck? Lin Xian scratched his head. No. We're not even. It's because I smoked first. I still feel guilty. Ling Ying nodded slightly. Then, how about this, I'll add you. I did something wrong. When you're free, let's have a meal together. It can be considered my apology, and it can also be considered your apology. Everyone? Sure, but I'll say this first. It's my treat. You guys pick the place. All right. Then, Lin Xian added them on WeChat, and the two women walked away. Everyone, Lu Jingyi, Wang Haiyang, what the hell is going on? Weren't you very angry? What's with this sudden reversal? I'm dumbfounded. Liao Zhibang and Wang Haiyang are already in such a state, yet they still haven't gotten their contact details. They don't even care about the two of them. How did Lin Xian manage to get their WeChat when he angered them? And it was Ling Ying who said it himself? Could this be a trap? This Lin Xian has the school bell on both sides. This is a trap. Although I don't understand, this Lin Xian is the fucking Casanova? Everyone revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Crazy. What's wrong with this world? Lu Jingyi was the same. Not only did he get their WeChat, but it was also Ling Ying who took the initiative to ask. This? Lin Xian waved his phone. Are you convinced? The way Lu Jingyi looked at Lin Xian was already glowing. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Brother Xian, no, master. Please accept me as your disciple. I beg you. Lu Jingyi really worshipped Lin Xian. He was full of admiration. Lin Xian then rubbed his hands. Sit. Lu Jingyi quickly took out his phone and scanned Lin Xian's QR code. Jibu Bao, $6 million. Why is there an extra million? The other million is a disciple's filial piety to master, he. Lu Jingyi scratched his head and said, Master, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go, it's already noon. It's time for lunch. Sure. He, then tell me the principle of this on the way. Then the two walked out of St. Brilliant's Academy, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded students. From now on, the legend of Lin Xian spread throughout St. Brilliant's Academy. People respectfully called him Casanova Lin Xian. Who knows how many people fought to get his guidance? Master, what's the principle of this? I really don't understand. Lin Xian patted Lu Jingyi's shoulder and said, This is what I told you before. To pick up a girl, you have to stimulate her emotions. Happiness, excitement, depression, sadness, anger. This series of emotions will evolve into love in the later part of your attack. Then Lin Xian continued, I made her angry at the beginning. That did seem like the worst situation to pick up a girl, but at that time, I apologized to her. A man apologizes to her in front of so many people. Of course, she'll be appeased. At the same time, you made her angry, so your position in her heart is different. Then I asked for her WeChat, but she didn't give it to me, right? Lu Jingyi nodded. Of course, I didn't choose to continue. Instead, I used my words to make her feel that I was sincere. I let her feel my sincerity. Plus, her attitude towards me wasn't good before, and she said some dirty words. Of course, she would feel a little embarrassed, and then she would give in. I gave her face and she gave me face. In short, I suppressed my desire and loosened the reins only to grasp them better. That's the conclusion. Awesome, really awesome. Lu Jingyi gave a thumbs up. Although he didn't really understand, he just felt that it was awesome. The truth made him feel that it was awesome. However, this is a relatively advanced method of picking up girls. Of course, you can't use it with your current realm. You can only use compliments to pick up girls. Of course, there's a prerequisite. You can't lick her. That's the biggest prerequisite. Then, you have to raise the girl's emotions. Then, you have to turn those emotions into flirtatious feelings. Then, you'll be able to win her heart by attacking her. 3 days, I told you. This wasn't fake. This was really a method to pick up girls. Of course, because Lin Xian and Ling Ying were acting, this method of suppressing one's desire to pick up girls was simplified. To put it simply, you had to let the girl's emotions come out. Only with emotions would she think of you. That was the general idea. But in reality, it wasn't that simple. It wasn't difficult, but there was a big prerequisite. If it wasn't acting, then there had to be a prerequisite to use this method. That was in a social setting. What was a social setting? For example, your friend was having a birthday party. Everyone was invited to the KTV to sing. At the same time, some girls that you didn't know were invited. If you took a fancy to one of them, you could use this method. Because in such an occasion, if you made the girl angry, she would definitely not fall out with you. Because of the occasion, how could a friend's birthday party end on a bad note? She would definitely endure it. At this time, with these methods, you would definitely be able to get her contact information. As for whether you could pick her up or not, that would depend on the follow-up. But this indeed required skills. Chapter 651. Along the way, Lu Jingyi and Lin Xian had a meal and bragged to Lu Jingyi for 2 hours. He now admired Lin Xian and called him master willingly. However, Lin Xian didn't know if what he said was true or not. It was probably true, but it was all in theory. However, because it was successful in practice, it was right. Just like some successful entrepreneurs, when they weren't successful, their words were like farts. When they were successful, their speeches and farts were all true. Now Lin Xian belonged to the latter. Because he did it in front of Lu Jingyi and made Ling Ying give him his contact information. Lin Xian took in a follower who was dead set on him and admired him to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. This was also a skill to make someone who came looking for trouble become his follower. It was also amazing. At this moment, Liao Zhibang was sitting in Liao Jian's office. This office was like a big room in a 5-star hotel. It was especially luxurious. Liao Jian handed Liao Zhibang a glass of water. "How come you have time to come here?" Liao Jian sat down and drank a mouthful of water. Liao Zhibang held the water and drank a mouthful. "Big brother, this time I came here to ask you about someone." "Ask about someone? You went to the family to look for those in charge of intelligence. Why are you looking for me?" Liao Jian looked at Liao Zhibang in surprise. "It's like this. I met someone in St. Brilliant Academy and had a little conflict with him. He said you know him, so I came to ask you." "Oh? I know him? His name is Lin Xian." Liao Jian frowned. "You said he entered St. Brilliant Academy and had a conflict with you?" Liao Zhibang nodded. "Big brother, do you know this Lin Xian?" When Liao Jian heard the name Lin Xian, he slightly clenched his fist and nodded. Seeing his big brother nod, Liao Zhibang was also surprised. What was his big brother's identity? This Lin Xian actually knew him? Who exactly is he? Liao Zhibang really wanted to know this. He wanted to know if this Lin Xian was someone he could afford to offend. This Lin Xian should be related to the Art Xian group. Liao Jian said. Yashuan group? Liao Zhibang frowned. The Yashuan group had also appeared out of nowhere. Although it was not comparable to the Liao group yet, it would not take long before the Yashuan group would surpass the Liao group in terms of financial resources. What relationship? Liao Jian shook his head. I'm not sure. Maybe he's one of the shareholders. Liao Zhibang clenched his fists. This was going to be difficult. Liao Jian was also uncomfortable. He had been played by this Lin Xian twice. He had lost face. Murong Qing had also completely lost contact with him after she had used him. He felt terrible. He hated Lin Xian, but at this point in time, their Liao group could no longer compete with the Yaxian group, nor could they. This was because the Yaxian group's business was looked forward to by the entire continent and was supported by everyone. If Lin Xian were to jump out and cause trouble, it would cause a huge impact to his Liao group. However, he also wanted to deal with this Lin Xian. Then, big brother, can you help me? This Lin Xian is simply too presumptuous. However, his strength is very strong. At the same time, he has the spatial attribute. I'm not his opponent. It was obvious that the relationship between these two brothers was quite good. Let's put this matter aside for now. I'll think of a way. Before that, you'd better not have a conflict with him. Then, big brother, what can you do? Liao Zhibang asked expectantly. Liao Jian revealed a cold smile. Simple. Just get rid of him. After that, Lin Xian went to the Yaxian building. Linya was having lunch in the building's cafeteria. Now, everything was basically on track. Just like before, Linya had also set up a cafeteria on one of the floors of the building. She had specially hired a few good chefs to cook, making it look like a state-owned enterprise. This was also a reflection of her compassion for her employees. After all, when working in such an office building, most companies did not provide meals. When it was time to eat, they had to eat by themselves, order takeout, or go out to eat. Very few companies could build a cafeteria in such a building. However, Linya had done so and won the praise of her employees. Linya had always followed a principle, which was that her employees were her friends. The employees were everything in any company. If you treated them well, they would repay you with more serious work. There were many people in the building who did not know Lin Xian. This was normal. Lin Xian also hoped that this would be the case. Then, Lin Xian inquired about Lin Ya's location and went to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was very clean and tidy. Hundreds of people were eating here one after another, and it was full of laughter. In a corner, Lin Ya sat there alone, eating while looking at her phone. Those who passed by all greeted her respectfully. Lin Ya also nodded slightly. Anyway, the employees were all very respectful to her. Moreover, she ate the employees' meal every day like them. She was really a good boss. Lin Xian did not care. Did he have to eat abalone and shark's fin every day? Linya was probably not used to it. She felt that this kind of ordinary meal was really good. Little fairy. Lin Xian went behind her and called out. Linya was stunned and then quickly turned around. Why you here? She was very surprised to see Lin Xian. Although she saw him almost every day, she was very happy to see him every time. I'm here to freeload some food. Lin Xian smiled and sat beside her. You haven't eaten? I'll help you call. No need. I've eaten. I just came to see you. I want to eat this meat. Linya then added a piece of meat for Lin Xian and personally fed it to him. This scene was seen by many people, and they all had a shocked expression. There were many young people in the company, both men and women. They had to admit that Linya was the goddess in the hearts of the male employees. However, they were only employees and did not have the courage to get close to her. Moreover, Linya was relatively cold outside. But seeing this scene, they were really shocked. Who is that man? Could he be Boss Lin's boyfriend? Boss Lin's smile is so beautiful. They are so sweet. I'm so envious. So Boss Lin has a boyfriend? To be able to make Boss Lin smile so sweetly, she must love her boyfriend a lot, right? I'm thinking, who is worthy of Boss Lin? And he looks very young. In a moment, this became a hot topic in the company. Little fairy, in the future, you don't have to come to the company every day. Just occasionally take care of things and do your own things. Otherwise, it will be too tiring. Lin Xian said reluctantly. Chapter 652. Linya was tired, but she was content. Moreover, she was doing it for Lin Xian. She was very satisfied to be managing Lin Xian's company. It's okay. Moreover, the company is still in its early stages. We just need to take care of it. Then relax a little later. Otherwise, I'll spank you. Linya blushed slightly. I know. But Ching Ching is with me. It's not tiring at all. Ching Ching was, of course, Murong Ching. She seemed to care a lot about this. She would come to work every day for the first time and manage the company with Linya. Lin Xian then looked around. Many people were looking at them. When they saw Lin Xian looking over, they quickly continued eating and acted as if nothing had happened. How's the company doing now? Linya said, the daily sales are only increasing. We're even worried that the supply of chalcedony liquid is not enough. Lin Xian said, leave the chalcedony liquid to me. He had 50 to 60 million Adonis points. He did not have to worry about the chalcedony liquid for the time being. At this time, Murong Ching swayed her body and walked over with lunch. Oh, isn't this young Master Lin? What brings you here? Murong Ching smiled and sat opposite Lin Xian and Linya. This Ye Xian group was considered a legend. This legend was not just any legend, but the two most powerful people in the company. They were both top-notch and rarely seen goddesses. One was cold and the other was seductive. Really, many people were looking forward to seeing them when they came to work. It was really a blessing. Linya and Murong Ching also became good friends. It had to be said that Linya had a natural affinity. Perhaps part of it was because of Lin Xian. Anyway, all the girls liked her and wanted to be friends with her. Didn't you say that you hate going to work the most? Have you become a white-collar worker who goes to work and leaves work on time? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm also a small shareholder of the Ye Xian Group. This company has just started, and it's like my own child. Shouldn't I take good care of it? When the child grows up, we can let him grow up on his own. Am I right? Murong Ching smiled and asked. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. What you said seems to make sense. Unfortunately, you're still an old bitch. Murong Ching was speechless. Xiao Xian, you can't be so rude to girls. Linya began to teach Lin Xian again. Got it. Lin Xian scratched his head. Kikik. When Murong Ching saw that Lin Xian actually admitted defeat, she couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Xian actually knew how to back down. I asked your sister to introduce a boyfriend to me. Murong Ching took a bite and smiled. Lin Xian, fuck. That wouldn't do. This Murong Ching was his internally chosen one. How could he let her run away? No. What was Murong Ching's identity? Wasn't it easy for her to find a man? It was just that her standards were too high. How could she easily date a guy who was introduced to her by others? So, this was a joke. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't stupid. Although many people's boyfriends and girlfriends were introduced to them by their friends, they were all very ordinary people. Murong Ching didn't fit such a setting. Oh, and then, Lin Xian pinched a piece of meat in front of Linya and put it into his mouth. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Here, I'll help you. Murong Ching saw how loving the siblings were and was actually very envious. If she had a younger brother or sister, she would definitely spoil him to the heavens. Guess what? Your sister actually introduced you to me. Lin Xian had just taken a sip of water and almost spat it out. Lin Ya's little face was a little red. I say, little fairy, don't always sell me to every girl you meet. Lin Xian said with a helpless smile. You're not young anymore. Linya muttered. Lin Xian was also speechless. From the young ones like Lu Yufan and the others to the old ones like Murong Ching, this Linya didn't even let go of them. Then what do you say? Lin Xian calmed down and asked with a smile. I'm fine with anything. If you don't mind that I'm old, then that's fine too. Murong Ching laughed delicately. How is that possible? You're old? No matter where you go, people will think you're 20 years old. Continue licking. Lin Xian, 24, 26, 27 years old. Lin Xian felt that girls at this age were the most beautiful and charming. Just look at Linya, Xiao Runing, and Murong Ching. In 2 years, when Han Chuxue and Ling Ying were also 24 years old, they would probably be even more beautiful. I won't talk to you anymore, okay? You guys eat. I'm leaving. Seeing you annoys me. Boss Lin, remember to pay. Murong Qin shouted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her and then left. Then, Murong Qin and Lin Ye chatted there. And Lin Xian? He had nothing to do. He really had nothing to do. Every day, other than cultivating his relationship with this girl, he would be with that girl. He really wanted to go to the demonic beast domain. However, even Lin Xian did not dare to go to the demonic beast domain now. Think about it, Tianhua City had just fallen, and countless high-level demonic beasts had participated in that battle. A large number of them must have not left yet. Tianhua City was their spoils of war, so they definitely had to take care of it. However, this realm was still not bad. He was already at the 5-star Thunder Tribulation realm. When he reached the 10-star Thunder Tribulation realm, he could use the last heavenly star fruit to directly advance to the Law realm. When he advanced from the Law realm to the Domain realm, there would be no such effect. However, he was still satisfied. The things in the second mall had a great impact on Lin Xian. They were very, very useful. Other than the obedient spray, Lin Xian had not used it before. No, he had used it before. When he destroyed the Heavenly Void Crystal, he had used it to control many powerhouses and buy them a lot of time. This matter would naturally be passed down through the ages. Even if he could not do it, he would definitely be rewarded by the 3 major forces. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not like to show his face. He liked to keep a low profile. Wasn't it good to be an ordinary person? How comfortable was it to flirt with girls? However, it was also quite blissful. However, Lin Xian felt that as a man, he was not doing his job properly if he played with girls every day. However, Lin Xian was actually doing something important. He was doing a mission. What was the most important thing now? It was Ling Long Shui, Ling Long Yue, and Bing Ling Yue. He had to get these 3 girls. There was not much time left for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was confident. He only needed time. However, there was a very, very difficult place now. The 3 of them lived together, and he had to get all 3 of them. Under normal circumstances, it might be easier for him to get the first one, but what about the second one? What about the third one? Therefore, it was a little troublesome. Lin Xian even wondered if he could get more time. He did not have much time left. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Chapter 653. Lin Xian took out his phone and answered the call. Hello, little Ying. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. It's been a while since I've been intimate with them. No, I have to do something tonight. After all, I'm a normal man. Treat us to a meal. Ling Ying's voice came. Why? Lin Xian scratched his head. Hey, Chuxue and I helped you act cool, shouldn't we? On the other side, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were sitting in a coffee shop. She pouted. This Lin Xian. But didn't I promise to cook for you guys? I didn't treat you guys to a meal, so why should I treat you guys to a meal? Lin Xian said straightforwardly. Of course it was to act cool, to earn Adonis points. Feeling Ling Ying's extreme displeasure, Adonis points plus 200,000. What's the situation now? Doing the same thing now, the Adonis points increased by a lot. This is also a good thing. It's probably because Lin Xian opened the second shop. Say that again. Ling Ying said angrily. Even if there's no such reason as a boyfriend, shouldn't you treat us to a meal? Let's break up, let's break up. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. But you guys have to deal with it first. I'll treat you guys to a meal tonight. It's not that long before dinner, and I've already eaten 2 meals at noon. Ling Ying was even more annoyed. 2 meals? Looks like you invited 2 groups of girls, right? Lin Xian, I heard that you have girls in St. Brilliance Academy. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, you're so capable now. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. I'm just joking. I'm just playing around. You really believed me. Humph, Of course I believe you. Okay, I'll go play with Chushua first. Remember to call us at night. Then Ling Ying hung up the phone. Lin Xian shrugged. In the afternoon, he went to visit Ling Long Shui and the others to cultivate their relationship. The sky was getting dark. Originally, Ling Long Shui and the others wanted to invite Lin Xian out for dinner, but Lin Xian rejected them. Rejecting girls appropriately was also a way to pick them up. What do you need to pick up girls? You need to arouse the girl's emotions. If you reject her, she will think, why did this guy reject me? Is it because I'm not good enough? If she thinks this way, her mind will be filled with you. Then, you can use other methods to make her suddenly feel that there's nothing wrong with her and praise her. At that time, you can probably make your move. Of course, this was all in theory. In reality, there were bound to be some discrepancies. They had to act according to the circumstances. Lin Xian arrived at the movie theater. Han Chushue and Ling Ying were sitting in the hall with a cup of milk tea each, waiting for him. Many people around them were looking at them. However, there was also a person from St. Brilliant Academy, Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang was Han Chushue's admirer. There was no conflict between him and Lin Xian. He also came out with his friends and accidentally met Ling Ying and Han Chushue. However, he didn't make a move because he didn't even have Han Chushue's contact information. How could he appear so openly, treat them to dinner, and watch a movie with them? Of course, it was no problem for ordinary girls. However, if it was them, it was different. Therefore, he followed them secretly with a few friends. Young Master Wang, these two girls are really the best. The quality of the girls in St. Brilliant Academy is getting higher and higher. Which one do you like? A man with slicked back hair looked at them from afar and then asked. Wang Haiyang said, it doesn't matter which one. They are both beautiful. It's worth it to get any one of them. However, I prefer the colder one. Here, the one on the right. Really the best. Then I'll go after the one on the left. Wang Haiyang sneered. Liao Zhibang still hasn't gotten her contact information. How can you compare to Liao Zhibang? It was a little awkward. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's figure suddenly flashed in Wang Haiyang's mind. Later, he asked Lu Jingyi and found out that this was Lin Xian's way of picking up girls. He really used this method to pick up girls. If it wasn't an accident, then he really admired him. His ability to pick up girls was really good. But now, he found that Lin Xian was really awesome. At this moment, he suddenly saw the two girls smiling and even greeting each other. His first reaction was that the person they were waiting for had arrived. It should be a girl. When he looked over, he was stunned. Lin Xian? Isn't that Lin Xian? Then he saw that Lin Xian was chatting with the two girls. It was an accident, but not too much. Because they did make an appointment in public that Lin Xian would treat them to a meal as an apology. But this was a movie theater. They were watching a movie? It had already developed to this extent? It had only been an afternoon. What kind of saint was he? Oh, there's actually a guy who seems to have a good relationship with them? What's the situation, Master Wang? You don't have to worry about it. As long as he's not a threat to me. Anyway, Wang Haiyang's main target was Han Chushue. As long as this Lin Xian didn't have any feelings for Han Chushue, it was fine. If he did, then he would take action. Do you see the 10 o'clock direction? That seems to be Chushue's admirer. Lin Xian had already noticed the few people the moment he came in. It was very simple to find them. In the hall, the boys' eyes and attention were on Han Chushue and the girls, but most of the girls' attention was on them. Then Lin Xian noticed them. I saw them. They followed us in. Han Chushue said faintly. With Ling Ying and Han Chushue's ability, how could they not notice that they were being followed? That's a pity. I originally wanted to hug each of you with one arm, but now I can't. I have to pretend. TSK, you can't do that in the first place. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. He seemed to be thinking about something. Lin Xian smiled. Don't be so heartless. At least the three of us have shared a bed together. Say that again. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. Cough cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then what do we do now? Are you hungry? If not, let's watch a movie first. Recently, a movie called Be a Dream Guy From Now On has been released. Chushue and I are both loyal readers of this novel. Let's see if it's good. Chushue and I just finished eating not long ago and also had some snacks. Okay, then I'll accompany the two of you to watch the movie. Han Chushue's face turned slightly red. Shameless. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then the three of them went to buy tickets. Normally, Lin Xian would be in the middle. Then, the two girls would hug each of them. Since Wang Haiyang was here, then they had to act. Chapter 654. Lin Xian carried milk tea and followed the two girls into the studio of Be a Dream Guy From Now On. There were many people inside and almost all the seats were full. It was evident that the popularity of the show was quite high. Lin Xian's seat was in the middle. Originally, he was sitting between Ling Ying and Han Chushue, hugging one in each arm. However, he still had to act. Hence, Lin Xian sat on the right side of Ling Ying. On the left side of Ling Ying was Han Chushue. He could only take advantage of Ling Ying. The two girls were gradually getting used to this kind of situation. They were both Lin Xian's girlfriends and they knew each other. However, what could they do? As long as they weren't too presumptuous, it would be fine. Wang Haiyang and the others were sitting behind Lin Xian. Compared to the movie, how did Lin Xian ask the two girls out, how was their relationship, and whether there would be any intimate actions? This was more important. When he saw that Lin Xian was sitting beside Ling Ying and not between the two of them, he inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because he knew that Lin Xian had a few campus belles in St. Brilliant's Academy, and they were Yi and the rest. That meant that they were Lin Xian's girlfriends and they got along well with each other. Someone asked them this question in the afternoon and they all admitted it. At this moment, Lin Xian completely exploded in St. Brilliant's Academy. He was simply a god. Wang Haiyang naturally knew about this matter. Fortunately, he was pursuing Ling Ying. However, when he saw that Lin Xian asked the two girls out and that Lin Xian had 3 campus belles in his arms during the day, he was inexplicably worried. Would Lin Xian have these 2 girls in his arms? Fortunately, when he saw that Lin Xian wasn't in the middle, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's all. Wang Haiyang sneered, but he actually admired Lin Xian. He just didn't want to admit that Lin Xian was really good at picking up girls. Hey, according to your temperament, shouldn't you be more impudent in front of this person? Lin Xian smiled and said to Ling Ying, then we have to act like it. How can I make you angry in the morning and get you at night? That's too fake. This proves that you're amazing at picking up girls, isn't it? Then wouldn't people say that you're very casual? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. At least you know how to talk. Her heart was very happy. It turned out that Lin Xian was thinking for her. Han Chushue still had that cold look on her face. She didn't participate in their conversation too much. Even if she had become Lin Xian's girlfriend, she still cared a lot. When Lin Xian and Ling Ying were talking, although she seemed to be watching the movie, she was actually listening carefully. Little Chushue, I want a kiss. Lin Xian then bypassed Ling Ying and said to Han Chushue sweetly. Han Chushue's beautiful little face was suddenly dyed with a layer of red. She ignored Lin Xian. Bastard. Ling Ying gritted his teeth and then pinched Lin Xian's arm. To be honest, this girl's pinching technique was simply unbearable. Watch the movie. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Okay, let's watch the movie. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. I want to eat popcorn. Then Lin Xian said to Ling Ying. Here. Ling Ying handed the popcorn to Lin Xian. Feed me. Ling Ying, how shameless. Then she grabbed a few popcorn and fed it to Lin Xian. Although they couldn't act too intimate, Lin Xian didn't want the people behind them to feel good. They couldn't be too intimate to the extent that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but a little intimate would make the people behind them unhappy. Wang Haiyang suddenly saw this scene and his whole hand subconsciously clenched into a fist. Even though Ling Ying wasn't the one he was pursuing, how did Lin Xian manage to make Ling Ying, whom he had just met in the morning, feed him popcorn when he had angered her? Sour. This way, from the looks of it, he had a very high chance of wooing Ling Ying. So awesome. To be honest, other than feeling extremely unhappy and sour, he really admired him. Anyway, he wasn't the one pursuing Ling Ying, he was pursuing Han Chushue. Looking at this, although he didn't want to admit it, the scene in front of him had already convinced him. If he made a move on Han Chushue, would Han Chushue also fall for it? One must know that in terms of appearance, temperament, and excellence, Han Chushue and Ling Ying weren't any worse than the number 1 beauty of St. Brilliant's Academy. To be precise, the three of them were the most beautiful, and it was impossible to rank them. However, Han Chushue and the number 1 beauty had the same personality. If Lin Xian could really do it, then it proved that Lin Xian had the means to pursue the number 1 beauty. He had to do something before that happened. That's right. Apprentice and learn. Although he was extremely unhappy, he had to admit that his methods of chasing girls were amazing. As long as he could learn, then he would definitely be able to pursue one. For a beauty, for more strength and energy in bed in the future, he was willing to put down his face. What was the big deal about putting down his face? That Liao Zhibang was beaten up, and he was considered okay. And just like that, the movie was finished in less than 2 hours. Needless to say, it was very good, and there were many good reviews. Then they all left the theater. You said that the male lead returned to his planet, but what about his girlfriend on his previous planet? Ling Ying also asked curiously. Because of the finale, the male lead returned to his original planet, but it didn't say where his girlfriend would go on this planet, leaving a sad atmosphere and room for imagination. Sometimes, imperfection is perfection. This was the common trait of those television dramas and movies. This is to give us room for imagination. There are countless possibilities. Let's see how we think. As a man, if it were you under such circumstances, there's someone you love on another planet, and there's also someone you love on this planet. You've been working hard to return to your original planet. If you could go back, would you make the same choice? What a joke. We all love each other deeply. Even if I go back, I'll take the person I love on this planet with me. Lin Xian said. But what if it's like in the movie, and you can't take her away? Lin Xian, how can there be such a hypothesis? Oh, okay, let's not talk about this. Lin Xian suddenly realized that the setting of this movie was similar to his. He even panicked for a moment. He had always wanted to work hard to go back, but he had never thought about what would happen if he could go back, but Ling Ying and the others couldn't. He didn't want to think about this problem, so he chose to avoid it. Chapter 655. Ling Ying pouted. Chushue, look, all men are like this, tisk? Han Chushue nodded. Lin Xian, hey, you two can't team up to deal with me. You two have to protect me, love me, and protect me, Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Aren't you saying it the other way around? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, let's go, what do you want to eat? Lin Xian knew that Wang Haiyang and the others were still following them, so he didn't hug Ling Ying and Han Chushue. However, they probably wouldn't let Lin Xian hug them alone. This was inevitable, but if they were in a place with no one around, they would probably give up half-heartedly. So, when the relationship between best friends reaches a certain level, for example, the two of them, it was really a good thing. Why would other people's best friends tear each other apart? Their relationship wasn't good. On the surface, it looked so good, but in reality, it was just like that. Moreover, most of them didn't know each other for long. The frequency of girls changing their best friends was unimaginable. It was really different from guys. Of course, it wasn't absolute. However, Han Chushue and Ling Ying were different. They weren't just best friends. They played together since they were young and didn't have many friends. It was just the two of them who understood each other, and thought for each other. Sharing a man, this was a true best friend. You're treating, Ling Ying said. Of course, eat as much as you want. Then her beautiful eyes flashed with a sly light. You said it. Of course. Then Ling Ying looked around and asked Han Chushue, is that okay? Han Chushue looked around and nodded, anything is fine. Then Ling Ying pointed in a direction and said to Lin Xian, there, that hotel. Lin Xian looked over. 5-star hotel. Then we might as well go to Rose Heaven. Lin Xian said. They looked at Lin Xian curiously. Rose Paradise is also a 5-star hotel. How bad can their cooking skills be? All right. Lin Xian smirked. Rose Heaven was a famous hotel for couples. The atmosphere at Rose Heaven was different from other 5-star hotels. The music, decorations, and ambience were all suitable for couples. This was also a way to stimulate a girl's hormones. Who knows, maybe they wouldn't have to leave Rose Heaven that night. Then, the two women didn't know about Lin Xian's bad idea. They simply took a taxi and went to Rose Heaven with Lin Xian. Wang Haiyang, who was behind him, naturally brought a few people with him. He wanted to see what these people could do tonight. When he saw the car stop in front of Rose Heaven, he was stunned. Rose Paradise? Couple hotel? It couldn't be, right? Young Master Wang, what's up with these 3 people? They've entered Rose Heaven. Rose Heaven is a couple hotel. Even ordinary people know this. Ling Ying and the others must know this too. They couldn't have been tricked by that kid. Could it be? Could it be? Shut up. Wang Haiyang's expression was ugly. That's right. Everyone knew that Rose Heaven was a couple hotel. Why would they follow them in? No, he had to know what was going on. Let's go in and see what's going on. Then, he brought the 3 people in. Is there a total of 3 people? A beautiful waitress smiled and walked towards Lin Xian and the others. She was stunned by Han Chushue and Ling Ying. She didn't know how many couples came to eat at Rose Heaven every day. She had seen too many girls, but girls of this level were really rare. Couples were common, and she had seen many couples. Then, the girl brought her best friend. This was quite common, so she wasn't surprised by the 3 of them. Do you want a private room? Lin Xian thought for a moment and smiled. No need for a private room. The hall is fine. Over there. Okay, please take a seat. Han Chushue asked curiously, why don't you want a private room? To be honest, they still didn't like to eat in such a crowded hall because the gazes of those men would indeed affect them. Moreover, they hated being hit on. They didn't know how many times they were hit on every day. They were used to it, but it was annoying to experience it too much. It's annoying. Lin Xian smiled. Han Chushue also understood the meaning of Lin Xian's words. She looked at the door from the corner of her eyes. Those people had indeed come in, but they were already seated. May I ask? You 4, the beautiful waitress who had just served Lin Xian and the others was slightly surprised when she saw the 4 men come in. It wasn't that she hadn't seen such a scene before. Most of them were girls, but they were best friends. Who knew if they were? Anyway, they were guests. If they weren't a couple, why couldn't they eat? She had never seen a couple of men, especially 2 couples. The hall over there. Hurry up. Wang Haiyang pointed in a direction and said. From this position, they could see Lin Xian's situation, but it was difficult to see them from that direction. What I mean is, are the 4 of you a couple? Rose Heaven's couple dining is free of charge. Wang Haiyang, no. We're just here to eat. Understand? He was already in a bad mood, and now he was being treated as gay. Understood, understood. Please take a seat. The beautiful waitress wiped her forehead. She shouldn't have asked. Even if they were, they definitely wouldn't admit it. She was so stupid. If she knew, she wouldn't have asked. At this time, another beautiful waitress came. Can you 3 order now? Lin Xian nodded and said, just bring the most expensive food here. Remember, it's not the most popular, it's the most expensive. Not only the beautiful waitress, but also Ling Ying and Han Chushue were stunned. What was he up to this time? Sir, the most expensive food here is the world's top ingredients. For example, caviar, a spoonful is 30,000 yuan. Then half a caddy first? The beautiful waitress. Just kidding. How can I eat that? Just 2 taels will be enough. 2 taels? That's hundreds of thousands. And the rest? Just bring it. Do you think I'm going to go back on my word? Right, 2 bottles of red wine, the most expensive kind. Please wait a moment. Then the beautiful waitress hurried away. I say, Big Boss Lin, you're rich. Even if you're rich, you don't have to be so generous. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Yeah, it's a waste of money. Han Chuxue also said faintly. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, someone will pay for it. Chapter 656. Ling Ying and Han Chushue's faces were filled with suspicion. Someone would pay? Who would come and pay for nothing? They were very smart, but it was hard for them to think of this. Could it be? They silently glanced at Wang Haiyang in the back seat. Was it him? But he was obviously following them. Why would he come and pay? It felt impossible. How can you be so sure? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian smiled. Guess. Bastard, that's what I hate the most. Ling Ying angrily glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Do you want to bet? Ling Ying and Han Chuxue looked at each other. The 2 girls felt that Lin Xian's words were a bit ridiculous. He obviously came to follow them, and then he said they came to meet him? Okay, that was possible. But why would he pay for you? This was Lin Xian's understanding of men as a man. Girls like them definitely wouldn't understand. His methods of picking up girls had definitely convinced this Wang Haiyang. Now he must be thinking of learning from him, but how could he learn from him? A bootlicker. A bootlicker. Moreover, he could coincidentally meet Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. According to a man's idea, if Lin Xian was him, he would come. At worst, he would lose the bet. After all, they were on the same side. Let's bet. Ling Ying wouldn't admit defeat to Lin Xian. Lin Xian then looked at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue nodded. Okay, let's bet then. What are we betting on? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian smiled and said, tell me, what will you do if I lose? Ling Ying and Han Chuxue tilted their heads and pondered. Now that this guy needs to cook for us, what do we need him for? Ling Ying asked Han Chuxue. How about, if he loses, he can't play with other girls for a week? Han Chuxue asked softly. Lin Xian, hey, little Chuxue, you've changed. You've become bad. Lin Xian said to Han Chuxue, feeling wronged. Han Chushue's small face blushed, and she slightly tidied up the loose hair on her forehead. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes lit up. All right, that's it. Then she looked at Lin Xian and said, you lost. You can only play with us for a week. You can't play with the other girls or take them to the movies or anything. Is it feasible? Of course, they knew that Lin Xian always took other girls out to play. Although there was no evidence, they knew in their hearts that maybe this Lin Xian had other girlfriends other than them. However, they pretended not to know. It was best not to let them know. Although they might have guessed it, as long as they didn't meet them, they would turn a blind eye. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, looking like he was in a dilemma. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that these 2 girls weren't stupid either. Lin Xian definitely knew that they knew what he was like outside, whether he had other female friends that he was on good terms with, or even if they were his girlfriends. But this was what made Lin Xian love them more. They were very tolerant. Seeing Lin Xian's dilemma, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue knew that he wasn't as confident as he appeared to be, so they were sure to win. Okay, then let's bet. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and nodded, looking at them and saying. The 2 girls' beautiful eyes lit up, and they revealed a trace of a smile. He jumped into the hole he dug himself, right? What about you guys? If I win, what price are you willing to pay? Lin Xian asked. Tell us. Lin Xian thought for a moment, acting like he had never thought about it before. In fact, he thought about it every day. Otherwise, why would he bring them to Rose Heaven for dinner? How about this, if you lose, then we won't go home tonight. The 2 girls, bastard. They subconsciously thought of something. This bastard was actually thinking about this kind of thing? Hey, what are you thinking about? I mean, let's just get a room in Rose Heaven and play poker, okay? I haven't played poker in a long time, and I'll play all night. Since I lost, I'll have to spend a lot of money for tonight's dinner, so I want to win it back from you guys. Is there a problem? The two girls looked at each other, then thought for a moment. They felt that this Lin Xian had that kind of bad idea, but he seemed to be quite sincere. Moreover, so what if they were in the same room? Would they be bullied by him? Moreover, Lin Xian had made it very clear that he would play poker for an entire night. Then there was no need to worry. She would play with him and let him feel despair. She would lose her hard-earned money again and let him hook up with other young ladies outside every day. Okay, then let's do it. Lin Xian's lips curled. Although that was what he said, once the three of them entered the room and went to bed to play poker, then could they really play for the whole night? By then, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? At this time, the dishes were all served. Not to mention other things, just by looking at the dishes, one could tell that it was the taste of money. The three of you, this is 1982 Farah, a bottle of 140,000 yuan. The beautiful waitress said the price first. What if they couldn't afford it? However, although the boys' clothes were relatively ordinary, and the total cost was only 1,000 yuan, the two girls were really beautiful and elegant. They should be able to afford it, right? Well, the most expensive one? Lin Xian asked. And the one that costs 320,000 yuan a bottle. Then give me the one that costs 320,000 yuan a bottle. Take this bottle away and exchange it. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. That's right, for Big Boss Lin who earns 1 billion yuan a day, a table of dishes that cost a few million yuan is nothing, right? Ling Ying said. Of course, the main thing is that someone is paying. You mean you're sure to win? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. More accurately, go by poker. Han Chushue laughed. Oh, you're still laughing. I'll remember it. You used to be very good to me, but now you've become bad. Lin Xian glared at Han Chushue. Han Chushue silently lowered her small head and ate the delicious food. This is the taste of money, it's just SOS. Lin Xian ate a spoonful of caviar and felt the bursting feeling in his mouth. This spoonful was worth tens of thousands yuan. Things are precious when they're rare. The taste may not be good, but it's rare and high-end. The rest is just SOS. Han Chushue and Ling Ying cut the foie gras together. And this foie gras, how expensive do you think a goose is? A few hundred yuan? Why does a piece of foie gras cost a few thousand yuan? Lin Xian shook his head and swallowed it directly. The two girls, this taste is okay. Lin Xian nodded. Geese may not be expensive, but the geese that make foie gras are specially bred. The cost seems to be quite high, not the geese raised on ordinary farms. Han Chushue said to Lin Xian. Chapter 657. Lin Xian didn't understand. Everyone in the upper class ate the same dishes. Anyway, he didn't know how much money he was cheated. However, Lin Xian still liked home-cooked food, but it didn't matter if he occasionally ate high-end food. Anyway, someone would pay for him today. If there wasn't, then he could just eat whatever he wanted. Soon, the 320,000 bottle of red wine was served. The lobby manager personally ran over. When he saw Lin Xian, he wiped his sweat. This wasn't good. Wasn't this person his boss's friend? They seemed to have a good relationship. Then, should he take the money? He definitely had to take the money. After all, this meal was too expensive. But what if his boss found out about it? What if his boss didn't want to take the money? Therefore, he was in a dilemma. However, he still had to do his job well and take the money first. Young Master Lin, is the food delicious? The lobby manager asked with a smile. The taste of money is of course delicious. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian helplessly. He actually couldn't refute what Lin Xian said. It seemed to be quite reasonable. Anyway, expensive food was good. Then enjoy your meal. About an hour later, they were almost done eating. The main event was tonight's poker game in the room. That Wang Haiyang wasn't in the mood to eat this meal. He had all kinds of thoughts in his mind. Basically, a meal in a 5-star hotel wouldn't cost much. Unless you ordered something very expensive. However, even if it was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, it wouldn't matter. With his capital, it was too easy. He thought for a while and decided to strike. He glanced at the other side and saw that they were almost done eating. If he went out at this time, firstly, he could strike up a conversation with Han Chushue. Secondly, he could be the one to pay. He was also willing. There were 2 benefits. First, he could save Lin Xian a sum of money. This way, wouldn't they become friends? Moreover, he might not need to spend too much money. Then, he could learn from this Lin Xian. Secondly, he could show them that he was generous and rich in front of them. Showing off himself, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he definitely had to do it. Oh right, there's one more thing. Ling Ying suddenly said. What? That's our bet. That Wang Haiyang must take the initiative to pay for you. You can't use words to bewitch him. Otherwise, you'll be considered shameless. Ling Ying also suddenly thought of this. This Lin Xian was quite eloquent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive so many girls. She and Han Chushue were both fooled. But you're too ruthless, Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. In any case, you can't go back on your word. All right. I promise you, all right? This time, Ling Ying felt that victory was in his hands. Humph, you want to flirt with other big sisters? He was thinking too much. Cough, cough. Lin Xian and the others were chatting when Wang Haiyang walked over and coughed dryly. Their gazes shifted over to him. Fuck. Ling Ying grumbled in his heart. This guy really came? But if they came, so be it. Why should he pay for them? Anyway, Lin Xian couldn't take the initiative to say anything. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Wang Haiyang said with a smile. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Lin Xian said. How could it not be a coincidence? You followed me all the way. It must be a coincidence. What a pity. If only I saw you earlier. We could have had a meal together. Wang Haiyang said with a little frustration. After that, he casually sat on the seat next to Han Chushue. Isn't this a couple's hotel? Master Wang, did you come with your girlfriend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wang Haiyang said with a smile, of course not. I don't have a girlfriend. Chushue, you should know very well, right? He asked Han Chushue. Han Chushue nodded politely. After all, he was pursuing Han Chushue. Naturally, he didn't have a girlfriend. Then Wang Haiyang said, I came with a few friends. They're all male friends. Oh, over there. Who said that couples can't eat in a couple's hotel? I heard that some of the dishes here are very famous, so I brought my friends here to eat. The taste is really good. The 2 bottles of red wine Lin Xian ordered were placed at their feet. Anyway, Wang Haiyang couldn't see it. Lin Xian ate most of the food, so he couldn't tell what he was eating. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't see the wine. He definitely knew how much the wine was. When he saw the wine, he would know how much it cost. Then, he wouldn't be willing to pay if it was too expensive. That's really a pity. We've also finished eating. Now we're ready to leave. Lin Xian said. Wang Haiyang smiled and said, just in time. I've also just finished eating. How about this, I'll pay with your table. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, to be honest, the 2 girls were dumbfounded. They even thought that Lin Xian had colluded with Wang Haiyang. Was this person an idiot? Why did he want to pay for others? Isn't that too embarrassing? Lin Xian looked a little hesitant. What's wrong with that? It's only right to pay for beautiful girls. Also, Junior Lin Xian, you've just entered St. Brilliant Academy. As your senior, I have to do my duty as a senior, right? Let's just say it like this. Okay. Lin Xian, if you fight with me, then you're not giving me face. Then I'll give you face. Sorry to trouble you. No problem. Then, Wang Haiyang snapped his fingers. Waiter, the bill. The lobby manager hurried over. Wang Haiyang said, calculate the bill for that table and this table together. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, the lobby manager came over with a calculator. Hello, the total bill for the 2 tables is 2,313,800 and 800 yuan. After rounding it off, the total is 2,300,000. Wang Haiyang just took the cup of tea that Lin Xian poured for him and directly spat it out. What? How much did you say? 2,300,000? Wang Haiyang was dumbfounded. Yes. How much for my table? That table is 11,000 yuan. Gulped up. Wang Haiyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was different from the Liao family. The Liao family had a big family business, and his family business was also quite big. However, he couldn't do it to such a big extent. Although he could take out more than 2 million yuan, it wasn't a small amount. The 3 of them ate 2,200,000 yuan worth of food? Senior? Is there a problem? It seems like we ate quite a lot. If there's no other way, I'll pay for it myself. Senior, you can pay for yourself. Lin Xian said at this time. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying secretly shook their heads. Don't you think you're committing a sin? Why did you have to pay for them? Isn't that a sin? You asked for it. You even caused them to lose a bet. Big idiot. Chapter 658. He had already boasted in front of the girl he liked. If he went back on his word now, his image would be completely ruined. Ahem, it's fine. It's only 2 million. It's nothing. Wang Haiyang then handed over his bank card. His heart ached. Generous. Senior is indeed senior. I believe that with senior's generosity, you will definitely find a very beautiful girlfriend. Lin Xian gave Wang Haiyang a thumbs up. Wang Haiyang forced a smile on his face. Hello, this is your receipt. The lobby manager handed the receipt to Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang hurriedly took a look. What the fuck? A bottle of red wine worth 320,000 yuan? And a bottle of 140,000 yuan? What the fuck? Caviar cost 200,000 yuan? What the fuck? Top-notch black truffle cost 80,000 yuan? What the fuck? He had never drunk such an expensive red wine before. What the fuck? Hello, this is the red wine you packed. The beautiful waitress handed Lin Xian a bottle of red wine worth 320,000 yuan and handed it to Lin Xian. Thank you. Here's your tip. Lin Xian took out 1,000 yuan tip and handed it over. Thank you, sir. Wang Haiyang was speechless. 2 million yuan and a 320,000 yuan bottle of red wine were taken away by him? He spent money to buy wine for him to take away? He vomited. This 320,000 yuan bottle of red wine is not bad. Take it home and drink it slowly. Lin Xian handed a new bottle to Ling Ying. Ling Ying took it without hesitation. Wang Haiyang was speechless. He paid for it, and Lin Xian gave it to him? Fuck you. Endure. Endure. I must endure. It's fine, it's fine. I made a friend with Lin Xian and showed my generosity in front of the 2 girls. It's not a loss, not a loss. Endure. Lin Xian looked at Wang Haiyang with a smile and said, Thank you, young Master Wang. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely treat you to this meal. There will be a chance. How about we go out for a meal tomorrow? Don't worry, I'll treat you. You can treat me later, okay? He had to build a good relationship with Lin Xian tomorrow and learn how to pick up girls from him. He definitely couldn't do it now. After all, there were still 2 girls here. Lin Xian smiled. Sure. Since young Master Wang is so enthusiastic, I'll definitely give you face. But tomorrow, we won't come to such a good place. We'll just eat casually. I can't let young Master Wang spend money. Wang Haiyang nodded and cursed in his heart. Damn it, he had already spent a lot of money. Then let's go out and play now? Wang Haiyang asked. Lin Xian looked at the time and said, No, it's late. It's going to be late at night. It's getting late. Young Master Wang, why don't you go back first? I'll have a chat with them. Lin Xian said. Wang Haiyang, fuck. Was he still chasing him away now? Fuck your mother. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would kill this bastard. Chat? What can you chat about? Ahem, okay, then I'll go back first. Alright, Chushue, this is a small gift I bought for you on the way. Please accept it. Wang Haiyang handed a small box to Han Chushue. It's okay. Han Chushue politely declined. Just accept it. It's young Master Wang's goodwill. Lin Xian then snatched it for Han Chushue and put it in her hand. She didn't want a free gift? Wouldn't that be a loss? This small box seemed to contain necklaces and earrings. The gift he gave definitely wouldn't be cheap. It could be sold for some money. Han Chushue, Wang Haiyang was extremely satisfied. It seemed that Lin Xian understood his intentions and was helping him chase Han Chushue. In the past, he had given her many gifts but was rejected by Han Chushue. This time, with Lin Xian's help, he succeeded. This 2 million was not spent in vain. As long as he could chase Han Chushue, he was willing to spend another 2 million. Little did he know, this thing was quickly sold by Lin Xian. This guy was still happy, thinking that Lin Xian was helping him chase girls. He was very satisfied. Poor guy, Han Chushue is going to have sex with the man in front of you tonight, and you're still happy. Then we'll go first. Chushue, sleep early. Alright then. Chushue, can I add you on WeChat? Wang Haiyang scratched his head and asked. Han Chushue glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded quietly. Yeah, young Master Wang is indeed very thoughtful. I think you should add him on WeChat, right? Then Han Chushue nodded. Okay. Wang Haiyang was about to fly to the sky. She actually added him on WeChat. Oh god. Sure enough, it's good to have a wingman when chasing girls. This Han Chushue and Ling Ying were best friends. At this time, Wang Haiyang really hoped that Lin Xian could chase Ling Ying. Then he and Lin Xian would work together and it would be easier to chase Han Chushue. Then I'll go first. After that, Wang Haiyang left happily. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Poor guy. Hey, you tricked him. Why did you ask Chushue to add him? Ling Ying was very unhappy. He glared at Lin Xian. So what if he added her on WeChat? Block him on WeChat and chat with him occasionally. It's not a loss, Lin Xian said. The main thing was to let him think that he was really awesome. Then he could continue tricking him. The long road of tricking money had just begun. Lin Xian then opened the small box. Oh wow, this earring is a bit shiny. I guess it can't be bought without 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, right? Isn't there a price tag? 140,000 yuan. Lin Xian then raised the small box in his hand and said, brand new earrings. 140,000 yuan. Now sold for 70,000 yuan. Does anyone want to buy it? 5 minutes later, Wang Haiyang's earrings were sold by Lin Xian for 70,000 yuan. It was a miserable batch. That's not very good, right? Han Chushue couldn't bear it. TSK, chasing my woman. This is considered light. Lin Xian said. Han Chushue's small face slightly reddened. My woman. This sentence was very simple, but it had a huge impact on her. Ling Ying was jealous. Let's go to sleep. Apui, let's go play cards. The lobby manager walked over. Do you have any other orders? Lin Xian asked. You do free meals for couples here, right? Then we spent more than 2 million yuan. Should we get a good room? Do you want to stay here? He was dumbfounded. Lin Xian nodded. Of course, it has to be good. Then he watched dumbfounded as the three of them entered a room. What a god! 3 people? A man and 2 women living together? Damn. The main thing was that these 2 women were so beautiful. This young Master Lin was indeed his boss's friend. He wasn't an ordinary person. He had some skills. He was convinced. At this moment in the room, the 3 of them went to take a shower one by one. Lin Xian happily changed into his pajamas. He didn't want to wear it. Anyway, he would have to strip naked. Chapter 659. The first round began immediately. Lin Xian grabbed the landlord card. Do you want it? Han Chushue asked. Her cards were better. She actually wanted the landlord card. Anyway, she had already discussed it with Ling Ying. Even if she won the other party's card, she would secretly return it to him. She would only cheat Lin Xian. They didn't care about this little bit of money, but it was a game. That was a different story. It felt like they would be happy if they won 100 yuan, but they would be brooding if they lost 100 yuan. Lin Xian looked at his cards with a hesitant look. Because he grabbed the landlord card, if he didn't want it, then the next player was Han Chushue. If she also didn't want it, then Ling Ying would choose it. If she still didn't want it, then the deck would be reshuffled. Lin Xian's cards were also very good. If he wanted to win more money, then he would need a bomb. And Han Chushue actually took the initiative to ask him if he wanted it. Obviously, her cards were good. What kind of cards were good? A bomb. If the cards were going well, then one might not necessarily choose the landlord card. Because there might be 3 useless cards, then a good deck of cards would become useless. Therefore, Han Chushue must have a bomb in her hand. Then he would have to trick her to the end. Lin Xian pretended to be in a difficult position to make Han Chushue think that his cards weren't good. Do you want it? Do you want it? I'm dying of anxiety. Ling Ying's cards were also good. She and Han Chushue each had a bomb and a king each. They were anxious to win Lin Xian's money. Let's take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lin Xian then took the 3 landlord cards. Ling Ying and Han Chushue exchanged a look. Money was about to start. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Similarly, money was about to start. Do you believe that you too won't be able to play a single card? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Tisk, bragging. You play then? Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Airplane. Lin Xian directly played a series of cards. The 2 girls, of course, chose, company. Lin Xian threw out another pile of cards. He still had 4 cards in his hand, and these 4 cards were a bomb. That's right, this round of cards was just that smooth. How many more? Ling Ying was a little flustered. He was almost done with the 2 rounds. I'm not telling you. It's not the time to announce the number of cards. Lin Xian said mysteriously. Then the 2 of them flipped through it. 16 cards. He still has 4 cards left. Han Chushue said. Don't tell me they're bombs. Ling Ying muttered. Impossible, impossible. It can't be that easy. Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a smug look on his face. Keep pretending, keep pretending. This old lady doesn't believe that you're a bomb. It's definitely a 3-man team. I'll bomb you. Then Lin Xian's face fell. Haha. Ling Ying and Han Chushue laughed. It really wasn't a bomb. They were almost fooled by him. Did you see that? I'm so smart. You still want to trick me? Ling Ying had a proud look. Then, she and Han Chushue played a round of cards. Lin Xian didn't want any of them. It gave them the feeling that this must be a 3-man team. Pour a cup of cappuccino for Chushue. Whether there's a bomb or not, just blow it up. He doesn't want a single card or a pair. His cards must be very small. Then, Han Chushue threw out a bomb without hesitation. These 2 bombs added an additional 20,000 yuan to the total. Awesome. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian provocatively. Then, she suddenly saw the smile on Lin Xian's lips. She suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chushue, what cards haven't you played? I haven't played a queen. Lin Xian threw out 4 queens. The 2 girls, give me money. Lin Xian's laughter was too annoying. Why aren't you laughing? Weren't you laughing very happily just now? Didn't you want a bomb? Continue, Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Ying pouted. Fuck. It's a trap. It's all a trap. Han Chushue was also helpless. This bastard actually played such a trick. He purposely left the bombs for them to add money. 3 bombs, 40,000 each. Give me money. I don't accept it. Ling Ying kicked Lin Xian's leg. Of course, it didn't hurt. Your IQ is worrying. Don't say you don't accept it. Give me money. Then, the two girls each sent a big red packet of 40,000 in the group. Of course, it was peanuts to them. Even an earring or a necklace would cost at least 6 digits. Lin Xian received a red packet. When he opened the second red packet, he realized it was taken? Then, Miao Xiaomiao sent a moving picture. A little person holding a red packet kowtowed and thanked the boss. Lin Xian. It was taken by Xiaomiao. Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. Then, Lin Xian quickly typed, Miao Xiaomiao, give me the red packet. Miao Xiaomiao sent a despising picture and sent out the red packet. Lu Yufan, why are you sending red packets in the group in the middle of the night? Another night owl joined the group chat. Lin Ya, little Xian, where are you playing? Another person joined the group. On the other side, several girls were peeping. Ling Ying, we're playing cards. The loser will send a red packet in the group. You can't snatch it. Lin Xian shuddered. Look at you. You're so gentle in the group. You even added a cute emoji. Little did you know what? Ling Ying glared at him. Little did you know that you're even gentler in front of your phone, Lin Xian, who had a strong desire to survive, said. That's more like it. Ling Ying raised his little head proudly. Ling Long Shui, can I play with you? That's right. This virtual stage big shot was trying to join the conversation. Lin Xian, fuck, you're still awake. Also, I won't play with you. Thanks. Ling Long Shui, delete friend. Lin Xian, Lu Yufan, serves you right? Yi, you guys are so good. Giving out 80,000 in one go. Lin Ya, little Xian, you guys play less. It's just for fun. Lin Xian, don't worry. I'm the one who wins. I'll buy a bunch of delicious food for you when I get home. Lin Ya. Then they chatted in the group for about half an hour before stopping. After all, it was really late. After that, Xiao Runing and Wang Xintong also appeared. Only Ling Long Shui and Ling Long Shui didn't appear. After all, the three of them were together. Lin Xian guessed that the two girls were together with Ling Long Shui, looking at the content of the conversation on their phones. Let's continue. Putting away his phone, Lin Xian and the others continued playing cards. Drink some red wine. Isn't it interesting to play cards while drinking? Lin Xian ran over and opened the bottle of red wine that cost 320,000. Did you see that? I didn't guess wrong, right? Ling Ying whispered to Han Chushue. Han Chushue nodded. Are we drinking or not? Let's drink. Are you afraid of him? We can see what this bastard is up to. Chapter 660. Ling Ying and Han Chushue went to take a shower together. They were afraid that if one of them went to take a shower while the other was with Lin Xian, they would definitely be bullied to death by him. Therefore, the two of them still chose to take a shower together. But Lin Xian didn't care. One was bullying, two was also bullying. Bullying all of them together was more fun. Tell me, what could the three of them do in their pajamas when the lights in the room were turned off and the three of them finished showering? What could they do? Plus, they had already done something. It wasn't hard to guess what they would do. Were these two girls naive enough to think that they wouldn't do anything? At this moment, in the bathroom, the two girls were sincerely looking at each other. Han Chushue was helping Ling Ying wipe her fair back. Chushue, do you think that bastard Lin Xian is plotting something? I have a feeling that it's not as simple as he said. Obviously, the three of them together might not seem like anything to them, but if they were to think about it from the perspective of a man, a normal man, this Lin Xian definitely didn't have good intentions. Han Chushue nodded. Probably. The two girls were also a bit strange. They clearly felt that Lin Xian didn't have good intentions, but they still agreed. What kind of logic was this? But he might not dare, right? Han Chushue said again. Is there anything he doesn't dare to do? Why don't you think about what he asked me to bring? A bottle of red wine worth 320,000 yuan. The alcohol content of this red wine isn't low either. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a sly light. Han Chushua, I bet you that he will definitely ask us to drink later. Do you believe me? Sure enough, Ling Ying understood Lin Xian better. Probably. I don't believe that this bastard doesn't have any ulterior motives. I won't let him get away with it. Ling Ying then walked out of the bathtub and pushed Han Chushue in. Now I'll help you wipe it. Don't tickle me. Ha, perhaps this was the scene that Lin Xian wanted to see even in his dreams. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it. However, the laughter coming from the bathroom was really unbearable. After about 20 minutes, the two girls came out in bathrobes. Logically speaking, this scene was simply too beautiful. Ling Ying was a bit more magnanimous and didn't seem to mind. On the other hand, Han Chushue, who was usually cold and elegant, blushed slightly and was a bit reserved. Girls like her were very cold, but if you could win her heart, then you would be able to see things that no one else could. Hey, you blinked? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. He didn't know if this guy was looking at him longer or at Han Chushue. Girls were all like this. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Chushue and I are going to change into our pajamas. You can go in and take a shower. Ling Ying said. All right, I'll go. Then Lin Xian ran into the bathroom. Smells good. Lin Xian's voice of enjoyment could be heard. Pervert. Ling Ying muttered and then changed into pajamas with Han Chushue. After 5 minutes, Lin Xian came out. The speed at which the boy and the girl took their showers was obvious. The former seemed to be enjoying it while the latter seemed to be coping with it. The moment Lin Xian came out, there were 2 screams. This person didn't even have time to see clearly before 2 pillows were thrown at him. Pervert! Pervert! The 2 girls said one after another, their little faces completely red. Because Lin Xian, this guy, fuck. Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head. Hurry up and go back. Ling Ying clenched her teeth. This person was really strange. The more shy she was, the more she wanted to peek. Lin Xian awkwardly said, there are only 2 bathrobes. This is a couple's suite, everything is for 2 people. Both of you are wearing it, but I don't have it. What can I do? Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Take it away. Then Ling Ying threw the bathrobe she was wearing to Lin Xian, covering Lin Xian's entire body. It smells good. The 2 girls. How did they fall in love with this bastard? There were so many good men in the world, and they just happened to fall in love with this one. They even wanted to share him with other girls. Then Lin Xian walked out with the bathrobe wrapped around him. There were no pajamas, so Lin Xian could only wrap himself in the bathrobe and jump onto the bed. Han Chushue and Ling Ying, the 2 lighter girls, almost flew up. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. Play cards, play cards, play cards. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, looking like he was about to start a war. Han Chushue and Ling Ying were both stunned. Looking at Lin Xian's excited expression, he couldn't possibly be here purely to play cards, right? It can't be, right? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be, but wasn't he a bit too excited? Inexplicably, the 2 girls were actually a bit disappointed. How could you guess a woman's thoughts? What do you want to play? Ling Ying took out the poker cards and asked while shuffling them. The simplest game, fight the landlords. How do you calculate the money? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian thought for a bit and said, you 2 are also fair, rich, and beautiful, right? Nonsense, authentic fair, rich, and beautiful. Anyway, the 2 of them didn't lack money, and what Lin Xian had was theirs, and what they had was also Lin Xian's. It was just for fun. Moreover, playing cards was just a cover. Once they got high, what couldn't they do? Then, 5,000 yuan each, double the bomb, double the face cards, can you afford it? How about 10,000? Ling Ying said generously. Lin Xian, amazing, even more amazing than him. Okay, 10,000 it is. Looks like I can become a millionaire tonight. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and said, Mph. Ling Ying smiled disdainfully. Ling Ying and I aren't bad at playing cards. Han Chushue said. In the past, they would be very bored and would often play cards. In fact, the most common card they played was not this kind of card, but there was a Happy Do Diju game on their phones. There would be a total of 3 people playing in the game, which was quite interesting. Therefore, of course, they had the skills, but they were definitely not too good. Then don't cry when you lose money later. Lin Xian smiled and took out his phone. But, a bomb plus 10,000, don't double it. Okay, let's create a group and prepare to send red packets. Then, they entered a group. This was a group that all of them were in. In addition to the 3 of them, there was also Linya, Xiao Runing, Miao Xiao Miao, Wang Xintong, Lu Yufan, and Ti. Later, Linya pulled Murong Qing into the group. Oh right, Ling Long Shui and the other 2 were also in the group. In short, Lin Xian was the only man, and the others were all girls related to Lin Xian. Most of them were top-grade beauties, and most of them were pulled in by Lin Xian. It could be considered a family group. However, they didn't chat too much in the group. Lin Xian also rarely took the initiative to initiate discussions because he was afraid that the conversation would break down. Chapter 661. Then, of course, they got what they wanted. The 3 of them drank the entire bottle of red wine. Because this type of red wine had been brewed for a long time, its alcohol content was indeed getting higher and higher. Moreover, the most powerful thing was the aftereffect. Once the aftereffect kicked in, the 2 girls' pretty faces were flushed. As for winning or losing in the game of cards, it was no longer important to Lin Xian. He deliberately lost some money to make them happy, and it was indeed effective. It was already 3 in the morning. To be honest, after playing for a few hours, they felt that it wasn't very interesting anymore. Moreover, they felt dizzy. Ling Ying didn't use his spirit force to dissolve the alcohol because he wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. It was difficult to pretend to be drunk, so they simply drank until they were a bit drunk. After finishing that bottle, they drank another one. When the aftereffect kicked in, they really did feel dizzy. I'm not playing anymore, I'm going to sleep. Ling Ying yawned. He was so sleepy that he completely forgot what he wanted to do. Then, he wrapped himself in a blanket and fell asleep. Han Chuxue was much better than Ling Ying. Ling Ying could be said to be impetuous and brainless, but Han Chuxue was much better. Hee little Chuxue, Ling Ying is asleep. Let's do something else? Although Han Chuxue was cold, she was the type of person who was incomparably accommodating to Lin Xian. I drank too much, let's sleep. Han Chuxue bit her lips and said softly. Okay, let's sleep. Lin Xian threw the poker cards on the ground and hugged Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue, as expected, this Lin Xian didn't have good intentions. However, Ling Ying was asleep and she didn't know how to refuse. This Ling Ying was even more unreliable than Lin Xian. Just now, he said that he wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. How did he fall asleep? That night, Lin Xian received tens of millions of Adonis points. Although she was his girlfriend, if the 3 of them did it together, this kind of behavior still gave Lin Xian a lot of Adonis points. Ling Ying really drank too much and underestimated the aftereffects of the wine. When she was particularly muddle-headed, she didn't think of using spiritual energy to get rid of the drunkenness. Her subconscious action was to sleep, so she lost to herself, helping Lin Xian achieve his goal. What was this called? He had shot himself in the foot and dug a hole for himself. What about Lin Xian? There was no need to say anything else. One word, comfortable. The next morning, Lin Xian slept soundly. Even the drunk Ling Ying woke up, and his first reaction was, oh no. Why was she so sleepy? Then she sat up and looked at everything around her. Then she started to doubt her life. She hit her head and looked at Lin Xian who was sleeping soundly. His big hand was not obedient on Han Chuxue's body. She really wanted to slap him and wake him up. But Ling Ying sighed and then lay down quietly. It was already like this. What else could she do? Just sleep. Anyway, she wasn't awake yet. Lin Xian was really in a deep sleep. He was exhausted last night. Moreover, Lin Xian was in a deep sleep. He was not alert at all and did not release any divine sense. To put it simply, if an ordinary person sneaked in and killed Lin Xian, he would probably die in his sleep. The main thing was that it was too comfortable. Lin Xian also enjoyed this rare peaceful time. For example, at home, when he slept with Linya, he had to be more vigilant. But when he slept with them, he inexplicably felt that they were also very powerful. There shouldn't be any big problems, right? Moreover, this was Murong Qing's territory. Murong Qing always stayed at the top floor of Rose Heaven, in a huge room that belonged only to her. With her around, no one would dare to be presumptuous here, right? At this moment, there was a knock on Murong Qing's room. The lobby manager brought a few beautiful women to deliver breakfast to her. Just send it in. Murong Qing put on her clothes and sat there playing with her phone. She looked at the chat records in the group last night with interest. Last night, she went to bed early, so she did not participate in the chat. President Murong, this is yesterday's sales? The lobby manager respectfully handed over a list. Murong Qing casually glanced at it. Oh, who ate more than 2 million yuan at one table last night? This kind of situation was rare. Murong Qing was a little interested. Even in Tiandu, it was rare to see such a situation. President Murong, your friend brought people to eat together? My friend? Murong Qing frowned and looked at him. Young Master Lin. Murong Qing, Lin Xian? The lobby manager nodded. He was very nervous, afraid that Murong Qing would blame him for accepting money. But later on, another person paid for them. Murong Qing rubbed her delicate chin. What kind of girls did Lin Xian bring to eat? Two, both very beautiful. Murong Qing, this Lin Xian? Also, they did not leave here last night? Murong Qing, you mean, the three of them live here? The lobby manager nodded. Okay, I got it. You can leave. Yes. Then, Murong Qing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. This Lin Xian is really something. He brought two beautiful girls with him? And in the same room? She wanted to see who it was. In the room, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue had already showered and put on their clothes. The two girls did not talk much because they did not know what to talk about. Lin Xian also woke up. He scratched his head and looked at the Prince Charming points. He was very satisfied. Let's go, I'm starving. It's time for lunch. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue put on their clothes and glared at Lin Xian. They did not mention what happened last night. Although it happened once, this was the second time. But it was so awkward that no one brought it up. My waist hurts. Lin Xian rubbed his waist and said, The two girls, don't tell me, you can't do it? Ling Ying showed a worried expression. That would not do. She would not allow it. Han Chuxue also looked at Lin Xian with concern. Haha, I'm just kidding. My waist is very good, I believe you know it very well. Lin Xian laughed. Get lost. Ling Ying threw a sofa pillow at him. Go go go, it's already noon, let's go for lunch. It was already noon. Lin Xian believed that Murong Qing must have gone to the Art Xian group to work. In the main hall, the three of them sat together for lunch. Lin Xian casually glanced around and suddenly shuddered. Not far from him, there was a beautiful figure sitting there leisurely drinking coffee with a smile on her face. Murong Qing. She also looked over. Not bad. It was actually Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Chapter 662. From Lin Xian's point of view, Murong Qing was sitting there on purpose. The smile on her lips when she was drinking the tea had already explained something. Although he did tell her that these two girls were his girlfriends, it was said in a joking tone. Naturally, Murong Qing did not believe that they were really Lin Xian's girlfriends. If one of them was, there might be a little possibility, but she felt that the possibility was not high. After all, Murong Qing knew the identity of Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. They were the daughters of 2 of the 8 great families in Tiandu. It could be said that there were countless suitors in Tiandu. If one of them fell in love with Lin Xian, then there was indeed such a possibility, but both of them fell in love with Lin Xian? The possibility was too small, and they even booked a room together. Therefore, Murongqing felt that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. But she didn't know what it was, so she was very curious. Usually, she would be too lazy to care about such things. She didn't understand why she was so curious when it came to Lin Xian. Isn't that Sister Qing? Ling Ying and the others also saw Murongqing. Their relationship with Murongqing was not bad. They met at a banquet, and then fought side by side during the disaster of Tiandu City. Anyway, everyone was in the same group, and there were people in the group who knew each other. Their relationship would not be too bad, mainly because they were Lin Xian's girlfriends. I'll go say hello, you guys eat first? In order to avoid awkwardness, Lin Xian did not let them go over, and then went over alone. Hey beauty, are you lonely? Lin Xian sat next to Murongqing and poured himself a cup of tea without hesitation. Murongqing took a sip, and then looked at Lin Xian. I don't know if I'm lonely or not, but I know that you are definitely not lonely. Cough cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. If I say that all of this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Murongqing smiled and said, then tell me first and see if I believe it or not. Lin Xian shrugged and said, the 3 of us were playing cards last night. We played all night. Murongqing was also Lin Xian's target. She also needed to be captured by Lin Xian. If she really knew that Lin Xian had other girlfriends, how could he capture her? Moreover, Murongqing's mission was related to the 3rd Department of Commerce, which Lin Xian cared a lot about. From the first shopping center to the second shopping center, there was a huge gap between the items and the rarer they were. It was obvious that the items in the 3rd shopping center would be scarier than those in the 2nd shopping center. In Lin Xian's opinion, the items in the 2nd shopping center were already heaven-defying. As for the 3rd shopping center, therefore, Lin Xian wouldn't have cared if it wasn't the mission objective. Therefore, he had to explain himself. Really? Murongqing's lips curled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, of course. If you don't believe me, take a look at the group. We were chatting in it. We were playing cards and even sending red packets. Murongqing nodded. Well, that makes sense. Let me see, the first red packet was sent at midnight. Then we started chatting. After chatting for half an hour, the rest were your red packets. They were sent until 3 o'clock in the morning. That is to say, you guys stopped at 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xian, wow. This woman was too smart. We did. That's because we were afraid that if we posted it in the group, you guys would wake up when you were all asleep. So, the 3 of us created a new group, and only the 3 of us posted it in it. Lin Xian secretly praised himself for his quick reaction. He immediately thought of a perfect answer. That's why, don't misunderstand. Don't spread rumors. I don't care. What's important is the reputation of the 2 girls. Murongqing nodded. So we played cards until noon. Also, what about the group you created? Let me see. Lin Xian, it's disbanded. We don't play once in 10,000 years. After playing, we disband. What's the point of keeping it? Lin Xian wiped his forehead. Damn. This woman was too smart. Murongqing was like Lin Xian's wife. Then, she suspected that Lin Xian was fooling around outside and questioned him. She didn't seem to notice the change in her attitude. Murongqing's lips curled slightly. Although she felt that the possibility was low, the more Lin Xian explained, the more likely it was. Forget it, she didn't care. So what if she knew? Hey, I'm going to work. You guys can have lunch here. I'll get someone to prepare it for you. It's free. My treat. Murongqing finished speaking and walked away with a smile. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Many of the things he did were to pave the way for picking up girls in the future. However, if he didn't pave the way, it would be very difficult for him to pick up girls in the future. For example, if Lin Xian were to confess to Xiao Runing and Yi, what do you think the chances of success would be if Lin Xian were to confess to them? Very high. This was the result of Lin Xian's painstaking efforts. Once the mission was triggered, it wouldn't take much effort to complete it. Murong Qing. Lin Xian felt that this woman was a little difficult to deal with. The main thing was that he could also cater to other girls' preferences. Or rather, he could change their moods. Even for Linglong Shui and the others, at least Lin Xian had a chance. Because they weren't familiar with the human world, Lin Xian could take them out to play every day and then take advantage of them to cultivate their feelings. Over time, he would have a chance to pick them up. However, although Murong Qing wasn't as noble as Linglong Shui, Lin Xian didn't know how to cater to a woman like her. What did she need? What did she want? Lin Xian didn't know these things. Money? She was much richer than Lin Xian now. Power? Sorry, Lin Xian didn't deserve it. Perhaps the only good thing was that she hadn't been in love for so many years. Perhaps she was lonely. If that was the case, then it would be good. However, such a beautiful woman, even if she was lonely, she could easily find an incomparably outstanding man. Compared to those men, Lin Xian was nothing. Sigh, let's take it one step at a time. Fortunately, there's still plenty of time for Murong Qing's mission. It's just that Xiao Linglong and the others, that was what Lin Xian was most worried about now. The three of them had about the same amount of time. It was fine to pick up one, but to pick up all three girls who lived together at about the same amount of time? This was a fucking hell level of difficulty. Although he had cultivated their favorability, it didn't mean that he would be able to get them. There would definitely be a grudge between them or something. Then Lin Xian walked back. Chapter 663. After Lin Xian finished eating with them, the three of them went to St. Brilliant's Academy together. After all, there really wasn't much to do right now, and they didn't dare to go to the demonic beast territory for the time being. If they were to go together, it would be fine, but Lin Xian didn't agree. Although Han Chuxue and Ling Ying always seemed to be at odds with Lin Xian on the surface, they were still very obedient to Lin Xian. As for the purpose of going to the Sacred Brilliance Academy, to Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, it was to learn new things or to engage in virtual combat. The virtual combat of the Sacred Brilliance Academy was quite impressive. Like the Tianhua Academy, they could at most simulate arcane body realm beasts, but the Sacred Brilliance Academy could even simulate the strength of Thunder Calamity realm beasts. This required a large amount of resources. In this aspect, the Sacred Brilliance Academy was indeed much better than the Tianhua Academy of the past. They had the strength, and they were two battle maniacs. Since Lin Xian did not allow them to go to the demonic beast domain for the time being, then they would go to virtual combat. They could not play around all the time. In this era, they had to improve themselves non-stop. Lin Xian, when are we going to the demonic beast domain? Ling Ying really wanted to go. Actually, for Thunder Tribulation realm cultivators like her, the demonic beast domain was no longer dangerous. However, accidents were bound to happen, especially at this time. For safety's sake, she couldn't go for the time being. However, it was not that they could not go. After all, they did not necessarily need to go to the demonic beast domain in Tianhua City. Lin Xian said, "Do you want to go?" "I'm suffocating." Ling Ying rubbed her palms together. "Lin Xian, I haven't seen you shout in a while. You're suffocating. Get lost." Ling Ying directly swept her leg at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian easily dodged it. Han Chuxue also said, "We're all in the Thunder Tribulation realm now. The Thunder Tribulation realm is far from enough. I want to advance to the Law realm as soon as possible. The Law realm allows one to comprehend the laws. It's an absolute qualitative leap." Indeed, the birth of a martial artist was accompanied by their attributes, but once a martial artist reached the Law realm, there would be a gap that no other major realm could surpass. But it was because of the laws. Once a martial artist reached the law boundary, they would be able to comprehend the laws. Once a martial artist possessed an attribute and a law, the increase in their combat strength would be unimaginable. Of course, this didn't mean that one could obtain a law after reaching the law realm. One needed to comprehend it. It was possible that even if one reached the Empyrean realm, they still wouldn't have a law because they couldn't comprehend it. This was still relatively difficult, but it was not difficult for people with strong talent and comprehension ability. Most of them would comprehend the power of laws above the 5-star law realm and gradually become stronger. For example, Lin Xian and the others had encountered the law realm experts who had come to kill him, but none of them had comprehended the laws. What was this law? You could think of it as another attribute. For example, someone who didn't have the spatial attribute might be able to comprehend the spatial law. However, using the law was definitely much more difficult than using the attribute. In addition to space and time, there might also be something like the law of gravity and the law of flight. That's right, one could directly fly through the air and escape into the ground. In any case, these things all depended on one's own comprehension. Of course, there were also differences in the strength of the laws. Lin Xian also wanted to advance to the law realm. Comprehending the laws was too important. Therefore, for some martial artists with mediocre attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the law realm was also an opportunity for them to become more powerful. And reaching the domain realm was another natural moat. That's right, as the name implied, once one reached the domain realm, they would be able to comprehend a domain. Of course, this wasn't absolute. For example, if one comprehended the spatial law and reached the domain realm, one's domain might not necessarily be a spatial effect domain. It might also be time, and one would also need to comprehend it. However, almost 99% of martial artists would have a domain related to their own laws. Of course, the premise was that one had to comprehend a law before they could produce a domain. In short, in the realms of cultivation, the law realm and domain realm were the two most important realms. It determined what kind of power and how powerful one's combat strength would be in the future. This was also the reason why the difference in combat strength between two celestial venerables of the same star rank could be so great. It was very simple. One of them comprehended the trashiest law and domain, such as a sea of fire, while the other released a domain of death or something like that. This wasn't about the same level of combat strength. Their combat strength might be about the same before, but it was this law and domain that directly made them people of two different worlds. It was very important. Then how about we relax for a night and go together tomorrow night? Lin Xian asked. All right, how do we relax? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Relax like you did last night? The two women, Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian, so angry that he couldn't speak. Han Chushue's face flushed red. Humph. If the two of you don't serve me well tonight, don't even think about going to the demonic beast domain. Lin Xian said arrogantly. You don't want us to go, so we can't go? I'm not bringing you, Chushue and I will go by ourselves. Ling Ying said angrily. Of course, he was just saying that. If Lin Xian didn't let them go, or if Lin Xian wasn't there, they would really listen to Lin Xian. After all, a man's sovereignty still existed. You dare? Lin Xian glared at him. Humph. Afraid of you? Ling Ying glared back at him without the slightest bit of fear. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. All right, I admit defeat, okay? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Humph. That's more like it. Ling Ying proudly raised his little head. Little did he know that if he was arrogant now, he would be begging for mercy tonight. To Lin Xian, this was also good news. They didn't agree with Lin Xian going alone to harm them, but he did it again last night. If this continued, everyone would slowly get used to it and accept it, and then, that would be Lin Xian's heaven. Then, the three of them chatted as they arrived at St. Brilliant's Academy. When the students of St. Brilliant's Academy saw this scene, they all stared at each other in shock, completely dumbfounded. This Lin Xian went to school with Ling Ying and Han Chuxue? Yesterday they were still on bad terms. Although Lin Xian admitted his mistake, looking at them, it's obvious that they went out to eat and came back together. Damn. This Lin Xian really ate with them? Awesome. What an amazing person. I'm convinced. Saint of love. This is a fucking saint of love. Everyone exclaimed. Chapter 664. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue didn't care about these opinions. However, when they arrived at St. Brilliant's Academy, they would at most remain as friends. Chuxue and I are leaving first. You can go have fun by yourself. Ling Ying finished speaking and walked away with Han Chuxue. This scene was seen by Liao Zhibang from afar. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. His brother told him not to make a move on Lin Xian and to leave this matter to him. Moreover, even if he wanted to make a move, he wasn't Lin Xian's opponent, so he could only swallow his anger. Fuck. Lu Jingyi and a few of his lackeys just happened to see this scene and ran over in shock. Master, what's the situation? You guys? Lu Jingyi stammered as he moved to Lin Xian's side. Oh, we just went out for a meal and watched a movie, nothing much. Lin Xian said indifferently. Lu Jingyi, that's? Fuck this. How awesome! Master, can you teach me today? Lu Jingyi asked excitedly. Let's not talk about other things first, and let's not talk about whether or not he could chase after Ling Ying or Han Chuxue, but he was actually able to invite them to a meal and watch a movie under disgusted circumstances. With this method, one couldn't help but admire him. Brother Lu, is this Lin Xian? A lackey asked. Lin, your head. Call me Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi slapped him on the head several times. Brother Xian. Hello, Brother Xian. Lin Xian said to Lu Jingyi, don't call me master, it's awkward. Then Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi hurriedly called out. Lin Xian coughed and nodded. There was no other way. In their hearts, he was a god, a love saint. In order to get more beautiful girls, they admired Lin Xian from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian nodded and then said, didn't I tell you how to pick up girls that day? You haven't done anything yet? Lu Jingyi scratched his head. Isn't it because I don't dare? I've never seen you so cowardly before. Cough. Lu Jingyi coughed dryly and said, ever since I heard Big Brother Xian talk about how to pick up girls, I realized how stupid I was in the past. Money is useless, money can't buy true love, and then I will be even more easily scared, wanting to properly pursue a girl. Lin Xian nodded, good luck. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. As for the rest, just do as I told you before. Also, your level isn't high enough, so don't try to use the more difficult methods to avoid backfiring. Also, don't try to chase after girls who are more difficult. Your level isn't high enough. Yes, I understand. Then in Brother Xian's opinion, what kind of girl can I pursue? Lu Jingyi asked piously. That's right, there was a hint of piety in his eyes. This was amazing. Lin Xian said, the school belle isn't hard to chase, but Lu Yufan and the others are all mine, so don't even think about it. As for Ling Ying and the others, their levels are too high, so you won't be able to chase after them. Other than them, the other school belle shouldn't be hard to chase after. Don't chase those cold and aloof ones, those who are a bit younger, 18 or 19 years old. Got it. I want to level up now, I already know what to do. Lin Xian, didn't this raise a scumbag? No, Lin Xian didn't think that what he said was right. A lot of things seemed to make sense, but they all happened to Lin Xian, and some were even deceiving people. This Lu Jingyi might not be able to do it. So there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, when two people were in a relationship, they might not like each other very much at the beginning, but normally speaking, they would like each other more and more. This was a situation during a relationship. If he pursued his true love in this way, it would not be a bad thing. Good luck. Lin Xian patted Lu Jingyi's shoulder, then walked away. Lu Jingyi secretly clenched his fist, looking like he was very eager to fight. Lin Xian returned to the classroom, and Wang Xintong sat quietly in the corner, reading a book. Her personality was relatively quiet, but it was also a bit of a loner. The reason was probably because of her brother's incident. She preferred to quietly read like this. Because of Lin Xian's incident, she didn't have any pursuers for the time being. It wasn't like before, when many people would come to give her milk tea or something. However, because of Lin Xian, at most, she had a bunch of people who had a crush on her. But since they knew that she had a boyfriend, almost no one came to confess to her. Although everyone felt that it was a bit ridiculous, hugging left and right. Was it an act? That's right, when everyone calmed down, they felt that it should be an act. Otherwise, it would be too fake. Even if they really didn't mind, they wouldn't be so high profile. There were still their families. But even so, the effect was indeed there. Moreover, after Lin Xian's incident and Ling Ying's incident, the current Saint of Love in Saint Brilliance Academy was indeed worthy of the name. Now, those people were calling Lin Xian a Saint of Love. Why don't you go play? Lin Xian walked in, sat beside Wang Xintong, and put his hand on Wang Xintong's hand. Of course, this scene was seen by many people. Acting? Was this really an act? It shouldn't be. If it was an act, then how could Wang Xintong be taken advantage of by Lin Xian? They didn't quite understand. I still prefer to read books in peace, Wang Xintong said with a red face. She was still not used to being intimate with Lin Xian in front of others. She felt very shy. Even if the two of them were alone, she was still very shy. But this made her even more shy. You should play more with Yi and the others. Wang Xintong nodded. I know. Do you still go to Uncle Qin's place? Lin Xian asked with concern. Wang Xintong nodded. I go, but not as often as before. Uncle Qin said that my martial arts and combat skills are not bad now. He said that I won't improve much if I continue to train. He means that I should participate more in actual combat to become stronger. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then wait for a while. It's not very peaceful outside during this period. You can't rush it. Wang Xintong nodded. Yes, I know. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian then moved his face closer. The surrounding students all clenched their fists. Wang Xintong blushed. No, there are people around. Lin Xian smiled. Then let's go to the field and kiss. That's right, the field was a sacred place. Every night, those couples would walk to the field hand in hand, and then some would hug and kiss. Wang Xintong pouted. It was so embarrassing and they still wanted to kiss. Chapter 665. Lin Xian was just teasing Wang Xintong. How could he kiss her in front of so many people? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Xian smiled. At this moment, someone walked towards Lin Xian tentatively. Lin Xian. No, Casanova, there's something I'd like to ask you. A student said embarrassedly. Lin Xian, was he so popular now? Following this person's question, the surroundings were suddenly filled with people. Yeah, Casanova, teach us too. We don't want to be single. Yeah, we don't have the ambition to chase after the campus belle, but we just want to pursue a girlfriend. Please teach us. Lin Xian. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly, and the group of people suddenly quieted down. Then, Lin Xian glanced at the crowd and said, "There's no such thing as a Casanova. There's no such thing as a way to pursue a girl. It all depends on sincerity. I can't teach you this kind of thing. Everyone, please return to your seats." "Nonsense, Lu Jingyi learned it from you." Someone shouted. "He gave you a few million as a learning fee. Give me the same, and I'll teach you immediately." What about these people? What would happen if Lin Xian taught them? That's right, Lin Xian would be followed by a group of people asking him questions wherever he went. Therefore, if he rejected them directly, there wouldn't be any problems. At most, there would be a few rich people, and then he could scam them. Hearing Lin Xian's words, those people were terrified. How many families were willing to pay a few million just to chase after girls? "Okay, everyone, you can leave." At this moment, Xiao Runing walked in. She looked at Lin Xian helplessly. She already knew that this bastard would not have a peaceful time at St. Brilliant Academy. On the first day, he hugged girls left and right, beat up Liao Zhibang, and caused all kinds of trouble. However, she was used to it. If he was quiet, he wouldn't be Lin Xian. After the first class, Wang Haiyang walked in to look for Lin Xian. Originally, he wanted to invite Lin Xian for a meal, but Lin Xian didn't want to go. So, Lin Xian casually bragged for a while and gave him some advice. Wang Haiyang listened very seriously and sincerely. As for whether Lin Xian could catch up with Wang Haiyang, that was naturally impossible. When the time came, Wang Haiyang wouldn't suspect Lin Xian. He would just think that Lin Xian was not capable enough. As for Lin Xian, he came to St. Brilliant Academy mainly for the secret territory. He didn't think about anything else. It wasn't time for the competition to enter the secret territory yet. In fact, there wasn't much meaning for Lin Xian to stay in the academy. He only came because he could play with the girls and keep them company. Lin Xian didn't want to pay attention to that Wang Haiyang going after Han Chushua. When he failed, Lin Xian could go and earn a second wave of money. Right now, Lin Xian felt like he had nothing to do. No one else could be like him. As for the Azura Palace, Lin Xian probably had a grudge with them. After all, he beat up the left and right hands of the White Tiger Hall's hall master. However, the Azura Palace couldn't openly attack Lin Xian. They couldn't even attack the Yexian group. After all, they didn't dare to touch the Yexian group's business. This was a business supported by the whole continent. If they destroyed the shop, it would attract the dissatisfaction of the people of the continent. Therefore, they must be looking for an opportunity to attack Lin Xian. At the very least, they must get back at him. During lunch in the cafeteria, Lin Xian sat alone with Wang Xintong, Yi, and Lu Yufan, the three campus belles. The hateful gazes around them were too much, but Lin Xian was used to it. Especially when they saw the three campus belles give some of their food to Lin Xian. This further confirmed the closeness between them. After Lu Jingyi finished getting his food, he came over and sat beside Lin Xian. Normally, he wouldn't eat in the cafeteria. He would go out to eat. However, because Lin Xian was here, he came. "Brother Xian, have you heard about something?" Lu Jingyi wanted to curry favor with Lin Xian. He took the initiative to get closer to Lin Xian. "What?" Lin Xian looked at Lu Jingyi suspiciously. "Today? No, last night, the Holy Dragon Flame Cave erupted. Dozens of volcanoes erupted. It's simply spectacular." Holy Dragon Flame Cave? Lin Xian had heard of this name before. It was a very powerful place with a lot of fire attributes. Once, Lin Xian also wanted to go there, but why didn't he go? It seemed that the place was quite dangerous, and the terrain was extremely complicated. The main reason was that there was a fire attribute dragon there. This was the most important thing. Let's not talk about what attribute it was a dragon, the top existence among demon beasts. Almost no one had ever seen a creature like a dragon. Most of the dragons were neutral existences, but if you disturbed its peace and it attacked, then you couldn't blame anyone. This place had been visited by people over the years. However, no one had ever found a dragon, nor were there any traces of a dragon living there. Therefore, this was just a rumor. Why did it erupt? Lin Xian frowned. He still cared a lot about that place. Firstly, it was related to dragons. Secondly, it was a place with an extremely rich fire attribute. Lin Xian needed a place with rich attributes because as long as he could find it, as long as there was a strong heaven and earth spiritual energy, then he could absorb it and unlock the attribute power after absorbing it. Among all his attributes, only the thunder attribute could be achieved in this way. The space attribute was also considered as well. The poison attribute was also obtained by himself, and the ice attribute was given by Bing Lingyue's mission. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't only rely on missions. He had to fight for it himself. He didn't think about other things first. First, he had to get the attributes. Who knows? Maybe the legendary dragon there has awoken? Anyway, it's all kinds of volcanic eruptions. This is real, and it has been continuing. It's probably erupting now. Sigh, I really want to go, but unfortunately, my strength doesn't allow me. I'm afraid that the weakest person there is in the Thunder Tribulation realm. Lu Jingyi sighed. Strength was a shortcoming. Needless to say, Lin Xian was really tempted. Volcanic eruptions? Lin Xian heard that although the volcanoes there were active volcanoes, if dozens of volcanoes erupted at the same time, then there was obviously something abnormal going on. If it was one volcano erupting, then it might be normal. If it was two volcanoes, then it would be fine. But dozens, even an idiot would know. Something must have happened there. Should he go? Lin Xian was struggling. He was going to go out with Han Chuxue and the others to level up. This was a good opportunity, but there were two problems. First, it was in the territory of the beasts, and the direction was very far away from Tianhua City. It wasn't in the other direction of Linqian City that they wanted to go to. In addition, Tianhua City had just fallen. The road might be dangerous, extremely dangerous. Second, the Holy Dragon Flame Cave was definitely very dangerous. Chapter 666. Humans were just like that. Even though they knew it was dangerous, once their curiosity and interest were piqued, they would subconsciously go to that place. Lin Xian had indeed warned them not to go to Tianhua City's demonic beast territory during this period of time. When they went out to grind levels tomorrow night, they would only grind levels in an area between Linyin City and the city that was further in the heart of the demonic beast territory. That area was actually human territory, while Tianhua City was the true demonic beast territory. It was just that there were many demonic beasts there, but the level of danger was indeed much lower. Is there any other news? Lin Xian asked. Lu Jingyi scratched his head. He just came over to find a topic to chat with Lin Xian. Why did he take it so seriously? There's no news. Many experts have gone over to check out the situation. We don't know the specifics, but a few experts from my family went over last night and haven't returned yet. I hope nothing bad happened. I heard from my family that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth there seems to be thicker. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Is it reliable? Of course, this is not a secret. Any special place, once linked to the heaven and earth spiritual energy, there would be two things. First, heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Second, powerful demonic beasts. He hoped it was the former. Okay, I got it. Thanks. It's no big deal. Lu Jingyi didn't know why Lin Xian wanted to thank him. He didn't think that Lin Xian would go there. However, even though only Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivators could enter, there were still many Profound Heaven Realm cultivators who had gone. Those below the Profound Heaven Realm could forget about it. The so-called Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivators were only considering the safety issue. Even if you were a Qi-building realm cultivator, you could still enter, but there was no guarantee that you would be able to survive halfway or reach the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. Lin Xian, are you going? Lu Yufan and the others understood Lin Xian quite well. Lin Xian asked about their auspicious island, so he definitely had this thought. What? Brother Xian, you're going? Lu Jingyi showed a surprised expression, and then suddenly understood. That's right, the other party was in the Thunder Tribulation Realm. He could even defeat Liao Zhibang, so what was there to be afraid of? At the very least, he had the qualifications to go there. Moreover, it was a space attribute. To be honest, that kind of place was infinitely attractive to any warrior. It had a powerful elemental attribute, and at the same time, it might be accompanied by heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Obtaining it might be a good fortune. Lin Xian said, I'll think about it. It's not certain. If you're going, I'm going too. Lu Yufan said. Wang Xintong also looked at Lin Xian expectantly. What are you going to do? I'll slap you to death. Lu Yufan then pouted, feeling wronged. Lu Jingyi was speechless. It turned out that one really couldn't lick a girl's boots when talking to her. This Lin Xian even said something like, I'll slap you to death. Why was he talking to a girl? He even had to be careful not to curse. I've learned. You guys cultivate well. Look at Xintong, she's already in the Profound Heaven Realm. It won't be long before she breaks through to the Thunder Tribulation Realm. What about you two? You're only in the Profound Body Realm. Lin Xian said. One day, I'll become an expert too. Lu Yufan said. Yi also nodded. Then work hard. But it's so dangerous there, Lin Xian said. If it's dangerous, why are you going there? Can you protect me? You might even drag me down. I'm ignoring you. Lu Yufan pouted, then continued eating, not saying a word to Lin Xian. Little girl. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Yufan fiercely glared at Lin Xian. After the three girls finished eating, they left together, while Lin Xian was thinking about something. Brother Xian, how's your relationship with Ling Ying going? It's all right. Lin Xian said. We're still betting. You have to catch her in 3 days. Catching up to a goddess of this level in 3 days? That was simply a dream. He might have to chase her for 3 years, but Lin Xian's performance made him feel that it was too amazing. He might not be able to get her in 3 days, but in Lu Jingyi's opinion, he should be able to get her if he spent more time. Lin Xian nodded. It's simple. There are still 2 days. You just have to watch in 2 days. Simple? Is this fucking human language? Let me ask you, do you know what their general realm is like? Lu Jingyi scratched his head and said, I'm not too sure, but in the academy, the lowest is the mysterious heaven realm. Looking at their situation, they shouldn't be weak. This realm was hard to say, but sometimes the temperament that was revealed could be roughly seen. For example, when Ling Longshui walked outside, anyone who saw her would first be stunned by her beauty, and then subconsciously feel that this woman must be very powerful. If you were a normal beautiful woman, it would be possible, but the temperament that was revealed in her every movement made people feel something. Temperament was something that couldn't be described with words, it could only be felt. Then tell me, with such a young and high realm, do they like to farm? Lu Jingyi nodded. Of course, if they are so outstanding and have high cultivation, they will definitely improve themselves in all aspects. So now I'll teach you another way to pick up girls. Take them to farm. Lu Jingyi was stunned. Since they are the kind of people who are willing to improve themselves, then we'll take them to improve. In the demon beast domain, it is full of danger. This kind of opportunity is more precious than any other occasion, and the effect is better. It might even save their lives, and at the same time, it can also show the charm of a man. Do you think this kind of interaction is good for picking up girls? Lu Jingyi slightly nodded. Of course there is, but can it be realized? Whether it can be realized or not, you can see the results in 2 days. Right now, I'm going to invite them to the demon beast domain. With that, Lin Xian walked out. Hey, big brother Xian, wait for me. The two of them came to their classroom. The two girls sat in the corner, looking at their phones together as if they were watching a video. They could see that the people around them were secretly looking at them, but they didn't strike up a conversation, because they didn't dare. Even existences like Wang Haiyang and Liao Zhibang couldn't get them, so how could they do it? They saw the legendary Lin Xian come. Hey, are the two beauties free? Lin Xian greeted them and directly sat in front of them. Lu Jingyi was a little embarrassed. He sat a little further away, so that he could hear their conversation. This Lin Xian, could he really invite them to the demon beast domain? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.